the spirit still speaks. You can't cancel what's divine. Blood, but I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, made the struggle a beacon.
Get them lights up. Coming up in here, we about to talk about it.
Try to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm locked, the light still beams. They censor the voice.
Coming up in here, we about to talk about it.
Try to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm locked, but I'm infinitely blessed. Static, born in interference. Truth on wax, spit with perseverance. Algorithms dodge me, but I dodge defeat. Talk from the soul while they monitor speech. Canceled in code, but my code divine. Every bar encrypted with the holy design. Mic in my palm, feel the psalms in my fist. Radio silence, but I still persist. Broadcast from basements, gospel and grind. Podcast rebel, message in time. They fear the words cause the truth too blessed. Say less, but still manifest success. Block, but I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, make the struggle a beacon. Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Trying to cut cords, I still stream from the crest. I'm banned, I'm locked, but I'm infinitely blessed. Silicone chains, digital whip crack, but I slip through scripts with a click-clack syntax. They trap the truth in terms of service, but I serve sermons through verses on purpose. I'm the glitch in the feed, the flaw in the trend, the voice of the street, the start and the end. Spoke facts in the cracks where the light leaks in. They flag me for fire, but I rise again. Cross wires, still I broadcast bold. From analog roots to a band with gold. Sank in the shadow, but I sparked in the depth. Came out the block, still infinitely blessed. Block, but I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats.
Come on up in here, get some lights up. Y'all know the deal. Give me the 10K likes.
Block, but I'm infinitely blessed. The glitch is the gospel in code. Speaking layers like the scrolls unfold. They scroll past truth, but I'm built to teach. Each stream a baptism, a digital preach. Ghost in the feed, but my spirit's loud. I rose through the ranks in the shadow crowd. Truth ain't viral, but it echoes eternal. I spit like prophets to boost my journal. Content flag, but the content's fire. I'm the band bar that your soul admire. Blessed by storms, baptized in test. They block the man, but never the quest. But I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, make the struggle a beacon. Shadow man, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, that's the straight from the crest. I'm bad, I'm blocked, but I'm infinitely blessed.
What's going on, y'all? Get them lights up. We about to get started here.
Then it ain't real. If they can cancel me for truth, I ain't never been free. I'd rather build slow with my tribe than blow fast with those who don't ride. FBA coin in my veins, blockchain in my bones. This wealth ain't rented. It's homegrown, bloodline billionaire. I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. And my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold. Cause alone in the system, my soul gets sold.
Come on in here, get them lights up. We're gonna talk about it. Y'all see what it say?
FBA coin rising, we changing the game. Man, I built my platform on legacy, not luck. I ain't banned for bucks or adjusting the tux. See, they give you checks with invisible strings till you dance for approval like puppeted kings. But I'd rather speak truth than sleep like a
y'all see what it say back there?
Get
them lights up. We're gonna talk about it.
Centralized flow, so I can't be evicted. FBA coin, my people, the stockholders.
Come on, man. We're gonna get to it, man. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it, family. We're gonna get to it, man. I'm gonna talk a little bit about this this letter that I got, this email that I got, and then we're gonna move on, man. I'm gonna co-host. I'm gonna bring on my boy cousin, and we're gonna chop up some game, and we're gonna give it to the people. But I need y'all to get the likes up to 10K. And while y'all getting the likes up to the 10K, I'm gonna let y'all know what's been going on, man. I'm gonna let y'all know what's been going on, man. Y'all see the title. Y'all see the title. Y'all see the title. Responding to a cease and desist letter as a black American. Okay? So I guess the first thing I probably should do is read the letter, huh? Oh man, it's just long and drawn out and all caps. I'll read a little bit of it. I'm not going to get into the and drawn out and all caps. I'll read a little bit of it. I'm not going to get into the whole letter. Let me see here. There's all types of crazy people on TikTok, family. All types of crazy people that'll say anything. And they don't really, you know these sovereign type people that they don't really understand what they're doing. They don't really understand law like they think they understand law. I mean, it's crazy, family. These people are crazy, family. So I got a letter, man. I got a letter. I got an email. And it was a cease and desist email. Family, they didn't just send it to me. They put me in the list of the ACLU and freaking Roland Martin. Not that I want to be, not that I even want to be in that company of Roland Martin. Send it to some lawyers, I don't even know how to start, man. There is a lot of, I can just say there's a lot of weird and crazy people. So I just received one of the wildest emails I've seen in my time doing this podcast. It's long, it's loud, all caps, and it's packaged with language that on the surface sounds legal and official, but underneath is confusion dressed up in legalese and wrapped in frustration. So let me try to read this thing verbatim so you guys understand what letter I got from one of y'all crazy people on TikTok. There's some yahoos on TikTok, family. There's some yahoo on TikTok. It's not legal. I mean, it's just, when you write in all caps, that's, this is intimidation. This thing ain't legal. The brother didn't even sign it. He just kind of wrote it out in legalese. So let me try to read this thing. And y'all let it out in legalese. So let me try to read this thing. And y'all let me know. It's long though. I don't think I'm gonna go through all of it, but this thing is just okay, let me start. The United States, it starts out, the United States. Now, TikTok, this is for entertainment and educational purposes, okay? I do, whatever this brother wrote that I'm about to read, I don't stand by, I don't condone, I'm not trying to promote this in any way. I'm just trying to educate the people on these yahoos on TikTok and on the internet. Let's keep it a buck. The United States is a private corporation that provides governmental services to people, groups that contract with the United States. That private corporation is not the same as Americans, America, nor our confederation of the several states. The style of our confederacy is the United States of America, a federal constitutional republic, not a democracy. Any 14th Amendment citizen, 527 and or 501c or any other person self-identified as an American citizen living on lands under the jurisdiction of the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of the United States that teach, claim, promote, and pursue legal legislation under the false claim that our trust agreement is their democracy. It's long, family. It's kind of foolish. It's complicit in treason against the Constitution of the United States. Now here's where it gets interesting. You are in violation of the American Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act of 1975. The Indian Civil Rights Act and Article 14 of the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek. Cease and desist. There are no longer racial integrity laws under the jurisdiction of the United States. Stop calling us Black Americans. Stop calling us African Americans. We are Americans. Stop calling us African Americans. We are Americans. Cease and desist. Notice to agent is notice to principal. You and every race-based 501c and 527 tax-exempt person under the jurisdiction of the United States are one of the many faces and voices of systematic racism, disenfranchisement, civil rights violations, HATE speech, misinformation act in the 21st century. You are in violation of Tranquility Clause, the Guarantee Clause, American Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act of 1975, the Treaty of Delaware, the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek. The style of our Confederacy is the United States of America, a federal constitutional republic established by the people of several states for us, their prosperity. Memorialized in our preamble, not a democracy. Okay, family, this is long. Yeah, brother, it's hilarious. So the brother is mad because I called us Black Americans or foundational Black Americans. Now he included African Americans. So this is one of our, I hate to say it, he's from the lineage. This is one of our American Indian brothers who took it upon himself to include me with a host of other people, including Roland Martin, and send me this ridiculous email. Okay, family, hold on, family. I want to get to the good parts, although I really do. This thing is long. This document serves to the honorable court and defendants. This document serves as a formal legal notice demanding immediate compliance, or plaintiffs will seek the full weight of civil and criminal legal recourse. The plaintiffs demand that the defendants cease these unlawful activities and take corrective measure to remedy the irreversible damage caused by their conduct. The scale and implication of these actions demand that this matter be adjudicated with the highest level of judicial scrutiny and urgency. Okay? Urgency. Okay? Now, let me just skip down a little bit, because this is where it gets interesting, family. Okay? This is where it gets interesting. The plaintiff represents individuals, organizations, and entities of American Indian and colonial European descent. Oh no, it's not a legal document, but it's definitely intimidation. Brother wrote this in all caps. He wanted to make sure I got this. He went on my page, found my email, and then decided not just to send it to me, family, but to a dozen other people, and including, again, Roland Martin. I'm in bad company. If you're sending a letter to Roland Martin and you're putting me on there too, that's disrespectful. Matter of fact, I might want to sue just for that. That's very, very disrespectful. So he called himself an American Indian and colonial European descent who have been directly harmed by fraudulent misinformation, misidentification, defamation, and systematic misrepresentation by the defendants. These violations have damaged the cultural identity, historical standing, and fundamental rights of the plaintiffs who seek justice under the Constitution of the law. Now let's break this down, family. Okay, I can go on and 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 on. I can just go on and on and on and on and on. But let's really break this down, family. Now let's get something straight. A cease and desist is a legal instrument, not a threat, in all caps. First of all, if you're gonna send me a cease and desist, at least put it in ChatGPT. I mean, at least use AI. At least try to make it halfway look legal. Okay? And it's not sent in all caps, and it's not sent over Gmail. Okay? If you're gonna send somebody a cease and desist, you need to do your due diligence and figure out an actual place to send it to. I should have got this in the mail. Not no Gmail. And all this talk about United States being a private corporation, that's classic sovereign citizen mythology. So, if you don't know the spoiler alert, true. Yeah, it's like, what is he talking about? Exactly. What he talking about? You want to be sovereign, build your own economic system, create your own legal infrastructure, but don't confuse that with shouting nonsense and sending weird letters. He's mad, family, because I call us foundational Black Americans. I have the right to classify myself how I want to be classified. My lineage and my people, as a people, we have a right to classify ourselves, identify ourselves. So what is this dude talking about? What's this dude talking about? If you're American Indian, how does that mess with what you're talking about? How does you classify yourself as an American Indian? I classify myself as a foundational Black American. You won't ever see me write up no garbage like this and send it to my American Indian brothers and say, cease and desist. You're no longer an American Indian. You are a foundational Black American, or you are an African, or you'll never see me do no stuff like that, family. Never in a million years. I wouldn't even waste my time. But guess what, fam? I did some research on this dude. I got his real name. I found his social media. He had about 5 pages. Got down to the real one. And come to find out, this ain't the first time he's been perpetrating this scheme, this cease and desist letter, frustration letter this ain't the first time he sent this frustration letter. He sent it to congressmen. He sent it to celebrities. This brother, whole deal is cease and desist. Stop using the term Black American and African American. And he does his whole campaign where he tries to intimidate you to get you to quit. Now, brother, if you really felt that bad, if it was really bothering you that much, why not just get you a lawyer? So the lawyer can call you crazy before you send these letters out. Why not just get you a lawyer? Now this brother, he's came on my platform before. Y'all probably heard him maybe 4 days ago. He been on this platform. trying to tell me what I can and can't do, and trying to just ramble off some laws and codes that he thinks I'm in violation of. And the brother's not even a lawyer. The brother has no clue what he's talking about, and he's pushing this sovereign agenda. He's one of those guys. You can just tell by the way he's talking. The brother said he is American Indian and colonial European descent. Can't make this shit up, family. You really can't. So let's talk identity, man. I'm a foundational black American, and it's not just a label. We are descendants of those who were enslaved on this land, who were reclassified, and who built this nation. We built it. We are not confused about who we are. We are not rejecting the idea that to be powerful, we must abandon our identity, our classification, our inherent claims, and our inheritance that they owe us. You see, these so-called sovereign thinkers, family, they want to erase black from the equation. That's all it's about. Yeah, the brother said colonial European descent. He said he's American Indian and colonial European descent. That's what he's claiming. See, when you erase that word black, when you try to erase that the 40 acres and a mule that's owed to us, when you try to erase the Jim Crow reparation, when you try to erase affirmative action, when you try to erase our history, when you try to erase the redlining and things like that, family, that's a problem. That's a problem. And then claim to be just an American. I get it. But that's a setup. That's a setup. If I just claim American, which I can, what about my ancestors? What about my ancestors? What about all the things that they went through? What about my father, who was born in 1942? What about all the Jim Crow that he had to go through? What about growing up in the South, where grown men, grown YT men, called other grown men boys? What about that? What about having to what about segregation in the South? What about Oscarville? What about Black Wall Street? What about Rosewood? See, if I just call myself an American, then I just get mixed in. And it's like what my ancestors stood on is forgotten. Because they were also Americans. But they were classified at one time 3/5 of a person. They were classified as less than. They had this whole propaganda scheme put on them, and COINTELPRO put on them. Think about it, family. From 1865 to around 1890, even 1900. Let's just say, heck, 1917 to the silent protest. All the things we were able to accomplish in such a short period of time. We've accomplished a lot in slavery. And that's already amazing in itself. But let's just talk about after slavery. 200,000 farms we owned. Over 30,000 masons and electricians and builders. That was us. Over $500 million in combined wealth. 500 million, family. Over 500 million in combined wealth. During a time where they pinched us. During a time where whenever YT people got angry, they took it out on black Americans. foundational black Americans. Freedman Bank had over $2 million in the Freedman Bank. Over 2 million. Over. When I say over, think about what $2 million was back then, and then multiply that a lot times over into 2025. Probably you might as well say we had dang near $500 million, if not $1 billion, in the accounts. And some of that was our children's future, our children's educational fund, our children's retirement, our children's money in that Freedman Bank that they just eminent domained it, took it. Of course, they just took it. Land, took it. Where you see where the LAX, that used to be a black town. That used to be all black owned. They eminent domained it to build LAX. Wherever you seen railroad, that they put railroads in black neighborhoods. They eminent domain so they can build the railroad. They took away land that belonged to us and to our people. So to tell me not to use the word black, it's like you're telling me to erase my ancestors. Get the likes up, family. Let's get the likes up to 10K. I want to bring people up. I told y'all my boy cousin's going to come up in a minute. We're about to co-host this thing. And we about to chop up some game with y'all, family. We about to chop up some game tonight. I'm not going to be on here too long. But an hour, maybe an hour and a half, two, we going to chop up some game. Yeah, they built highways on purpose in the black neighborhoods. Yeah, I'm on it this time, man. I got this cease and desist letter. That's the only reason why I'm on it this time, man. And I want to chop up some game with our brother cousin up in here, man. So I'm on live right now. I didn't come on earlier today. I was supposed to go on last night, but I was on a phone call. And I just want to let y'all know, family, that, man, you listen, whenever you speak in truth to power, whenever you're standing on business, you're going to have weirdos. Think about the movie Sinners, family. Whenever you got a ancestral and spiritual connection that's undeniable, and when you're using it for good, not evil, you are going to attract evil. You're going to attract crazy yahoos, and they're going to send you these cease and desist letters to try to intimidate you. This is an intimidation letter. The brother wrote it. When you send an email in all caps, that's like you're trying to yell at them. You're trying to school them. You're trying to son them. Family, we ain't going from slaves to ghosts. I'm not going to let nobody erase us. I'm not going to let nobody forget what happened to me and my ancestors. And I'm not going to stop speaking the way I'm speaking until we get some respect and we get some tangibles and we get our reparations. Period, point blank. I'm not going to stop standing on business. I'm not going to let any fake cease and desist letter detour me. I'm not going to let some 3-letter alphabet government stop me from standing on business. I'm righteous. I'm on the right side of history. I'm telling the truth. And let me tell you what we got to understand, family. The truth is the truth. But I want y'all to listen to this, because I just coined this. The truth needs funding. We know what the lie is funded. The lie is fully funded. But it's time that we fund the truth. We need to be putting up billboards. We need to be putting out commercials. Standing on business. It's time that we re-propagandize the propaganda. It's time that they put out their agenda and we put out the truth agenda. It's time that we fund the truth agenda to combat the lie. Now, they got more money right now, but that's not always going to be so, because we're getting on code, family. We're about to do some phenomenal things in the blockchain area that's going to take us to another level, and they can't stop it. I'm telling you, the Most High and the ancestors are behind this thing, and they can't stop it. They can't stop. Listen, y'all been trying to put us down. put us down, and y'all haven't been successful. Guess what, family? We're still the largest population, ethnic group wise, population in America. They've been trying to stun our growth for the longest. They've been trying to unalive our babies for the longest. And guess what? We still the largest. That alone should let you know. Listen, whatever they did to the Hispanics, they couldn't do to us. See, they breeded out the Hispanics. They breeded out all indigenous roots out of the Hispanics. They breeded them out. So much so that these are conquistadors claiming to be indigenous. Red natives, no indigenous. They may have been here around the same time as our indigenous family, but they're not us and we're not them. They are also been breeded out as well. They look white, they look Italian, they look Hispanic, they look Mexican. Let's keep it a buck. But we have not been breeded out, family. They tried. They tried. The moment they lay down with one of us, guess what happens? They become us. Your light-skinned babies become us. That's what happens. I don't know why the Portuguese, I don't know why the Spaniards were successful in breeding out those indigenous people, but they couldn't breed out these indigenous people. These indigenous people in the United States, y'all could not breed out. The Anglo-Saxons could not breed us out. We're still freaking here. Copper colored is still here. Still here. Still here. We're still here. We're still here, family. Get the likes up. Get the likes up to 10K so I can bring up my boy cousin. We're still here. Yeah, I'm not saying they breeded all of them out, but you know they got a black abuela somewhere, but there's very few of those indigenous Hispanics, if you want to call it, for lack of a better word, indigenous Mexicans. There's very few indigenous Mexicans, very few indigenous Cubans, very few indigenous Puerto Ricans. They breeded them out, family. We're the only ones they couldn't breed out. We're still here. All this Aztec warrior, Mayan, Incan, you're not them. Olmec, you're not them. You got breeded out. And that's a fact. You do your DNA, you're going to be 60, 70% conquistador. Even these damn red natives, some of them a lot of them have the Siberian, but a lot of them, let's be real. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm going to tell y'all the finesse. A lot of Mexicans are on these red. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm going to tell y'all the finesse. A lot of Mexicans are on these red reservations. And they're illegal. But they're hiding out on the reservation as a red native. Let's keep that a buck. They know when they come off that reservation, it's over for them. Clink, clink. Ice, ice, baby. Let's keep it a buck. So I got this cease and desist. You know, it is what it is. He tried to bring up the Dancing Rabbit Creek, right? Y'all go look that up. Let's talk about these treaties that he tried to bring up. The Dancing Rabbit Creek was a forced removal treaty. It applied to the Choctaw Nation under duress and it has nothing to do with reclassifying FBAs or Indians. This brother brought it. This brother just hit me with a bunch of nothing. He said I was violating the Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty. Y'all go look it up. The Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty has nothing to do with me saying black American. Nothing to do with that. But this brother said I violated it. That's what happens when you're a sovereign and you don't want to read. If you're going to be a sovereign person, if you're going to call yourself, you know, this is a corporation, and we got to, if you're gonna do that, make sure you read. If you're gonna put something on a fake cease and desist letter, make sure you know what you're putting on it. Don't just say I'm violating the Dancing Rabbit Creek, which is about the forced removal of Choctaw Indians. What does that got to do with me saying I'm a foundational black American and you calling yourself an American Indian? What does that got to do with it? Absolutely nothing. These emails are pulling from documents they don't even understand. He said I violated the Indian Civil Rights Act. Doesn't apply to anyone. Just saying. It's just saying I'm an Indian now. What does that got to do with me reclassifying myself as a foundational black American? Nothing. It applies to tribes that are federally recognized and operate under their own constitution. Look up the Civil Rights Acts, the Indian Civil Rights Act. Look it up. That's what he hit me with. He said I violated the Indian Civil Rights Act when it just specifies the federal tribes. Jesus Christ! And don't let the misuse of terms like dumb, diversus, or manifest destiny fool you. Those were tools of oppression, not secret codes that undo racial history, family. FBA folks, listen. We can have indigenous roots. Some of us have African ancestry and still be politically classified as black, as foundational black Americans. That's not a contradiction. That's survival. That's legacy. That's saying we don't want our history, our legacy to be erased. We want to hold on to our ancestral powers. We want to hold on to our culture. We want to hold on to our heritage. That's it. Not what this Yahoo was talking about. And then the brother was talking about 501c3 or 527, a simple nonprofit or PAC. Has nothing to do with identity, family. It's about a tax status. So he used a tax status and said I'm in violation of a tax status. What? For saying I'm a foundational black American, now I'm in violation of a tax status? That don't even make no sense. That don't even make no sense. And then he said he brought up the 14th Amendment, family. What? What? The amendment that said that we were citizens? What? That we were equal under the law? That we can no longer be treated as property? What? Why was that in the cease and desist letter? What was that about? See, you got to watch out for these internet. What I want to call them? These internet professors. I don't know. These sovereign internet professors. And they just throw in verbal jargon. I don't know, family. Maybe one of y'all might have got this letter and been like, oh, snap, I must be in trouble. No, he didn't even sign it. This is all fake. All of it's fake. All of it's fake. All of it's his frustration. I mean, he's probably, the brother probably got mental health issues. He's going through some kind of psychotic snap or something. I don't know. I don't know, family. I don't know, family. Y'all, we need to keep this brother in prayer, maybe. Okay? Where the prayer warriors at? Y'all need to pray for this brother, man. Y'all need to pray for brothers who want to be sovereign so bad. Who want to be sovereign citizens so bad, but don't really know anything what they're doing about it. This guy just threw a bunch of stuff on the wall trying to intimidate me. This is insane. To anyone sending emails like this, I just want to say, man, we see your pain. We see your confusion. All I'm saying is don't project it on me, and don't project it on anybody in my lineage or family. Don't come for us when we're fighting for clarity, legacy, and sovereignty. I feel this brother's pain, man. He's going through something. I looked at this brother's page, man. I found him on Facebook and looked through his page, looked through his pictures. The brother looked mean one minute, like, and then the brother smiling another minute. You know, obviously he got family. I saw some family photos, and then I saw that the brother was having a psychosis break, because I'm seeing pictures of congressmen with the same cease and desist letter on these pictures, saying he wants these Congress people to stop. The brother CC'd me in. Look, listen, Roland Martin probably didn't even read this email, but if he did, he looked through the CC and said, "Who is Too Much? Who is this guy Too Much? Why did he put me in the same letter as Too Much and ACLU and some lawyer from Indiana and a host and a few other people? I don't even know who they are. This brother sent it out to 12 people. I feel sorry for this brother, man. I really do. I hope he comes back on my live so we can console him. So we can tell him it's going to be okay. You know, being called black is not the end of the world, and if you don't like the term black, just continue to call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. That's what I would tell him. Like, hey man, it's going to be okay. But sending out intimidating letters like this, in all caps, are you really down that bad, brother? Yeah, he could. I thought about that. He could be an agent. He could. But then I looked at his page and I'm like, maybe they MK Ultra'd him or something. I don't know. Maybe they activated him. Maybe they said agent. You know, maybe they have a button that they push and they just activate these weirdos and they come to intimidate. Because I'm being watched. I understand. I'm being watched. But I don't care. I'm not doing anything wrong. You know, I'm just standing on business. You know, they're not gonna stop me. Nobody's telling. Listen, if you want to classify yourself as pink, go right ahead. Nobody's stopping you. If you want to call yourself African American, go right ahead. You're not gonna see me come up in your live and tell you, "You not African American, you black, fool." No. If you want to call yourself African American, go right ahead. Nobody's stopping you. You want to call yourself American Indian, go right ahead. Nobody's stopping you. Are we at 10K, family? We at 10K, family. Let me bring up my boy cousin, man. We about to chop up some game, man. We about to get off. We about to move on to a different topic. We about to move on to a totally different topic. That's in the past. Let me bring up my boy cousin. We're gonna co-host this thing tonight. Me and my boy cousin. We're gonna try to bring some great conversation to y'all. I just wanted to read this letter with y'all and get the likes up to 10K before I bring my boy up. And we just chopping some game, man. But before we go on, brother, what do you think about this letter, man? What do you think about these yahoos on these TikToks, man?
Well, as I said, the idea, because we talked earlier, the idea of him, even you speaking about it, is giving him unnecessary oxygen to fan his flame. So, because he's not that big to be worried about, and trust me, we are not at the same place that Roland Martin is. Okay, Roland Martin is nowhere near where we are.
I'm mad, brother. I'm mad that he put me on the same letter as Roland Martin, brother. I'm mad.
I cannot disagree with that anger. You are justified in every way. But see now, I'm just talking to the rest of the panel, the rest of the cats living in and listening in. Did you all happen to hear that Roland called out the new black media and the grassroots? Now, what on planet Earth would make him decide that the Democrats need to call out the black grassroots? As they clearly have stated over and over again, 92% of black women and 77%, almost 80% of black men voted for the Democrat Party. And they are coming out here and they sent their boy out here to go and tell their base that they don't know what they've gone through. that they have no idea of what real American judicial legislative history is, because we haven't been watching it since Emmett Till. We haven't been watching it since the Strange Fruitings. We haven't been watching it since the 14th, 15th Amendments, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. When these people try and come at us because we finally decide to say we are looking out for ourselves, it is a disgusting display of their powerlessness. And I am truly sickened by it, but it is not unexpected. See, they have to look for somebody to blame for their incompetence. And you can best believe their incompetence is always going to be put on the black male community, and by extension, the rest of the black community. What other choice do they have? To turn around and say we keep sending mediocre, incompetent YT people to the highest office in the land and to sit in powers and positions of legislation where they set the rules without any input from anyone else? None of this makes sense. And if you feel like you got something you want to say about it, come on up here and give me some. Because we finna chop this up. Because I am not a fan of this iteration of the United States government.
Come on.
They cannot convince me that what they're doing is within my benefit when everything that you're showing me is that it's not.
Somebody said, beware of the boule. Beware of the boule, cousin.
Well, absolutely. The boule is always to be watched and monitored, but they've never had the pulse of the grassroots.
Never.
See, the minute that they accepted the money, they lost their connection to the grassroots. There's really no other way to say it. You took that bag and then you went and tried to go plug back in again, and you found out they was on AC and you was on DC. You're not hooking up with them. You're not connecting with them. This is why the boule has a tendency to always want to talk down to the grassroots. Again, as if we haven't been watching the entire time. As if when Shirley said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired in the 60s.
What do you think it is? How do we combat the boule? I mean, the boule, listen, the boule is given mainstream media. They're giving
access, yes.
They're giving talking points. They're giving catchphrases to use against us.
You can clearly see that these talking points aren't in our favor. And they're in the favor of the party.
But who
and let's be clear.
To? How are they able if we don't, and we know we don't agree with them. We know that that's not what we foundationally believe in. But they're able.
Too many of us have bought into party over lineage. Too many of us have said, I'm more black, or I'm sorry, I'm more Republican than black, or I'm more Democrat than black. They forget one of the most epic speeches that Malcolm gave. I was black before there was the United States of America. I was black before these forces came into being. I was black first. So the idea that I'm not going to cling to that first, or that I'm going to cast that aside as if it doesn't matter, I can no longer accept that premise. I have given you 60 years of trying to get your stuff together. Show me where you've done that. You know, in Roland Martin's rant, he brought up the fact that black prisoners were being overcharged for phone calls.
Jesus Christ.
And that it was the Democrats that got that cast aside. And I commend that 0.00001% improvement But don't expect me to sit up here and rah sis boom by you for that type of effort. That's some of the lowest hanging fruit that you can get. That's the fruit that's almost rotting on the ground. And you want me to say, since you come and pick some up and brushed it off, it's better for the entire community? What kind of insanity is that?
I almost want to play this.
This is an arms battle. And progressives, African Americans, liberals, everybody put in that category, completely misunderstanding what's going on. And while we as black people are giving money to Zeus Network and we're watching all of these entertainment and sports networks, they are focused on news and information. And that's one of the reasons why people...
I don't think this is the rant. I'm trying to find the rant.
No, that his no, I don't have it up. Give me a sec. His notions, again, everything Roland says that we haven't done any study and or history, that we don't know what happened, that we weren't aware, that we see when Roland talks and speaks, it's as if he's trying to do away with the Green Book and all that it stood for.
Come on.
You know, he just wants to cast that aside like, well, that's not that big a deal. That is a huge deal. We could not travel safely down the roads. Can you travel safely down the roads now? You couldn't go to college. What happened with them twins when they went up and got lost somewhere in the mountains from the airport? See, these things that they act as if it's just one-offs. These, oops, it happened, but don't worry about it. It's not going to happen again. And then, of course, it happens again and again and again and again. And they don't want us to say anything. They want us to just sit quietly and say, well, okay, that'll work. I guess it's just one of them things. He sounds like he just got off the plantation when he speaks sometimes. Like, I'm just happy to be here. I'm not just happy to be here. We built this thing up from nada, nothing. Every aspect of our essence was used to create this thing called America. And to this day, they still deny us our cut. They still deny us the check. They still deny us the funds that they know that they owe. Check. They still deny us the funds that they know that they owe. And we of a 𝗔𝗯𝐺𝘂𝘁𝘁 no longer accepting the symbolism of a Clarence Thomas. We're no longer accepting the symbolism of a Jasmine Crockett. We're no longer accepting the symbolism of a Tim Scott. They are insulting to the overall intelligence that we have. And the fact that you cannot find anyone from either party moving into the black diaspora trying to see what our greatest needs are, or if you really want to know if the Democrats really wanted black people to come back and vote for them, they would have put a hate crime bill out during the election process. Now, whether or not it passed would have been another issue. But the fact that they put it out and put it forth before the sitting Congress, and they chose to do nothing for their largest base of voters? What kind of insulting do you all think we're going to accept? You had the current, again, I say this all the time, you had the current sitting president of the United States openly sit up there while in the Oval Office, if I'm not mistaken, and say that reparations is not part of the Democratic political process. The 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁 doesn't support reparations. and you want me to come and vote for you? Tell me what I'm voting for. Tell me what's in it for me.
I heard that. What's in it for me?
What's in it for me? Because see, when you talk about that AB issue, well, I'm a guy, so that doesn't affect me. You want to talk about crime laws that have been passed? This is not to denigrate any of my brothers and sisters who got caught up in the system, but I'm not a criminal, so that doesn't affect me. What's in it for me?
I thought that was real weak. That he mentioned.
Of course, it's weak.
That Democrats did something while under democratic power and authority, we were able to lower phone calls from prison. Fool, I beat. I thought that was insane.
But we didn't do nothing about Sandra Bland.
Come on,
man. They're not making no sense. This is why, see, the party itself is terrified of actually coming on TikTok and having to address the people. This is why they have their banquets in these super exclusive, quiet resorts. They don't want public interaction. Public interaction to them when it comes to the party, and this would be either party, is a negative. It is not a positive. You've heard me say this before. The Congress, the Senate, is the best, most well-funded senior citizens home in the world.
In the world.
And they continue to espouse those old world ideologies. You got somebody born in 1930, 1945, trying to dictate what's going to happen in 2021, 2050, 2070. Their only concern at this point is how much legacy can I leave to my children. They have no concern or thought for you or me.
Zero.
And they've shown that repeatedly with every piece of legislation that they now pass, because those legislations that they are now passing are against the citizenry and for the business industry. Not that they haven't been doing it since Reagan and his trickle-down economics. But it's all the same thing. They got you focused on the left hand while the right hand is stripping your pockets bare. And they have not ended that process. They want to do this all the time. They want to make sure that you are distracted with whatever frivolities of your life may be in front of you, and or the seriousness of your life that may be in front of you. As long as you're distracted away from them. Remember, there was a time long ago they used to say, y'all really didn't want to see how the sausage was made?
Come on.
When it came to making the laws. Well, now you see Congress is not even attempting to pass any laws. They've already allocated that to ALEC, the Legislative Exchange Commission. No law gets passed that ALEC doesn't print before Congress. Anything, these 400, 500 people sitting in Congress, they're just actors putting on a performance for us to say yay or nay to. And how passionately we are going to say yay or nay. I expect my government to be responsive and understanding to the needs of the people. When I look at what's going on, the destruction of libraries does not seem to be to the need of the people. The destruction of books, the hindrance of education, the questioning of science, these do not seem to be things to me that would help the overall population move forward. There was a time during the unenlightened era prior to the Renaissance where the church had so much power and authority that they thought that reading glasses was going against the will of God.
Reading glasses?
You are improving on the body that God gave you. How dare you? You've performed an act of heresy. Burn, undone at the stake. The idea that these forces, powers, and entities have something, they don't. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all projection. I think we all know, particularly if you FBI, were it not for the extreme violence that they brought to the continent and or everywhere else, i.e. pew-pews, they would not have gotten what they've gotten and or disease. Let me make sure and add that in as well. If the germs that they brought over to a culture that did not have those germs was infected, we see what happened. You all have heard of the Senegal Island, the Forbidden Island. You heard of that?
No, go ahead, talk about it.
The Forbidden Island's been around for about 60,000 years. It's right off the coast of Senegal. You are forbidden from going there. As a matter of fact, to bring it in closer memory and proximity, there was a Christian evangelist guy who decided that he was going to go over there a few years ago, all by himself, and spread the gospel. And he didn't make it to the beach. Okay.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. They were told.
Was that on the news? Was that on the news?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. For about 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And see, they use stuff like that to say Christians are being prosecuted. They're being persecuted. Oh, woe is the... No, you were told not to take your scrawny behind over there, but you decided to go over there because you knew better. No, they can't get away with... the idea of I can because I thought I could, because I said I could, and you have no say in what I'm doing, that time frame, that period is done and over with. Give me something to cling to or get out of my way. And right now, I'm clinging to getting, or we are clinging to getting our reparations from the United States government because they owe us. You hear these arguments, as weak as they are. Why didn't we or our ancestors broach the government for a greater or for reparations during that period?
Can I say
And
something?
it's real simple.
Echo in the background.
Give me a second, bro. It's real simple as to why they didn't. See, they ignored the fact that the KKK had marched 2 million strong in Washington. They ignore the strange fruitings. See, they ignore all the crimes against humanity that they committed and then say, well, how come you didn't petition the government? Your elders didn't petition the government. See, these are childish arguments. These are arguments that have these are arguments based on emotion. All right, brother, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Oh, I can talk?
Yeah, John, go ahead.
Okay. I was just saying, I agree with what you're saying, King.
Oh no, I was just listening to go. Oh, okay. I'm go back on.
I want to say something real quick. If I'm wrong, just it is what it is. But I'm just saying, amongst ourselves, we don't do nothing for ourselves. All the people that we talking about, I grew up on the east side of South Central Los Angeles, and I watch these people live in the homes together, a whole bunch of them, and they make moves. The minute that we can start doing some things amongst ourselves to make ourselves greater people, I think we can really start complaining then. I'm saying, but
you heard of Turkey Hut, right?
I'm sorry, King. What you say, God?
Have you heard of Turkey Hut?
No, I haven't.
Turkey Hut was a black restaurant that was doing very well in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. When they found out that the ownership was black, suddenly they got issues within their establishment. Suddenly it became something that they couldn't do.
So what's the
Okay.
difference between that and then like Tulsa, Oklahoma? What's that? Black Wall Street, Rosewood.
That's kind of the point. They're still attacking the greater community, the dominant society is still attacking. It's still the same thing that they did with the Bruce's Beach.
Yeah.
That was
So what?
one couple that went. That was
Hey,
one
cut.
couple that went out there and bought all that land and established this place where black people could come.
Yeah. Okay.
And
You cut me
eminent
off.
domain them out their stuff. I'm
Hey,
sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's all good.
hey,
King.
cousin. Let me ask him a question, one right quick, Jay Knox. I'm gonna ask you a question. So you don't believe that you don't believe in YT supremacy?
Look, this like let me
Of
finish.
course I do.
Okay.
Oh, you talking
No,
to Jay
not
now?
you, cousin. I'm talking.
Now you
I'm
talk to
talking.
me.
I'm
Like,
talking to Jay Knox.
yeah.
Oh,
Before
my
you ask
bad.
that question, if you let me finish, then you probably won't have that question. So what I'm saying, like, I know what that is. I know the dirt they did to us. I know our history that's been hid from us. I know how great we are. I know a lot of different things like that. So I believe in the the YT supremacy. You know what I'm saying? It's just clear as day. It's all in front of our faces constantly. So, but what I was saying as us as a people, us, I was saying that if we start sticking together better, the complaints that we have against our enemies would be probably much more better if we stick together more. We don't
But
stick
let me
together.
ask you this, brother. Let me ask you this.
Hold on, cause I gotta jump in here, brother. I gotta jump in here because you're from South Central, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm right down the road from you.
Mhm.
I'm literally right down the road from you. LA has its own culture.
Right.
It wasn't always like that, but the culture is what it is now because of probably I'm just gonna say gangs.
Right.
There's
I was part
there's
of it.
there's gangs and there's drugs that flooded the neighborhood and it transformed it and I talked about this on my show about probably like 2-3 days ago. That terminology, do as I say, not as I do, has ruined us because now no one has to be the example. You see that? If I can tip and sip and then tell you stop doing it and then claim the moral high ground because I'm older than you, that causes mistrust between older generation and the younger generation.
Well, I'm coming
LA,
from a perspective like I tell the younger generation what we did was wrong, and I
right,
hold
but see,
hold
but
myself
the problem is
accountable.
they didn't. It's one thing to say what I did was wrong, and you can do that, and you can say be better than me. But the young people need to see an example. And
Right.
LA culture is just LA culture because if you go right up the road to the Bay, they're not divided in the Bay.
No, not at all.
They got a culture that supports black anything and black everything, and that's why when you see their hip hop, it's different from our hip hop.
True. True.
They put that
Honestly,
they
Jay
put their
Knox,
own
I
people
would
on.
say this to you.
So hold on real quick. So I would just say we got to learn to travel amongst different communities of Black Americans and not think that this Black America is all of Black America because we're stuck within the confines of LA County. We got to go out. Sometimes we got to travel out. You got to go down south and see how they do it down south. You got to go up. You got to go to the east. You got to go to the Midwest. You got to go up to Northern California and get some of that flavor and bring that back with you.
I understand that, but what I was saying, like generally speaking, and I get what you guys saying, but in general, just look at this.
Brother, it really gets down like this. Personally, interpersonally, in your day-to-day walk, how many black businesses are you taking your dollars to?
Okay, I own a hobby store in South Central Los Angeles, 8319 South Central Avenue. What I did was I bought a high-end hobby store to my community because what we did as children, we wanted to go get like the RC cars, called the RC car hobbyist, and then we had to go to Torrance, California. Torrance, California was like the worst place to go because the white folks didn't want us over there, and them police were something else, and we had to go through a mess to get some toys to play with. So I said one day I will come to my community and I will bring that forth what I see, and I have it right there right now. You go look up RC is your price. I did that for my community.
Put all your information in the chat, bro.
Look, bro.
We can get you.
Look,
Let's
listen,
throw some
brother.
business your way right now.
All you gotta do is Google RC's Your Price. You got the #1 hobby store in South Central LA, black owned, BLK owned, brother. And I mean,
Hey, but you do realize that. But you do realize that the problems that's hitting LA or the West Coast is not unique, right?
I lived it,
Same
homie. I was
problem
dodging
everywhere.
bullets, player. Like, listen to me. I was dodging bullets out there when the SF was shooting at us. When we was at Black.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that the tragedies that are in
Right.
the LA community and or our urban communities
I'm
where
trying to-
black people mostly are, that is not just regional. That is countrywide. The same issues that's going on in your neighborhood, in your community, in your city, are the same ones that are going on in the other black communities around the country.
No doubt.
And now that we're together, we can all see that we are all experiencing the same types of abuse and overreach.
But see, the
Right.
thing about
And
like people just now catching on to what I've been going through for the longest. That's the thing, King. That part.
I get what you're saying.
It's not new
It's
to
real
us, man.
personal right now.
It's nothing new to us. We grew to this.
I'm muted. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me incorporate this piece in there too. Listen. Also, you got to understand that we got a lot of people in LA that look like us, but are not us.
Of course.
And they're also involved in the gangs.
Yeah, New York having the
Also
same
in the
problem.
communities.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
wonder why there's no camaraderie, because you look at them like we're all black and we shouldn't be doing this. But because within these gangs, and I don't want to just holler out one group, but we know there's a lot of Belizeans in LA.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to denigrate them, but I'm just saying they're black, they cosplay as us, but they're really not for us like that. I mean,
I know,
one of my
and
best- one of my-
they deal
one
with
of
the
my best
Arabs.
friends
You know what I'm talking about? They deal with the Arabs. I know what you're talking about.
is Belizean. But still, what I'm saying is you're not going to get, you wonder why we're not together down there really like that, like we should be. It's because we're in that melting pot and we're looking for some camaraderie. We're looking for some brotherhood. And that brother that we think is our brother, it's not really our brother.
Yep. I come
And
from
that's
need to
the problem.
remember.
And they're mixed in. They're so mixed in with us that, and we grew up with them, we don't even know.
right.
You know, you need to remember what Dr.
That's why
Anderson said.
that LA mentality, that's why something's always been off. Always been a little off. You love it, and then there's this disdain for it a little bit too. It's like,
Right.
it's because they all look like us and they're not us. And we're just mixed in and we don't know who's who. We forgot to ask where your family's from.
Right.
That's a down south thing that we brought to California. We used to do that,
Right.
but we got out of that. And then when we got infiltrated with COINTELPRO, that really messed us up.
The DURGS really tore
Really
our
did a
families
number on
apart.
us out there, brother.
It really did. It's up to the men to go to the other men and say, we've got to fix this. We've got to correct this. We've got to restitch that thread within our community.
It's so bad. We done married in and don't even know who we met. We're like, oh man, you know, we just think everybody's black down there, and then it's us versus the Mexicans sometime or the Hispanics, and it's wild and crazy out there. It's wild and crazy out there. That's just what it is.
But see,
Well, I talked to you about that before.
How do you correct that mentality that's already, see that mentality? It's the LA mentality. That mentality is what brings all that nonsense with it. We have to get the people out of that mentality. If we get them out of that mentality and start preaching black consciousness, that's the only thing that's going to save it. We got to get more. I mean, as we got Tariq Nasheed down there, man. We need to hit them with. They all need to be understanding what Hidden Colors is and what it's all about. They all need to understand.
We're not saying kill the kumbaya that is within.
I talked to you about this
or
before. Big dog, like Vicente Guerrero. That was an essay, like a Mexican
Right.
dude. You know what I'm saying? Like he liberates the Hispanics. He's,
Right.
dark skin.
He was us. He was us.
He wasn't the only one.
Right. He wasn't the only one.
right.
He wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
So
Palenque, yeah.
that's why right now
Yeah.
they're leaning out so much to us for our help because they know how we get down.
Hugo Chavez, who was they called him a dictator of Venezuela who passed. He used to call himself black.
Yeah, and see,
Yeah,
that's another
Yeah.
thing too.
he
You know what?
Afro Latino.
You know what? I
Americano.
know this, right? If you look at places like New York, right, and you look at big places that got these large immigrant populations, right? It's basically only a few places. It's not that many, okay? But what happened is that they coming in on that we minorities too talk, okay? They coming in on that we minorities too talk, okay? They coming in.
Mute up now.
We minorities too.
I think it's Lions. You got to come off the Bluetooth. You got to come off Lions. Roy, you got to come off the Bluetooth, bro. That's what it is. When you got the Bluetooth in, it causes feedback and reverb to the platform. So go to your speakerphone or go to your regular phone, and that should fix that problem. Just come off the Bluetooth or the earphone. Go ahead, David. You were saying something?
No, yeah, it sounded like I got dropped. But now listen, I was saying that they coming in on it's certain population because it ain't everywhere, right? It's just certain large immigrant populations with that melanin, right? They coming in and they infiltrating using that we minorities. And the one dude in New York, right, that's running for mayor, he said that he African American. You know what I'm saying? He a Arab.
Well,
Where's he from?
yeah. He's from UK.
He a Arab. He's like
You talking about
some-
that
you know?
Mumdani?
If he's
whatever.
from the continent, he gets to say he's an African American. There ain't no other way about that.
No, I don't agree with that. But that brother's family. That
I
brother's.
mean, that's
but
where
see,
his
that's the
heritage
problem.
is.
That
It's
brother-
from the continent.
Hold on.
This
No,
is
no,
why
this-
we delineate.
Hold on. Yes, this is exactly why we delineate, because this brother's family is Indian. He was born in Uganda. He became an American citizen, and now he thinks he gets to classify himself as African American. No, sir. What is your mother and your father? What are they? You are what.
Now, this is when we're going to disagree. Because I'm going to say, by legality, he has the right to claim African American. The same way that Trevor Noah gets to claim African American. He was born on the African continent. He migrated to America and got his citizenship.
Trevor Noah is South Africa. He is a half caste. He's half Dutch.
I'm not disagreeing or saying anything, but again, Trevor Noah gets to claim African American. Is my only point.
He is an African American. He is African American. He's from Africa, and then he became an American.
So is he. So is the boy in the mayor.
He was born there. Listen, this is
and he was raised up there, and he got his entire education from there.
This is the whole thing we've been trying to delineate from. The fact that a Nigerian who is born here can call themselves Black American. That's exactly what's going on.
That.
No. It's the same thing, though. You can't disagree with one and then say the other.
I'm not disagreeing.
You can't immigrate to an ethnic group.
You can't. You can't exactly. You can't immigrate to an ethnic group. You can't do that. We don't allow that, and we call that out.
Exactly. You know what happened too? And they've been doing this too, bro. Like if you look at the Obama administration, man, Valerie Jarrett, bro, she said she was African American. And listen, bro.
Well, you have to remember, bro. Not to cut you off.
No way, Valerie.
They've been doing it since the immigration process got opened up. That was the whole purpose. In the 70s, Black people were too unfocused and too happy not being treated so badly that we didn't stick to the goal of getting that money that Dr. King spoke to, or going at them like Malcolm spoke to. And what they did is they used the immigrant minority status to weaken our position.
Yeah,
but they've been doing it since the inception of that. Right. All those groups came into existence after the immigration law.
Let me finish this. Right. Well, what I'm telling you is this, right? It's kind of like when BLM started. When BLM started, it started grassroots. Okay? When the civil rights era started, it started grassroots. Okay? When you look at MLK in that speech that he wrote, he didn't even write that speech. So what I'm saying is that they get in these groups and they hijack the civil rights group. Everything we had, it started basically organically, it started from the roots. But if you look at them little hats, as people like to call them, they get in there and they say, hey, we minorities too. They play this game and then they infiltrate it, and before you know it, we advocating for everybody instead of ourselves, is what I'm
And
saying.
this is why we actually have the moral high ground, brother. Because we know that the powers that be, or those entities that are in power right now, have stolen our identity and our history and tried to cast it onto others as if they were the originators of it. And we know better. AI is telling us every day, every time somebody asks, it gives them the same answer. We was there. It was us. Again, you can't go back
Right.
more
No,
than
I'm
7,000 years and find YT people. You go to 7,000,
right.
I'm sorry, and 99 rather, and everything is black. Every skeleton is black. Every bone is black. There's reasons for that. There are reasons. I mean, you really got to look at it like this, from my perspective. The idea that Mansa Musa was establishing mosques and libraries and turning Mali into a regional educational and economic hub for the world. Where has our dominant society done something like that for the world, for the community?
Not finna do that. They're not finna do that. They're not
Exactly.
finna. First of all,
That's
the
a given
Africans,
now. We
African
know they're
people
not
on
gonna.
that continent, is the one that basically freed them Europeans. Okay, because if you look at that
Oh, they
geographical
definitely
location,
civilized the Europeans for sure, brother. Absolutely, they
they
civilized
freed,
the
yeah,
Europeans.
and they came back to hunt at the whole entire world. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is
Come
that
on.
they don't got nothing to do with what's going on in North America. See, that's just the
Exactly.
thing about this whole,
We
African, this
can't keep
Pan
going
African
back to
thing.
Africa to find some. No, man, we got everything we got and need here. We
Here,
can
yeah,
all we gotta do is go back and search in our ancestry, and we can find where we built hubs that help a whole
right,
community, a whole society of people. Forget what
right,
Mansa Musa and all, but whatever they did over there, that God bless them.
That was over there.
But what
I
we did over
agree.
here is what matters
right.
most.
And see,
I
that's the
care less
thing
for Mansa
about
Musa.
that's right. That whole, what makes that whole argument about the African thing, because we didn't know. Okay, we deserve to give our ancestors some grace. They didn't know. Okay, they were going through so much, they didn't know. All right, but that big Atlantic Ocean goes to tell you that, man, it's no, you had contact, but this place developed independently. The Americas, they developed independently. Okay, they still discovering these cities all over the place. Okay, just all over. It's been a very advanced place. Okay, and they keep tying us back to Africa, and that's another game that's we gonna have to deal with. Just like them hijacking our movements that was organically. Now we see in the future they coming with this African thing. They hijacking that, tying us into that to absolutely get them paid. And that's gonna cause a lot of confusion. It's already happening right now. So we just fighting all over the place. You know what I mean? We'll win, of course, because we got truth on our side. But what I'm saying is that they get into these organic movements and they hijack them. You know what I mean? With this
You
minority
know how to
thing.
stop that? You know how we stop that? You know how we stop that?
Listen,
How?
We think tank. See, what happened is we don't have a think tank. We just have a movement. They have a think tank that helps them infiltrate and co-opt our movements.
You don't think the Boule is like a think tank?
Not for
Yeah,
us.
yeah. That not for us, for them.
I'm just saying for
That's why you
Yeah,
see black
I'm
people when they
saying,
talk
Basically,
about the
like
Heritage
the
that's
white
Foundation.
tee
we know.
version of
I'm saying
them,
the
like the white
grassroots,
tee version of them, like they not looking out for the average white tee person either.
the
They
boule.
could care. They've
No, I'm
never
saying like
cared.
the
They've
white
never
tee, the white
cared.
tee
The rich have
counterpart.
never
Hold on,
cared
hold on,
about
hold
the
on,
poor.
hold on. Let them
Yeah.
let them say.
I'm
I
saying
can't
like
hear my.
the white tee think tanks aren't looking out for the best interest of the common white tee person.
Okay,
No, they're
okay,
not. They've never shown
okay,
that they were.
okay. But they're but okay. Now we're getting into a territory that we got to be careful. Only because you know not all YT are YT. I'll just say it like that. They may be white. They may classify themselves as YT, but they have an allegiance elsewhere. And I'll just leave it at that. So when you understand that's what's going on, when we had a sister in Ishmael in our room just play a video of where they said the most harmful people to our people is the younger black generation, then we
A
know
small hat saying that.
what the problem is. We know what it is. So eventually we gonna have to step two. Eventually. We're trying to say, hey man, everybody. See, here's the thing. This is what we got to watch out for the game that they play. They want us to be on the front line of everything. That's what they want. They want the law of attrition to get us first, while they save their strength and come with the last hurrah.
Yeah.
We got to prevent that.
Yeah.
No more canary in the coal mine.
We need to be more. We need to be more strategic, and we need to be like, hey, listen, y'all go step two and prove yourself because y'all haven't put in no work. We've been putting in work.
Right.
Y'all go put in y'all work, and we sit back and let the law of attrition touch them, not us. And then we put our last hurrah together. That's what it got to be, because they're always going to try to push us to the front. They're always going to try to. We know exactly who it is.
Yeah.
We know exactly what's happening to us. Now that we know exactly what's happening to us, what are we going to do about it to keep it from happening to us?
Right.
That's got to be our modus operandi.
Well, too much. I had a question for you, and for cousins also, for everybody. What do y'all think? Like, do y'all think that we just need our own party, or what is y'all thoughts on that?
We were talking about
with
that
that.
earlier, bro.
I'm with that. We listen. Y'all want to know? Listen, me and cousin, we be strategizing in the background. Listen, listen.
But there's a reason why I'm asking this, because I don't know what it is, but man, I done had like 6. I don't usually do that. I'm 58. That ain't never happened to me before. I had like 5 or 6 dreams in a row about stuff like start your own, and it keep every time I see blue.
Let me tell you what we need to do. Let me tell you something. When you got a wounded animal, when an animal is wounded,
and they're wounded right now,
but they're dangerous, what do you do? When a dangerous animal is wounded, but they're dangerous,
right?
What do? You
kill it. I mean, you unalive it.
Okay, listen, the Democratic Party, is wounded.
It's almost unalived.
We can't worry about the Republicans right now.
No, because they
hanging from the Democratic Party right now.
Yeah.
For the record, that was just 18% of the voting bloc that did not vote for them, and they got trounced.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, while the Democrat Party is wounded, we need to do the righteous thing and get them up out the pain.
Well,
we need to start.
Whoever offered the biggest bag is my position.
Because here's no. It's no longer the two-party. Listen, we got a chance to destroy the two-party system.
Yeah, right now.
By getting one wounded dog up out the pain for good.
Yeah,
we get that one wounded dog.
There's never been an opportunity like we have now
Exactly.
Well,
The climate is
we've
perfect.
had multiple as a country. We've
climate
had
is
multiple
perfect.
parties before.
Listen,
The
doesn't
problem
matter.
with multiple
This
parties
is what's going
is
to
that you
happen.
never get a proper
hold on.
coalition.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Once we put the nail in the coffin to this particular party, they're going to flip to another party. What party do you think they're going to flip to?
It's got to be us.
No. What
No,
party? do you think they're
they
gonna
would
flip
stick
talking
with the
about they're
money
gonna
and the
go-
power.
Okay.
Exactly.
Them liberal Democrats will flip to conservative republicanism ASAP.
Okay.
They're gonna. What did they all do when Kamala lost? A lot of them jumped ship to who? Look at the mayor of New York. What did he do? He started Trump.
Okay.
They're gonna flip to the other side. That just makes more sense. Why? Because they're establishment people. They're
Right.
used to being bought and paid for by specific groups. When you end one's career, they're gonna naturally flip over there, and they're
Okay.
gonna become staunch conservative. And what does that do? That gives a rise to something new.
There you go.
It gives a rise to a new political party that's not establishment.
Yeah.
Now
Look at Joe Manchin.
Well,
Joe
actually,
Manchin's
right
supposedly
now-
a Democrat, but he sided with the Republicans most of the time. He taking the biggest check, the biggest bag that's coming to him is where he's laying his bed. That's how he's feathering his bed.
So what do? We need to start a party,
right.
and it has, and here's what it creates. Now it creates a clear view on where you stand.
Right.
You either stand for the people, which is going to be the new party coming up, and we're going to have and then you're going to stand for the what? The establishment, which is the party that's been here all the time, and they're bought and paid for by one. Now, eventually, what's going to happen is
Mute up, Dave.
the same people that are funding the establishment is going to try to. You got to mute up, brother. You got to mute up. It's too loud. It's going to try to infiltrate us. Eventually, they're going to send people in, and they're going to act like they're grassroots, and they're going to be here watching, and they're going to be telling what's what, and they're going to try to weasel them way into power.
It ain't gonna work
and
this
oust
time.
out the grassroots, but we can't allow that.
It ain't gonna work this time because we're way more knowledgeable than what we were in the
We hope
past.
so, because what does the Bible say? What's going to happen? He's gonna give us 1,000 years peace, and then he's gonna release the devil again.
Just
to
a
do
little
his trick.
season.
So we got to make sure that we're ready this time. So
Right.
we need to we need to stick a nail in the coffin to the Democratic Party. They need to have so much mud and so much distrust on their name that nobody wants to be associated with them. Nobody.
Hey, too
We
much.
need to be only the party for LGBTQ and immigrant, and we know the immigrants are going out. The immigrants are going out the door, so they're going to lose that. And nobody in their right mind is going to stick by a wounded animal. It's going out. We got to have something to fill its place, and when we fill its place, we got to make sure that it's in sync and it's protected. It's gatekeep. But what that's going to create is a clear dichotomy of good versus evil. It's like you're gonna have to pick a side. You're either going to be for the establishment, which we're going to call evil, and then or you're going to be for the people, which is going to be righteousness and what's going to be good.
Right.
We've never had that in our country before.
We've never
had a clear dichotomy of what we've always had, the lesser of two evils. But we have an opportunity right now.
Yes.
To
I
have
mean, the climate is perfect.
party. The climate is perfect. We have a time right now.
Even the Democrats and the Republican people, even the people are sick of both parties. The people in the U.S. are tired of both parties.
Well, everybody tired.
You can't have a better climate.
What we can do is allow everybody to run over to Elon's party. Because that ain't gonna be
If he's serious.
That ain't gonna be no good.
You
Because
think
that's gonna
he's?
be another.
They don't
Why
like.
would you
They don't
trust
like
an
Elon.
That's gonna be another.
apartheid-raised South African
That's gonna
to
be
lead a
another
United
establishment
States
party.
government?
Nah,
It's
he
the
ain't gonna.
same
He ain't gonna
script.
get it done. They don't like Elon.
We can't. We, as the grassroots, need to start a movement towards our own political party. Yeah, see, hold up. But I hear what you're saying. Elon making moves and Elon parties make sense and all this. But I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand that's propaganda. Of course he's gonna make himself out to be the good guy.
Right? He got money.
But he's not gonna be the good guy.
Right.
You
But you know,
sound
let me
like
tell
you
let me tell
accepted Bloomberg's argument when he went to that church that stop and frisk wasn't hurting him with the black community. You believe that?
Man, listen. I'm just gonna tell you, we have an opportunity to unalive one unalived horse,
Right.
one wounded horse. We need to do it, and then we need to create a clear distinction. We need to be whatever the Republican establishment is. We need to be the opposite. And I'm not saying we can't have conservative views or we can't have some form of we got to be the party of
We just be
morals,
true to ourselves.
principles, righteousness, truth,
True to
and
ourselves. That's who we are.
You gotta vote black first no matter
People are
what.
gonna
They talking
gravitate.
about vote blue no matter who.
but
No,
but
you vote black no matter what first.
but
That's what the
my
black
thing
community is
is
supposed to be doing.
Well,
my
we
thing
have
is
to.
We
this,
have an
right? Why
opportunity to create our own party, and it can thrive and rival the Republican Party, where it's a clear distinction on what we want America to look like that people will gravitate to.
but I'm gonna
Because
ask you
people are
something.
tired of the lies, people are tired of the deceit, and we can finally run our agenda without
Right.
it being hindered or co-opted by the Democratic Party, which has been like a parasite to our community.
Right, but I'm gonna ask you something. Why is it that you say I go with the Republican Party because why reinvent the wheel when we already got a party?
Say again?
Why
Soon as you
reinvent the
can tell me
wheel?
what the Republicans have done for the black community,
No. What I'm saying is this.
then I
You
can
know,
think about getting
just
behind them.
what I'm saying is this: the Republican Party, why was it created? Right? It was
Huh?
created without it. The Republican Party, why was it created? Right? It was created without interest. We created a party, right? Now it's over the years, hundreds of years, it had been co-opted. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? By people that don't mean us no good. But that has happened in the Democratic Party also. What I'm saying is that just because they are in the Republican Party does not mean that the Republican Party is not effective. You know, you're gonna have
Oh
people.
no, there's no.
Well, hold
There's
on. Let me finish.
effective, and then there's
Let,
effective
Hold on.
for
Let
us.
me finish.
let him finish real quick.
Let me finish, bro.
Let him finish real quick.
Listen, just when you're dealing with the parties, you're gonna deal with votes, right? So you're gonna have people that don't like us in that party. You know what I mean? Regardless. But that don't mean we should abandon the party that, historically has worked for us.
Let me see. Let me
Yeah,
say.
historically, yeah.
Let
I
me.
mean,
I don't know about that.
Let me pick
Reconstruction showed us that
Yeah, but
the
that
Republican.
that
Hold on,
that
wait a
period
minute.
in time.
Let me,
Okay,
let
brother.
me, but
No,
it happened. What I'm saying is that, see, this is the thing. We can't just wash away all the gains just because things have changed. We got to look at the whole totality. When we
Did y'all
was in the
watch that
restructure.
interview with Tucker Carlson and George Santos? Did y'all watch that?
No, what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I didn't watch it. I'm gonna let you tell me. But what I'm saying is that.
You need to watch it.
Okay.
Okay,
Because
well,
what you're saying is what George Santos was talking about. Listen, man, that party is corrupt. Listen, from the top
Corrupt to the
down.
Yeah,
core.
but we not corrupted, bro. This is what I know what they are. They've been
But
corrupted.
listen, but
You
we're
can't
at a
attach your clean
disadvantage.
self to something
We're at a
corrupt.
disadvantage. Let me say it like let
You
me say it
can't
in
attach
scripture.
yourself
Let
to
me say
that.
it in scriptural terms. Okay, you cannot put on new clothes on
On the
top of
old
old
garment.
garments.
On an old garment, you
You
cannot, and you
can't do it.
cannot pour
We
new
never
wine
put
in an
those
old
clothes
bottle.
on. We never put those clothes on.
But you are because you're talking about infiltrating something that has become dirty.
Let me
No,
say
no.
it
What I'm
real
saying,
quick.
no,
Can't
no.
clean. Listen, you can't clean that part.
Let me say it from a standpoint. When about 20 years ago, I was trying to get into ministry, and I was going to go to this tabernacle that these people used to go to. I was going to start using the building. This old minister came up to me and he said, "Bill, don't go in there." I said, "Why?" He said, "Look," he said, "that's got a lot of history and a lot of emotion attached to it. And people, every time they see that place, they're going to relate their emotions to the stuff that happened there." He said, "You brand new, you just starting." He said, "You got to be clean." He said, "You got to have a clean slate." He said, "Don't never attach yourself to something that's already got a lot of emotion and baggage." He said, they will never come to you." He said, "They will never come."
But that's not our history, though. That's not even the
It
clothes that you
don't matter
talk.
if it's
What
our
I'm saying,
history.
hold on.
Hold on,
What
David.
you are
David,
advocating
listen
for
to
is for
yourself.
us to cling to that history.
David, listen to yourself. That's not our history. It's no longer our house. It's no longer.
It's no longer our house.
Listen. We need to start something brand new with a with a clear, focused foundation of who we are and what we want this party to become. That's what we can't do that in someone else's house because they still got leadership. They still got congressional. They still got speakers of the house. We're going to be competing against them, trying to, and it's not. Listen, they got money and resources over there that we don't have. We can't send our people up in there and expect them to be protected and safe. No, it's not going to be safe. And listen, all I'm saying is, listen, go back. Listen, y'all need to watch that interview. We know George Santos is going to jail. We know he's guilty. We know what he did was wrong. But at least he did a tell-all so y'all can understand what is the Republican Party and how in shambles it really
you think
is.
it's on
And if
YouTube
you
too
think
much?
the Republican Party was bad,
Yeah, it is.
it's
Okay.
20 times. It's 20
But
times
I
worse
know,
in the
I
Democratic
know
Party.
what the Republican. What I'm saying is this. Y'all taking what I'm saying and twisted it. Just because they have distorted it, all right? And I'm hearing what y'all
You
saying,
can't
but what
save
I'm
it.
saying is
You can't save it.
what somebody else done don't have nothing to do. They
You can't.
already been
Yes,
destroyed.
it does.
Okay, hold on.
No, because we
I'm
didn't
gonna
do
make
it.
it very
No,
simple. How would we do what you're saying to do?
because
What's
it's
your
already
strategy?
built. What I'm saying is that it's
What's your
already built.
strategy?
Okay,
Yeah,
what I'm
exactly.
saying,
That's the problem. It's already built.
That's the
Built
yeah,
the
but
problem.
it's
wrong way.
but
It's built the
right.
wrong way. So
No,
what's
no,
your
it's
strategy to take it over?
what I'm saying is this: it's not built the wrong way. What I'm saying is that you got people that are in there that are corrupt. The structure is the same. I don't care what party you go to. It's still a structure. Now, if you put corrupt people in there, they're going to corrupt it. You know what I mean?
They're in the powerful. They're in the most powerful pieces in that party. How are you going to get those people out?
They are the
Getting
most
past
powerful. What I'm saying is they are the most powerful people in that party because it works.
So how are you going to get them out?
It works for them.
How
No,
are you
listen,
going to get them
the
out?
Democratic Party works for them too. What I'm saying is that
I'm
this is the
saying
thing.
it's working for those powerful individuals. It is not working for
Brother,
the community.
answer the question.
I'm trying to.
How are you going to get the bad? You're talking
How you
about
gonna
taking
get 'em
over
out?
a party. How are we going to take over the party?
Listen, just because they are corrupt, I don't just believe you should abandon
Okay,
it. That's all
answer
I'm
the
saying.
question.
I'm
How?
answering.
What's your strategy of how it's going to be done? Go.
Just don't be corrupt.
No,
That's an individual choice that big business doesn't
we
allow
can't
you
do
to
the
make.
same thing over and
No.
over again, expecting different results.
You're
That's
not
the
there.
definition of insanity.
So if you
It's
go to
already
of
being
insanity.
tried.
I still, to me,
It's
brother,
already
it sounds
been
like you
tried.
having a real nice way of saying, accept these crumbs.
No, we're not doing that. We're
We're
not.
not accepting no
Listen, bro, I'm
crumbs.
not saying that. Listen, we gotta have the
over.
numbers for anything.
Hold
That day over with.
on. That's easier said than it is done. There's no way you're going to walk up in another person's house and tell them get out.
There you go.
That's
It wasn't
not our
their
house.
house.
anymore. No,
It's
it
not
is.
their house.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
No.
Show me the strong man in that house that we own. Show me the strong man in that house that we own.
You know how they got. Listen, what I'm saying is this: regardless of what party, right? First of all, when you talk about parties, you're talking about votes. So mathematically, we had a disadvantage already with the votes. So they could go into any party that we create freshly and corrupt it. Any party, that's math. All right. So we start a new party, they could still come in there using numbers
It's going to
and
be more
corrupt it.
difficult to corrupt the new party because we're more aware this time of what's going on, and we have our leadership, our grassroots
Right,
in charge of that. They would
right.
have to buy our grassroots. They would have to say, "Listen, do you wanna destroy your lineage for some money?" That's pretty much, and we're gonna be like, "Hell no,
No,
hell
hell
no," because
no.
guess what?
David,
Because
did you
hold on,
watch
hold on,
Game
hold
of
on, hold
Thrones,
on.
David?
No, sir.
I'm also saying this. We got to get a financial piece if we're going to keep that party. That's what. Again, I don't want to keep beating the dead horse, but I'm going to keep promoting it. Blockchain technology, FBA coin, our own currency, our own political party,
That's it.
our own resources,
Absolutely.
our own power.
That's the day
And
we're
then
living
we
in.
don't-
That's the
and-
day.
Absolutely.
and we fund everything, and they fund nothing. We put it in the bylaws.
Yeah.
We put it. We stay on code, and we say we're not accepting foreign money.
Look.
We're not accepting foreign influence. We're not accepting establishment money. We're not.
Nothing. Nobody's going to buy us. No one's
We're
Exactly.
going to be a grassroots party, and we're going to stay that way. And this is how we're gonna do it.
And we can do it.
And I'm
You're
not
going to
sure
meet
we'll
us
We
on
don't have
our
to
terms.
infiltrate
we can
nothing.
We are not
before.
going to meet you
We
on
don't
your
have
terms.
to infiltrate
No.
nothing. We don't
Right.
listen. We got many people that are like, well, we infiltrated the NAACP. No, you didn't. You didn't infiltrate no NAACP. You just went into the NAACP and you made some demand and you still walked out with nothing.
Right.
NAACP is no longer ours. It's theirs. They
It's
took it
theirs.
from us.
Yeah, but I'm not for just abandoning something just because you got to
Brother.
fight for it.
Fight
You're
for
gonna
it.
have to give me something. You're gonna have to give me something to vote for, brother.
Yeah, we got to fight for it.
I'm not
Yeah.
just sticking
What
with
I'm
you
saying
just
is-
because you there. What's in it for me?
Brother,
Nah,
listen. If we don't own it, we don't want it.
There you go.
Right.
Matt, that's
If
not how
we
the
don't
voting
own
system.
it, we don't want it. That's just what it is.
Voting
If
is
we
a
don't own it,
transactional
we
action.
don't
I
want
do
it.
for you, you do for me. You haven't been doing for me in 60 years. Tell me why I should vote for you.
We haven't even been in. Listen, what I'm saying is this, right? When you look at either party, let's say we start another party, right? It still can be in the same position that we are in now because number-wise, when you talk about a political party, you're talking about votes. So they could come in and distort the same party that we just started. The Republican Party was a new party. Okay? It was a new party. Then they came in and it started off good, but then guess what? They got in there and distorted it. But we
What
made the most.
distorted it?
what-
What
I
corrupted
get
it?
They corrupt. They are corrupt people.
They got corrupted because of the money, brother. Because
Right.
big business came in and said, I
Big
got the
Pharma.
largest lumber mill. I got the newspaper industry. I've got this thing,
Big
and I
Pharma.
want these laws passed for this. And they bought
Right.
the politicians,
There you
and they've
go.
ended up
There
in that
you go.
early era. They bought the governorship.
There
The
you
governor
go.
set and picked the senators who were all voting under the same line. They were never, ever on the side of us in that regard. The
This
group
all
that you're
takes Ronald
talking about
Reagan.
are the radical Republicans of that era. That's how black people got what they got. It was
That's
because
exactly
of the
what I'm
radical
talking about.
Republicans.
Yeah, but we
However,
was in that
the
party.
radical Republicans have been drowned out for almost 100+ years.
But it took a long. What I'm saying, it took a long time to do that. All kind of things had to change. We had to switch. Listen to what y'all saying. We switched to the Democratic Party. We abandoned the party.
Because the very party that we had been loyal to up until then, the Republican Party, was doing nothing for us. Nothing.
Listen,
They fought against the civil rights
we
bill,
just
didn't
gonna
they?
keep going from one
Didn't they
thing
fight
to
against?
another.
No, brother. This is what the parties were doing.
Let me say something to you, David, man. I understand what you're saying and everything, but look, this is how this thing works, right? So even Diddy was talking about starting a black political party, before they took him down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he didn't care if you was Republican or Democrat. So how this thing works is that when you have, like, I'm gonna use this for instance. Let's use vegans. There's a whole bunch of vegans. They got a big community, right? So the vegans, they come with a bag and they come with their demands, right? So if we start our own party, right, and people have these demands and these things, our numbers are large. People just don't understand it. You think our numbers are not big. Our numbers are way bigger than what you think. We can make a lot of stuff move
I
and
never
shake.
said our numbers are small.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying when this comes to having having your own party, the people that are in the corrupt party, they're all getting a bag, right?
Right.
And so at this point, they came in humble with good intentions, but when that bag was put in front of their face, okay, it ain't no turning back for that, because now they have a lifestyle and they're gonna live that lifestyle. They're not gonna turn back. Like you see your Jesse Jacksons and your Al Sharptons and people like that. They're not supposed to be rich. These people have private schools for their families. They got private planes and all of that. So just like they're saying in this thing, we need our own party, and then we can monitor it from the start. Because we know that people become corrupt, people can be paid off. But now that we know how it's been in the past, now when you have your own party, everybody is monitored. Ain't nobody gonna be able to pay them off and do anything, any snake. Because there's a lot of snaking. There's always been a lot of snaking, and that's how they get us. They put somebody that looks like us in front of our face, because we're gonna trust somebody that look like us, and that's why I keep using like Al Sharpton and them, because that's who they was using. Okay, now they don't mess with them no more. So what Al Sharpton does, right? Al Sharpton is still around, but guess what he did? He got younger kids now, younger like 20 years and 30 years, running his little party and doing stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And he's not even supposed to be rich. None of these people are supposed to be rich. They're all snakes and they're backstabbers. So when you start your own party, right, they get things done. When the LGBT came with the bag, they got things done. When the vegans came with a bag, they got things done. So when we got our own party, what I'm just saying is people get things done when they have a bag to bring to the table, and our numbers is crazy.
Right.
We don't even have to have our own party. We just have to lobby our interests. That's it.
Well,
If
listen,
we lobby
all
our
I'm saying
interests
is
with
that I'm
these
not disagreeing with
candidates,
nobody.
we don't have to be a
I'm
party.
not arguing with
Yeah,
y'all.
we did this
Donate to their
before.
What I'm
campaign
saying is this.
and express your
If-
interest to
if-
them, and they know what it is.
If
Right.
you got a party, right, you're gonna have to deal with votes. Okay?
Our
Period.
numbers is crazy. Our
Right,
numbers
I'm
is
not
crazy.
saying that, but it's just not us when you talk about voting. All right, you talking about the general public also that's gonna vote.
I feel like
also.
One of the
should do it. I feel like
primary
we should do it
factors
more
in
discreet.
voting is the electoral
Like
college.
we don't call it anything. We don't call it a party. We don't have a party, but we know what our interest is. We know what our imperative is. We have it secretly among us. We raise the funds and we write the legislation, and we approach it that way.
That's where
And
I'm
don't
at.
let them propose legislation to us. We write the legislation. We
Right.
propose it to them
That's
with
where
the
I'm
funds
at
that we
with it.
donate to their campaign.
Can I say this? Can I say this real quick?
Hey, let me
This is
jump
why
in
I'm
real
not
quick.
for that. Let me say this. This is why I'm not for that, because they listen. You're giving it to corrupt people, and you're asking them to do something benevolent.
Right.
That'll never
See, we did this, but we did this before. We had our own communities. We did our own thing.
Y'all see what happens when somebody writes a legislation? They got to go to the House, and then guess what? That gets changed. Then they got to go to the Senate. Then that, and then before you know it, once it hits the Senate floor, it's a totally different bill.
I know, but like if we
make
saying like getting on code as a people, we got a lot of our people who are in Congress. Our people are actually the biggest caucus within Congress. They can shut down. They can shut down a lot of the legislation.
The Black Caucus is not our people, but it's been infiltrated. Those are
Exactly.
Man,
They are
But see, that's the
useless to
thing.
the black
A lot of
African
them-
community.
Southern Central.
See, we keep running back into
You
infiltration.
can't trust them.
see
Man.
that.
The real
Because they've been bought,
Infiltration is
brother.
one of the 7 deadly
the
sins.
real brown skinned brothers in the United States of America, no matter what city and state you go in, is in your poverty communities. Them are the real brown skinned brothers. Them are the real people who get their voice script and everything in the whole 9 yards. So whenever you leave out the poor communities or the brown skinned people, you're gonna always lose. Because that's what the United States use. They use the poor people and the brown skinned communities to
But
dominate
this is what
everything.
the problem with I hear what you're saying, and I'm gonna tell you why poverty is not necessarily a good thing. I hear what you're saying, but they can be bought because people want to get out.
You can't buy me, brother. I'm from poverty. You
I
can't
got you. That's not everybody though. That's a very few people. People are going to get out by any
means necessary.
But this is what I'm saying
We
though.
need
I'm
our
not-
astute. Hold on. We need our astute brothers and sisters who know better,
right.
who have decency in their heart, in their mind, and they want to stand on business for true righteousness. They're fed up with the corrupt system.
Exactly.
They're fed up with the corrupt regime, and they want to make a real difference.
But what I'm saying
We
is
gather those people in, and then we fill them up with the game, and they go infect everybody else. They go say, okay, man, we got something going. It's growing. It's popping. This one's legit. This one's real. This one's life-changing. And they go out and evangelize everybody else and then that's how we bring the right. But we have the structure set up to where it cannot be infiltrated. We can't keep everything. And the main thing is, if we come in with our own resources and our own money, and listen, even without the FDA coin, we got the purchasing power. We got the buying. We got $1.7 trillion that we just giving to other people because we want to.
Right.
If we can just direct our funds to one singular thing and say this is the most important thing that we need to direct our funds to, we can make it up. We can make anything happen.
We can make it happen.
We can create millionaires in one day if we decide
exactly.
to say,
See that right there? That's what we got here. That's what we got here.
And what we can do, and what we can do in the options trading market, like all organizing. Like you saw how they did with the GameStop stock.
Yeah,
I feel like what most brothers.
I made some bread off that.
Me too.
I don't know.
I made crazy bread off that.
I feel like what most brothers.
See, I'm gonna say this too
That was-
about the
that was
buying
taking-
off.
that was taking
when y'all
candy
say
from the
about
baby.
when y'all say about
I
when
feel
y'all
like-
say about
That was
buying
the
off, right?
day.
When y'all say about buying off don't necessarily work like y'all think it is. Okay,
what I was trying to
because
say.
check this out, right? Let's just look at Wisconsin. What happened when Elon Musk came in with his money? He still lost. See, we just looking at because people can be bought off, but it's not that easy. Like we proposed.
Hey,
That's what I was
He
gonna say
brought
about
in
the-
so much
a lot of
money,
money.
and he still lost.
That's what I was gonna
because they
say
messed
about
his
the
money,
that's
though.
what
They ain't talk about
I
that.
feel like
They
what a
won't
lot of
talk
brothers
about
forget
that.
once
Money.
they start making a certain
No,
amount
he
of
had the
money.
most money.
What a lot of brothers forget
No,
once they start
that's what
making a certain
they
amount of
put
money
it out there
is-
like that.
what a lot of brothers forget is once they start making a certain amount of money is most brown skinned people in poverty, they still human beings. And everybody in poverty ain't dumb, and everybody in poverty ain't snakes. Most brothers in poverty is actually stand up.
That's fact.
Why a lot of people don't know is because this nigga is in poverty. He ain't got no money. He not known, so you don't know him. You feel what I'm saying? And I feel one of the biggest things I want to speak on is a lot of our people always try to run to politics and party, but wait a minute, slow your roll. Before you do that, you got to get your nationality in check. Melanated people all around the United States don't have a nation. We don't have no brown skin nation. We don't have no brown skin government.
Hold on, brother. Now I gotta ask you, where's your family from?
My family is from the Americas, but America was made by European
When you
people.
say the Americas, do you mean the United States, or are they outside of the United
The
States?
United States, no, the United States is a geographical location. That's not the specific name of this place.
Brother,
So
that's where it
So
gets.
you're talking about South America, North America,
I'm
or
asking
upper
you,
what?
brother,
What?
see,
That's
see,
not.
see, when I
I was
ask
trying
you
to
where your
explain, but
family
he
from,
ain't letting me. I was gonna
brother.
go into
Brother.
detail.
When I ask you where your family's from, you're supposed to be able to tell me where your family's
I
from.
was gonna go into detail with you, brother, but you ain't allowing
Tell
me.
me about United States. Where's your family from?
You're
Where
not
are they
allowing
from?
me to speak, brother. It's like you want to
Go
control
ahead.
my answer instead of hearing me
Go
out
ahead,
first,
brother.
and then I can
Go ahead,
elaborate
brother.
on that.
Where's your family from? Because
What
you're
I'm
talking
telling you is asking me where my family from when European colonizers changed the name of this geographical location is a trap. Because once I say my family from the United States, or say my family from Chicago, European man made these terms up.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy.
That's why we can't get nowhere because
Oh
nobody want
boy.
to get. You don't want to give a
Yeah,
straight.
that's always
It's a
a
simple
dead
question
end
and
right
simple
there.
answer.
That's a
So
dead
we
end
can't
every
get
time.
nowhere if you keep confusing us and confusing yourself at the same time. If you just say my family from Chicago and they come by way of this, I can understand that. Let's talk with what the language that we can understand, and then we can debate everything else later.
Right. My family is from Chicago and down south, the Midwest and down south, like any other average brown skinned man.
Okay. All right, brother. All right. Okay.
Now,
All
but
right.
what I'm saying is we've been tricked from school boards
I
and
got you.
school systems and
I
shit.
got you.
So the thing is, we don't have no nation. We label ourselves as American, which is European system. We don't have no real nation. We under slave masters nations. And
Which is why the argument is to get and develop a political party that speaks
a political
specifically and
party is not a
exclusively,
nation, brother. You need a nation before you
brother.
can have a
But we are
political party.
inside of a nation to get what is owed to us.
Listen,
That is
listen,
our goal.
I
We're not here
actually
to
hear-
end
You're not
racism.
hearing me.
Actually,
You
hold
ain't
on.
hearing me. You ain't hearing me.
I actually hear what you're saying, brother, and how we need to operate and how we need to function is like a nation within a nation. That's how
Exactly.
we need to function. I can agree with that. We need to have a constitution. We need to have bylaws. We need to have a rites of passage. We need to reestablish the things of old and bring them currently to what we have in 2025. That's all. I got you. We got an FBA constitution already. Whether you identify with that or not, we have an FBA constitution. We have a House of Elders. We have a House of Builders. We have a House of Youth. We have the House of Mothers.
Right now, that's what we need to handle right now.
Men and women, and we're getting those things established. But we got to pick one thing at a time.
Right now, what we could pick is our dollars.
Domino effect. Go ahead.
We could pick our dollars right now. That's what we can control, where our dollars are going. When it's coming to creating a whole political party, that's a whole nother fight in itself. And I don't think we prepared for that due to the fact we don't have the numbers, and the corrupt people that y'all talking about that's in charge, they won't do nothing but put our votes in. They'll categorize, misplace us, and do all the funny games that they play. What we need is
we have an opportune time though. That we have a wounded duck. We have a wounded animal, right?
I hear you when you say that, but we created another party or whatever. Ain't nothing gonna get hurt. What we need is our policies to get passed. That's what we need. Whatever policies we want to get, that's what we need.
It's all about pushing legislation that we
the
want
policies
forward and
already
not
there.
allowing them to strip that legislation to
You
nothing.
know you can chew gum and walk though, right? You know you can chew gum and walk. You don't have to
Right,
just
but
chew gum and
the
stand in one
policies
place.
already there. Too much. We already got policies, right? Just
What
because
policies?
one okay for reparations, right? So we say, let's say the Democrats got the reparations, but that's not just for the Democrats. That's for black people. That means you
Right.
can use that for
Can I
Republicans
tell you something?
and
Can I tell you
Democrats.
something? Can I tell you something?
I don't care
Okay.
which of them cut the check.
If I got a piece of
That's
fresh
where we
fruit-
all at, and that's
Hold on,
how we
let me-
need to be.
Let me explain it. If I got a piece of fresh fruit and the corner of it got mold on it, and I don't get the mold out, that whole fruit gonna get corrupt.
That's right.
Whenever what you're talking about is dealing with mold with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, and pass our fresh fruit, our lineage-based policy with that piece of mold on it. We can't do that. It's not gonna work.
We need a Trojan horse.
They're gonna promise us reparations, but there's gonna be some mold on that attached to that reparation
Exactly.
that we have to accept with the reparations.
We don't
Us
ask
starting
for
our
free,
own
we
party
gotta
is
take
not
it.
gonna fix that.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
I'm gonna tell
it
you
is.
how.
Freedom,
I'm
we
gonna
gotta
tell
take
you
it.
how. Our focus is on destroying this one party that's already wounded and having another party in its place while we're destroying that one party. We gotta let this one party crash and burn out completely.
Right now, we need to focus on our
there has to be
dollars.
so much emotion and negative energy attached to this one party that we don't want nothing to do with it anymore. Where it only makes sense that we start our own. And when we started, we supported. We
Soon
stand
as we
behind
start it and
you,
we
and we
support it,
protect
it's
it.
gonna be a flood of immigrants into the
No,
U.S. to undermine us. That's what they.
listen,
That's what they're gonna do.
listen. Okay,
Yeah.
you're
They
right.
gonna run.
You're
They
right.
gonna run that rainbow
You're right.
party. That
You're
rainbow party
right.
gonna go against
You're
us.
right.
Everything gonna be against us. We
I
the most
got you.
hated people in this
But
place.
I got you.
that would
And
be nothing new,
we're
though.
always gonna.
Stop
That's
worrying about the
exactly that's
negativity,
nothing new.
man.
We're
That's our
always gonna be
problem.
the most hated. We're always gonna be the most. But we can't care anymore. I don't care what nobody thinks about me. I don't care what nobody feels about me. All I know is I gotta stand on business and I gotta do what's right and I gotta walk the straight and narrow path. That's all I know.
And so when standing on business, that means we doing things to get policies passed and pushed. Just
We're doing that, of course,
putting ourselves in a group,
But
in a party, it ain't gonna move nothing.
but again, as we're trying to get these policies passed and pushed, we got to understand that there's going to be mold on it. They're going to attack. That's what they've always done. That's what they're always going to do. There's no reason for us to be naive and think they're not going to change something that we already wrote. We're going to have to accept some bad with whatever good that we write.
Right. That's
it.
politics.
And when are we going to?
I mean,
I got
you all
I
have
got
been seeing how legislation has been being passed lately. In order for the poor, prior to this last tax cut, in order for the poor, middle class, and underprivileged to receive some sort of benefit from the government, they attached a tax cut for the wealthy. That's what they've been doing. If you want to get something for the disadvantaged, you got to cut something for the richest people in this country.
The issue that we had is we ain't putting no policy in front of them.
It's not even about money.
Well,
Money
because
is-
they're not bringing policy to us. They're
gotta
bringing the
take our
policy
policy
that benefits
to
them
them.
to us and saying
Right
back
now, while they
I
got
think
that
that's true,
wounded
brother.
party,
I think we've
while that
written
party
many
is wounded,
policies.
we got to take our policy straight to them. We
I
ain't
got
been
you.
doing
And
that.
listen,
We've been fighting
I'm
for
telling
all
you,
other things.
I'm telling you, we've done that. But the moment it gets to them, they say, okay, we taking this out. Okay, we taking this out. Okay, we're going to change this name. We're going to call it this. It don't even look like the same policy we brought to
Right.
them, brother, because we're bringing it to them.
Right,
We
but
have
too
to
much.
stop bringing it to them, and we got to start saying, no, this is our policy. This is the way we wrote it. This is the way we want it to be, and you're not going to touch it. You're not going to change it. And we're going to say, this is the policy, and we're running with this. But we need our own party to do that. We
Okay,
can't
too
step,
much.
We can't step to the political game without our own political party. We can keep handing off policies that you can write a policy and put it in a politician's hand, and by the time you get it back, you won't even think you wrote that policy.
And that's what we got to
See,
make.
if you got black Republicans and black Democrats, their positions cancel each other out, and thereby make the entire body
This the thing,
move.
though, right?
The
This the
agenda
thing,
is not
cousin.
our agenda. That's
Too
the
much.
problem. Their agenda is their agenda. It's not
But-
our agenda. We have to push our own agenda, and the only way we can do that is we got to own the house.
Right, but too much. This is what I'm saying about. See, we looking at them, right? And the only reason why they are where they at is because they see
Because they
don't
play a
even
dirty
supposed to be-
game.
They don't even supposed to be right there. If you really want to be honest, let's be honest here. Gerrymandering put them right there and kept them right there. So they don't supposed to be there. Once we get the parties,
They don't
whatever
care how they
parties
got
that
there,
is,
brother.
the other parties they are right. They are there illegally. Okay, they have cheated and redistricted and all this shit type of trick and all the trickery.
Facts.
So the thing, what I'm saying is that
Why you want to give them a
it
bill? That's
works. What I'm saying,
You know
it
what they're
works.
doing.
But what I'm saying is that it works, man. Like it just take a long time to get this gerrymandering out.
I'm 60 years old. I'm tired of waiting. This idea that I'm
We've
supposed
been
to
waiting
keep
for hundreds of
waiting,
years. We still
right? This idea that I'm supposed to keep waiting. What kind of insanity is that? Keep waiting. Hurry
I'm
up
saying
and
is
keep
this.
waiting.
What I'm
That's
saying is this,
crazy,
bro.
brother. That's
This
crazy.
stuff works, bro. These people only there because they have cheated to get there. They not there naturally.
Brother, you know you're not telling us nothing we don't know, right?
Right. So what we talking about? Like creating another party. All we got to do is hold
Because
the rules that's
neither
already
the
there.
Republicans nor the Democrats
Okay. because
have done
you did
anything
that
for
for
us. They
50
have
years.
practiced benign neglect between both parties when it comes to FBA and black people prior to the 1965 amendments.
Think about
They
They
can
have
that.
been
only do
practicing
that through
benign
jail and
So,
neglect.
so,
punishment. Is
so,
what I'm
cousin,
saying.
let me ask you this. So we get a new party. You think the other parties? You think they change? You think they
No,
I think okay. I'll tell you my
they're still the
personal
same
belief
party.
is this. My personal belief is this, because as I said before, I don't care who cut the check. Give me the biggest check. That's where my vote is going.
That's where
But
we all should be.
but the idea of our own party. See, all black people have always been the deciding vote. Mexicans have split their vote for Democrats and Republicans. Black people have not primarily split their vote. They have always rocked or primarily rocked with the Democrats. And the Democrats have primarily said, thanks, check this out. Y'all take this stiff arm with you. We'll get to y'all later after these other groups, after these other subsects of American society have been dealt with. I'm in a position, and I'm saying right now, I have no problem against any of these other subgroups. But all of you other subgroups got to take y'all hind parts to the back of the line. Every last one of y'all. It's not that I don't feel for your issue. It's not that I don't have empathy for you. But as the saying used to go, I feel for you, but I just can't reach you. But right now, this is about us getting what we are owed in this time. We cannot be worried about these other subsects and subgroups. So the idea of us forming our own party and having the parties come and bid for our votes. This is where you stay. This is why I don't believe in
so
giving
now I understand.
our vote
So
to
that's what
the
I'm
R's or
saying.
the D's without getting anything for it. I do not believe in that. You want my vote, you have to do something for it. You're going to have to give me something. And your
We all
word
saying
ain't
the
doing
same
it.
thing. Then we all saying the same
Well,
thing.
what I'm
So
you're right. So
you
what I'm
saying
saying
is
is,
getting our party together, getting our party together, so we can get our policies together to get to them, so that way it can get passed through
Well,
legislation.
let me say it right. First, what we have to do is get enough people on code and
Yeah.
understanding what the code is and
For sure.
understanding how the code will move us. That's actually the first thing we need to do.
Facts.
Because when we have that specific, and let's be very clear here, I'm not a firm believer that it's everybody. It is going to be a strong, dedicated group that will make this happen. I will only say it like this. If we're going to believe the tale, Christianity started with one guy, then it spread to 12, then 13, and so forth and so on. That's how we're going to have to do this.
We got to leave
It's not
religion.
going to be a large group that's going to make it happen. It's
We
going
got
to
to
be a
leave.
small,
We got to leave
dedicated
religion
group.
out of this. I believe. And
I'm just using it as an example, brother.
if we do,
I'm just
Yeah,
using it
but
as an
we do
example.
put
you're right.
religion in this,
You're
brother.
right.
I would go with Dr. Malachi, and I kind of feel that it's fucked up that we got. Excuse my language. That we got so many brown judges and lawyers, and Dr. Malachi still sitting in a cell after all he was trying to do for
Well,
brown
again, they
skin.
bought into the system, brother. There's nothing else to
Well,
say.
this is
They
what
bought
I
into
was
the
trying to
current
say
system that is
about
geared against us.
Yeah,
about
but at the
corruption,
same
right?
time, how is we sitting right here making all these plans, and if one of us actually do it like too much, and then shit don't go as planned, and we all know too much is a clean brother, we just gonna let him sit and rot in prison, and that's that.
No, we gonna get another plan.
No.
We gonna keep planning until something
So
work.
let me tell you how that's solved. See, we cannot have leaders. You understand that, right? The code is the only leader that we need. So when one of us falls, we still got the code. We still
Gotta
got
keep
other
going.
people that can step up. And how do you become effective and successful? The more on code you are, the more effective and successful you are. The more people are going to gravitate and push you up or push the code and everything else that the code stands for through. We got to get through. We got to break through, y'all. And don't know what we're going to break through. If we can't worry about one of us falling. We got to understand the code is more important than the one. The code is everything. The code leads and guides us all. And if we all stay on code, we don't got to worry about nobody falling because it's always going to have that next man up mentality. My thing is this. This is what I always say. Whoever got the motion, whoever got the ball, that's who we get behind. And we make sure the person with the ball reaches the end zone. If he drops the ball, somebody else picks it up. and then we
Keep
make
going.
sure that person reaches the end zone. Once he completes his task, boom, the
Facts.
ball getting kicked again. We catch it again. The next person got the ball. New task, new goal, new mission. Get them back across the finish line. That's it.
That's
It's
a
not
fact.
about leadership. It's about who got the motion.
That's
If
a
you got
fact.
the motion, we're gonna back you. We're gonna support you. We're not gonna hate on you. We're not gonna say, "Oh man, that should happen." No, no. It's not about me. It's about the code. It's about what we got moving already. What we got. It's about the plan that's already in effect, and then we move like that. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not gonna begin to know everything about Dr. Malachi. I know a little bit about what's going on. If he's a righteous brother, should he be in there? No. But guess what it's gonna take? It's gonna take the code to get him out.
Right.
Mute up, Dave.
That's all
If
I'm
you don't
saying.
mind,
And
brother.
that's what I was kind of saying too much. We
I don't know
like, as
anything
long as
about
we
Dr. Malachi other than what I've heard. If you're part of Dr. Malachi's group and you think he's a righteous brother,
no,
I'm
I'm
telling you,
not.
the
I
only
wasn't
thing
a
that's
part of
gonna
his
get that
group.
brother
I just
out is if we're on code.
right. I agree with what you're saying, and that's what I was saying. You just explained it a little bit better. And no, I'm not a part of Dr. Malachi group. I just learned about him yesterday, but I looked up all his cases. I looked up all the testimonies, the witnesses, all the feds that was involved. And Dr. Malachi was 100% innocent, 100% innocent. Even judges and lawyers and sheriffs were saying this. But he still got slammed for 135 years, all because what he was trying to do. You feel what I'm saying? Now, brothers is making petitions still to this day, but it's just like you said, when one brother fall off, we gotta have a brother ready to step back up and keep the fight
Excuse me,
going.
Brown. Excuse me, Brown. I don't mean to cut you off. DFW, mute up, brother, or find a darker, more quiet spot if
Yeah,
you
we
don't
can't have
mind.
the
Appreciate
background
that.
in there,
Right.
but I am muted you because I want to add you to the conversation, but we can't have the background feedback all like that.
Yeah, that's been
I
crazy.
don't think he there.
Yeah, he might be. You might
Well,
have
he
pulled up the
unmuted
wrong
his
point.
mic because
He haven't talked. He haven't talked yet.
They pop. Are you there, brother? I'm gonna drop you.
Just mute his mic.
And
It's
I'm just
probably
gonna
an
drop him.
agent.
I'm just gonna
You might
drop him.
have to drop him, man.
I'm just gonna drop him.
That's probably an agent. Don't
But
forget,
see, what I was saying
he
though
is on
too
their
much is this,
website.
right? We already got some. Listen, if you really look at it, we already done made it to the White House. They didn't plotted and planned and put somebody that's not of our lineage in there. But we already done made, and they try to run the same play with Kamala. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of any party, okay? So we already have went to the highest level. It's just that they have, like they do, corrupted it and bait and switched it. You know what I'm saying? So we already are there. You know what I mean? Regardless whether we start another party, whether it's the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, because what I'm seeing, and I'm sure y'all guys are seeing too, people are tired of these folks, man, messing up. And when they mess up real bad, guess who they gonna come to? It happens like that throughout our whole history. They gonna come to us because if you look at whatever party we at, it's gonna be the party. Period. When we was in the Republican Party, we made a lot of advances. Got out of that. They went to the Republican Party. So we went to the Democratic Party, made a lot of advances. It ain't got nothing to do because they corrupt. They gonna be corrupt. But other people see it. Okay? Their credibility is always shot. It's just not us people in the mirror. We got all these other people, whether we agree with them or not. We got a lot of
Again,
people.
brother, it's very hard to operate under someone else's agenda. We got to have our own agenda, and we got to back that. And we can't do that by trying to impose our agenda over their agenda. The best thing to do is just to start something new, and then we all just support that.
Exactly.
It's
Well, I'm
very
just
simple.
listen. I'm not arguing
It's
with you.
very
I'm just
simple.
here. I'm
You
putting
wanna
everything on the
continue-
table.
Hold on. This is the option. You continue the way you're going, and you're going to be frustrated, or you start something new, and you make it what it's supposed to be.
Right. Yep.
That's it.
I believe, brother, too much. If you ask
That's
me,
it.
I believe you got to crawl before you walk. And the first thing that'll start this off is brown skinned people got to reclassify their status because we got European systemic statuses. We don't have our own status as a people, and that's one of the biggest things that
Well, that's
separates.
why we're delineating now, brother. That's why we're making sure and delineating and
So,
yeah,
gatekeeping
I
but
know,
that
I
which is
know.
policies,
us.
policies
Hold
and
on.
policy
Listen,
and policies and
listen.
parties don't have nothing to do with a reclassifying status.
I
That's
got you.
totally
And guess
different.
what? We've already reclassified our status, brother. We've already, the grassroots have already came to a consensus, and we decided on the two names that we're going to use interchangeably. We've already decided.
What
Now,
would
a
that
lot of
be?
people, now a lot of people have a problem with the word black, but we don't look at black like it's a color. We look at black like it's a consciousness. We call ourselves foundational Black Americans, and when we say that name, nobody can co-opt it. Nobody can crowbar in. Nobody can claim it. You know exactly who we're talking about when we say foundational Black Americans. Now, do we know we have indigenous brothers and sisters? Yeah. Do we know some of us have African ancestry? Yes. But we have had an ethnogenesis, and we know who our people are. We are the ones that created this culture. We are the ones that created the different genres of music. We are the ones that put the wealth into this country. We were the first stocks and bonds. We understand that, and we have came to a consensus, and we said we are foundational Black Americans. When we say that name, everybody knows who we're talking about. Nobody gets confused when you say FBA. They know exactly who FBA is. We reclassified ourselves, and the other name that we use interchangeably is Freedmen. When you say Freedmen, everybody knows who the Freedman is. You can't get that
Yeah,
mixed up.
I understand what you're saying, brother, but all of those terms was made by European men during the Reclassification Act. They the ones who gave us those names to make us be confused on who we are in the first place.
Well, they didn't give us foundational Black American because we
But they
made
gave
that.
you the term black. Anything with black in it is automatically a red flag.
But here's the
Listen,
problem with that. When
see,
you
the
get
thing
rid of
is,
the
brother,
word,
we
hold
speak in
on,
the modern
we have
language
history,
of today.
we have history, we have ancestry, we have awards, we have achievements, we have inventions, we have ingenuity, we have everything attached to this word. We're not trying to give that up. We're
Brother,
not trying.
show me
We're not.
anything a
We're
brown
not trying
skinned
to.
man
We're
did.
not trying. We're not trying to give that up. We're taking that with us. Now, whatever we become after, that's on us. But we're taking this part with us into the new. And then whatever we come to as a consensus, as we grow, as we get bigger, as we get on code, and we say, you know what, we no longer want to reclassify ourselves because we won. Once we win the fight, then we can say, hey man, we are whatever we say we are. We are either we want to call ourselves back what we was before, or we want to think of a whole something new. That's not even up to me. That's going to be for the next generation to decide, or the generation that gets this baton.
That's what
That's going to
and
be
that's
for
what I'm
them.
saying, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
But
What
that's
I'm
not going to
saying
be up to
is
me.
coming from my generation, and a lot of my generation agree with me when I say this. When you think about it, the whole term of black is trickery. Because the first time a whole nation of brown skinned people was considered black is when they came up with the Reclassification Act in the 1700s. You can't show me nothing a brown skinned man did in America before the 1700s, and he labeled himself as a black man or a black
Well,
American.
that,
That's
well,
why we tied the
well that,
foundational to it so we
right.
can
That's
move on.
exactly so they can't crowbar and latch on that. But let me tell you this. Listen, the term foundational Black American is strong. It's codified. That's the most important thing you got to understand about foundational Black American. It's a codified classification. It's a codified messaging. It's built and designed in with the code in mind. If you're gonna get on code, this is what you got to understand. You got to be using codified language. If you're not using the codified language, you're not on code. We're trying to get on code. This is something that's going to get our people together. We understand we got many tribes, we got many clans, all that stuff. We understand that we got Choctaw, we got Chickasaw, we got Creek. Those weren't even the original names. You see what I'm saying? So to come up with something totally new and confuse our people now would just be it's just like starting another movement when we already got
Well,
one
you the
going.
one who said come up with something new. If you gonna make it new,
No,
you
just
That
talking in general.
listen,
In
I'm
general.
saying there's going to be a time for that, but we got to win the WAR first. We
Yeah,
got a
we need
codified, we
more.
got a language, we got a classification that's already built with the code in mind. We
So
got
you
to.
don't believe we can be
We
infiltrated with
gotta
the term
take.
black?
Remember, I tell you, it's about motion.
Foundational
There's
black.
already
It
motion.
don't matter what's in front
Hold
of
on,
black or
listen,
behind it.
Yes, it does,
There's
brother.
Listen. There's already motion behind this. We got to get this. We got to take this and reach the finish line first before we start something new.
So you
brother.
don't believe we can be infiltrated in the middle of the process?
No, no, Brown.
Not
What
FDA.
he's
Not
telling
with the
you is
word-
that we taking the
not
power
with the
back.
word FDA.
That's all he's saying.
Because that's a
all he's saying.
codified language.
Brother,
And
would
it's
it
built
sound
on
better
the-
if would it sound better if a man
infiltrated.
said I'm a black LGBT or if he said I'm just LGBT?
That
You
depends
not
on what
listening to
cause
what
he was
he's saying.
fighting for.
What he's saying is that we
It's not
taking control
about
of the
color.
definition.
We keep going back to color. Black, foundational black America, it's about a lineage. That's what
Yeah.
you got to understand. It's a codified way to say we are from this lineage.
I understand
all
what
it
you're
is.
saying. Okay, I guess, brother.
And see, that's the main
all it
thing.
is.
Everybody
It's a
is already
lineage.
it's already motion behind
There's
FDA.
motion.
Man,
Man,
we
this is
already-
mainstream already.
Everybody
This
is
thing,
already
FDA is
getting on-
mainstream
So
already.
FBA is not European system then.
No,
No.
it's a lineage.
Okay.
It can't be.
Okay.
And there is no leader of a
Has
lineage.
motion behind it, and all we got to do is carry this thing across the finish line. That's it.
Yeah. So now I just wanted.
Now, after we
It's
win
just like the N word. It's just like the N word. We took it, and it's all.
Yeah, I
not
just
a
wanted to
good
holler at
thing.
y'all brothers, man. Like we need to have these conversations. I ain't coming up here to argue. I came to just get
It's
different
cool, brother.
ideas
It's cool.
and just see what other brothers got to say.
No,
And
man, we
go from
appreciate
there.
you coming up, and we like a diverse
We
view.
appreciate
Yeah.
it, brother.
for sure. And
All right, y'all. We need to do this because we could listen. We the one. Listen, we the ones. We the ones. That's all I'm saying. We the one. We've been solving problems for everybody else. It's time
Exactly.
for us to solve
And we
our
want
own
credit, and we want all our credit and all our money for those things that we've done.
That's right.
We
So
don't want some of it.
I'm hollering at y'all brothers. Y'all be cool. Y'all be safe. And I'll talk to y'all.
All right,
Too
man.
much.
Rest well, brother.
Yep, take care, brother. But that's it, man. We already got the code. All we got to do is get on code. The code is there. The code is clear. The code is concise. The code is active. It's ready. All we got to do.
It's kind of hard. I feel what you're saying, but my biggest thing is speaking like psychology, basically psychologically. It's like you connecting a lineage, which is cool, but we know that's known as slaves. It's hard to like move with a group
What?
of slaves. You feel what I'm saying? We gotta
No, I
we got
don't.
an image for ourselves.
No, I don't know what you're saying, brother. Because those same slaves came out of slavery and within 10 years had a 70% reading average.
That's not how
Those
much
Out of
same
slavery.
slaves,
So with
200,000
all of the
soldiers,
accomplishments
over
of those
30,000
elders from back then are why we are here doing what we are
FBA
doing
got a
today.
military.
And what difference would that make?
Yeah,
Because
brother,
what you're
brother.
not understanding is, brother, what you're not understanding is
Okay,
this is a bloodshed topic.
Let me ask
That's
you
what a lot
this.
of brothers don't understand.
Let me ask you
This
this.
is a war topic.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you know who the NOI is?
No.
You never heard of the Nation of Islam?
Oh yeah, the Nation of Islam. I never heard of it.
Fruit of
Aren't you
Islam.
in Chicago, brother? I
Huh?
thought you said you was in Chicago.
Hold on, brother. One
they-
man at a
Now,
time.
my question
One
to
man
you is
at a
right quick.
time. Y'all gotta
Okay.
learn. Y'all gotta learn to
I got you, brother. We got you. We got
Chicago
you.
is, you know why?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Listen, we have a constitution. We're actually building something that's going to be around. That we're actually building something that we're going to be able to pass a hot baton to. That means it's not going to be stale. It's not going to be on the ground. It's not going to hold you back. When we pass this baton, you're going to be able to keep running. You're going to be able to keep running. You're not going to have to slow down. You're not going to have to stop. You're not going to have to come back and get it and pick it up. It's going to be handed to you the right way at the right time. And all you got to do is keep running. We're going to pass the baton. It's coming. I'm 45, sir. I got about maybe 25 more years up in me. By the time I pass this baton, all you got to do is be ready. And whatever y'all do with that baton is what y'all do with that baton.
Right.
Whatever y'all do with that baton, just know when we pass it to you, it's going to be hot and ready. You're going to be ready to go. You're not going to have to slow down. Now, should we have done this 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 60 years ago? Yeah. But guess what? We're doing it now. We picked up the baton. We had to backpedal. We had to go back. We had to fix some things. We had to change some things. But now that we got the code, and now that we got the codified language, now we got something to run with. Now we got something to pass. Now we got history connected, heritage connected, lineage connected to give to you. And all we can do is pray and believe and know that you guys are going to know what to do with it when we give it to you. I'm not going to put any false spells on you. I'm not going to say I hope. I'm not going to say I wish. I'm going to come in with full faith, full belief, and full knowing, and a spiritual and an ancestral understanding that you're going to know, because those same ancestors that are speaking to us is going to speak to y'all. And when we're gone, we're going to be speaking to y'all. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So we're going to pass this baton, and it's going to be hot.
But I got
All
a really
you gotta
important question
do
for you.
is be ready.
I got a real important question for you.
Shoot, brother.
Brown skinned people, when we dealing with these things, because we all know these things is very dangerous. If you're 45 years old, you know it's very dangerous. When do we draw the line to say, okay, this is a call for self-defense? You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of our people that got infiltrated.
Brother, I think you're concentrating on the wrong aspect of our defensive prowess.
Listen, I totally understand. But we got to get that.
I ain't even get everything I was trying to say out.
I'm going to tell you like this. Once we get that economic piece, once we understand how to move as a sovereign people, a nation within a nation, we're going to have all that. Within the FBA Constitution, we have some of those things already figured out. It just has to be implemented. It just has to be put in place. And it's going to be phenomenal. Everything, as much as I talk on here, you know, I'm constantly being reminded by others. Not everything's supposed to be said on the airwaves, brother. Not everything's supposed to be said on a platform that we don't own and that we don't run.
Okay.
There's things in place. Like I'm saying, if you understand how successful and how the Nation of Islam was built and it's still here, you understand that our people, listen, we can do it. It's already done. It's in the works. It's in the plan. Again, we're going to pass you a hot mic. A hot mic. It's going to be ready. All you got to do is speak. And your words
What I'm going to need y'all to do also,
across the ripples of this earth. You understand what I'm saying? When we pass you this hot mic, everybody's going to hear and know. Everybody's going to understand. All you got to do is be ready, sir. That's all we ask. A lot of y'all young people, y'all want something to do. We're trying to make it to where you got something to do with purpose. We're not doing this, do as I say, not as I do. We're going to lead by example. We're going to show you what we're doing. All you got to do is watch and walk with us. And then when it's time for you to get the ball, you know, you're going to already have a mission. You're going to already have a direction. And you're going to know exactly what you need to do and how to take what we gave you and amplify it and take it to the next level. Everybody needs a predecessor. You are our predecessor, and we're gonna groom you for such a time. I promise you, it's gonna happen. You gotta be.
And I would say the couple of things first. Let me add this.
Ready and willing. It's gonna happen.
Do not forget, family, if you're listening to New Black Media, Professor Black Truth, The Black Authority, Afro Elite, Torian Rain, 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗏, Vicky Dillard, 𝗖cieः𝘁𝗲𝗄𝗏, and Phil Scott, and a host of other young brothers and sisters are out here making sure that we get on code. We are the B1 Brigade. When you have this conversation with your friend tomorrow or next week, you are actively participating in the B1 Brigade. When you bring this conversation up with your mom, dad, grandma, granddad, you are actually in the B1 Brigade. And we need you all to stay focused and realize that nobody else is working for your B1 Brigade but you. And the more people that you can pull to your side, the greater our force and power becomes. This is why the idea of hurting the Democrats right now, because they were the ones specifically playing in our face. They were the ones that had Nancy Pelosi up there in the kente cloth kneeling down on MLK Day. That's doing nothing for us. You think you're showing solidarity with us, but you haven't moved any money in our areas, but your personal abode has become some of the wealthiest real estate in the country? No, that's not how this works. We're not accepting these tokens of symbolism anymore. We want real, tangible cash assets from this country because it is owed to us. And any deviation from us advocating for that and doing that is a false narrative. Again, we don't hate any of these other subgroups. I'll say it again. Who we have issues with are the tether class. Tether is an action. You have to do something in order to be a tether. It is not for the entire diaspora. It is not for the entire continent. I don't need someone coming to a tether's defense just because they're from the continent. I need the brothers and sisters on the continent to realize that this tether has done something that was wrong, that was out of pocket, that he or she should not have been doing. Those are who we are calling out. This idea, furthermore, that somehow FBA is jealous of Africa or the continent. Again, you're wrong as two left shoes, in my opinion, because I just would have one question to those cats and kittens. What are we supposed to be jealous of? They can give me a good answer on that for us to be jealous of and hating on them. Shoot, man.
As far as the FBA goes, what is it exactly? You ain't got to go into deep details, but I want to know, like, what's the difference between FBA and Black Lives Matter?
FBA can take their lineage back to the 1870 census and chattel slavery. BLM was nothing but a movement that got easily taken advantage of. That did not. Most of us here did not support BLM. We really want to know the truth. We understood that it started out that way, but it got corrupted almost instantly.
Yeah, it was a money grab. That's what that was. That's not even a real movement. It was a money grab. And those women are the women who got it. They are paid right now.
BLM is a group. FBA is a lineage. That's easy. That's simple. It's so simple. FBA is a lineage. We're not BLM. BLM is a group.
But I'm saying, like, what is tangible? What is, because we want tangible things. So what is solid about FBA? Like, what is not for the world's view? Hold on, let me say this real quick. Not for the world's view, not for the world's or the media's view, but for the people like us, people who are really people who will really trust FBA and want to be a part of it. They want to see what's to it.
There ain't nothing to be a part of.
You're born into this. Let me say it like this. This is what's missing. I'm gonna say what all of you young people are missing that I was thankful that I got. It's called pride in my last name. If you don't have pride in your lineage, in your last name, in your family, you're missing out. You missed everything you were supposed to learn about and know about. Your lineage is important. Your family matters. Your bloodline, your blood right, your birthright, it all matters. It's not to be given. It's not to be taken lightly. It's not to be bought and paid for.
What if I don't come from that lineage who have that type of history?
Brother, then you're not FBA because FBA does. We come from that lineage.
But wouldn't you say the brothers? Wouldn't you say the brothers who don't have that history?
Our lineage, and we can see heroes.
What I'm saying is, brother, I need solid things, because how will brothers even know if they FBA or not if everything in their history when it comes to their family was erased, it's almost like their family don't
No,
even
it's
exist.
it hasn't been erased, brother. We're the most documented people on the planet Earth. Your genealogy is
We
still
documented as a culture. We talking about family right now. I'm talking about my family. My family is poor.
It's called genealogy, sir. You just said you gotta know who
That
you
has
are.
nothing to do with finances, brother.
Yeah.
It goes back to your
I ain't
grandmama,
talking
great
about
grandmama.
finances. What I'm
Where's your
saying is
grandparents from?
majority of the brown skin people that come from where I come from, majority of the time, if you poor, majority of the people in poverty communities that's poor have no history in their family. And I'm not saying
That's
that's the
not true.
public fault. I'm not saying that's the government fault. What I'm saying
That's
is
not true.
we don't have nothing. Yes, that is true, brother. How you gonna tell
You
another
don't
brother
know
that
your
that's not
grandmother,
true?
your great grandmother?
We don't
Brother,
have nothing from the 18 and 1700s.
are you
Brother,
serious?
I
Yeah,
would
I'm
say
serious. This is
that,
really
brother,
this is
I
a
would
real thing.
say
This is no joke.
I hear what you're saying, brother. And only thing I would say is that you would have to take some time and dig into your families yesterday. If you cannot do a genealogical study, I would say to you, go to some of the elders in your family and listen to what they tell you about their youth and their yesterday and their parents. This is how you find out where this comes from. This is when I told you before, we trace our lineage and our history back to chattel slavery.
I can go all the way back to 1833, and if I throw some money behind it, I can go further than that.
And to tell
My
you, like
family's
Dr.
fully
Claude Anderson
documented.
said it, so that you understand this, 98% of black people in America today have been in America longer than 98% of all other Americans.
Right. And I'm trying to figure out how do I find that. I'm gonna give you a little bit on me. I only got one more granny. She don't have that type of history. I only got one more grandfather. I'm not sure if he don't have that type of history. I ain't speak to him in so long.
You got,
But
brother, it's time. It's time you talk to them. And listen, your people have a rich heritage, whether they taught it to you or not, but you got to, those are oracles. You better go speak to the oracles and let them give you guidance, let them tell you who you are. My father, my mother, they told me, hey, man, you're Indian. You got Cherokee and you got Blackfoot in you. I remember going to school and laughing at him like, Dad, I'm African. What are you talking about? The school told me I'm African and we come from slaves. And he used to be like, boy, that school don't know anything. You are, my dad would tell me, you are what I say you are, not what that school says you are. And I used to laugh it off. But that was him instilling in me pride in family, pride in name. My dad used to say, you're a Maxie. You can't do what everybody else do. You are my son. You do, if you don't see me smoke, you don't smoke. If you don't see me drink, you don't drink. That's how my dad was. And guess what? I don't smoke and I don't drink today. That's what I'm saying. You don't have pride in family, sir. You don't have pride in your lineage and your last name because you don't know anything about them. It's time you know. That is tangible, by the way. That's not symbolic. Knowing who you are and whose you are is more important than anything that you can get your hands on. That's tangible. That's something you can always take with you. That's something that's an inheritance that you can pass down to your kids. Listen, this is who you are. When you talk to your kids like that, you're speaking power into them. You got to do your genealogy, sir, and you got to come and you will find purpose. I guarantee it. Once you find out who you are and where your people come from, you're gonna find purpose, guaranteed. As long as you out here don't know, you're not gonna have that strong purpose and that strong conviction behind it. I'm gonna tell you like that.
Now, you
right.
remember, you know who FDR is, right?
No.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, former president of the United States.
Yeah.
Started Social Security, all of that. Well, he also had the WPA, was Workers People Program. But they went around to the old slaves and got the slave narratives and put them in the Congress of the United States. What I have heard from you is that you are ashamed of any connection to this particular heritage. That is what it sounded like to me that you were saying. And what I am saying to you is that would be propaganda that you've listened to that's turned your mind from what you actually should be following.
I'm not
I
ashamed,
said,
brother. It's just I don't have what you think I have. I don't have what y'all have.
well,
Majority
again,
of the
I
black
don't
people
know
don't.
your history. So I'm just simply saying these forces that were going on and doing what they were doing, particularly back in that time frame, in that period, they were barbaric in what they were doing. Make no
Let me
mistake about it.
let me say it like this: the worst thing you can do is pray to the wrong ancestors, and you'll wonder why nobody's listening to you.
Hello, good
The moment
evening.
you start praying to the right ancestors, you'll find you'll get solutions that you never you'll find you'll have a dialogue that you never thought you could have. If you're praying to the wrong people, that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
You
You
got
got
an
Well,
to
let me
African
let me
brother
add
here.
this, brother, right quick, and I'm gonna let you go, Lord.
so they can help you.
What you need to be doing is listening to that still, small, quiet voice in your head, not the one that's screaming for action, because that ain't that. Let me not say action. The one that's screaming for retribution. That's not the voice to be listening to. The voice you're supposed to be listening to is going to be still, and it's going to be quiet, and it's going to guide you down that path. But you have got to settle your mind so that you can actually hear that still, small, quiet voice.
You still
But
got to
it's
find out who his
there.
ancestors are. You still got to find out who his ancestors are.
Oh, and please don't, please, brother. I consider going talking to your elders as and listening to their stories as taking a book out of the library, and it's a rare book. You should embrace that book, swallow every word that that book gives you, and let it feed you so that you can feed tomorrow's children. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're here so that your tomorrow can be better. So that my kids' tomorrows can be better. So that Too Much's kid, Crypto's, King, Lord, all our kids are going to be better when they attach themselves to this format and ideology. But if you're listening to the dominant society or mainstream media or your educational system try and tell you who you are, they've been lying to you the entire time. So what makes you think they're telling you the truth? Nothing that they've given us through the K through 12 era was useful in your day-to-day life. You got some basic math, some basic vocabulary skills, some very basic science skills, but they didn't do anything to move you forward. They didn't teach you any finance. They excluded you from that craft, that knowledge. That was on purpose. They don't teach financing in any public school because they do not want the poor educated in how to get out of being poor. That quest is going to have to be one that you undertake for yourself. We're just trying to give you wind beneath your wings, and not just you personally, brother. We just want you to have wind beneath your wings so that when you move forward, you know that you are soaring with the eagles.
Right. That's some good advice, brother. That's real.
Okay, now I'm sorry, but please forgive me. Lord, please go ahead. Lord Ken.
Oh, thank you. This time I don't even know to say your African brother because sometimes I'm even afraid to say that because I don't know things have messed up and then everybody is trying a new identity. Unfortunately, the people who divided us and conquered us and made us less of people we want to be have once again pulled a trick on us, and we have started denying who we are ourselves again. Sadly, the Africans in America do not represent Africa. That is just a microcosm of the fraction of Africa. If God gives power and the will, and our brothers have had the opportunity to visit Africa, you will have another thinking to understand, is this the Africa I have been told? Is this the Africa that I've been thinking about? It's painful. You know, if you look at the history of slavery, you will look at it this way. A parent who took the child to school and came home, only to be told he's no longer going to see the child for the rest of their life. That parent is going to be traumatized, and for the rest of their life, they're going to be in pain. That child who is being taken away is going to be traumatized for the rest of his or her life because he's no longer going to see that parent they love so much. So the exploiter and the exploited, that is the history of slavery, Africans and Black Americans. Because for those who were brought here as slaves, they have never had the opportunity to meet their family for the rest of their life. Some of them died out of that pain and frustration.
So let me say this. Do you believe in the scriptures, the Bible?
Well, me as a person, yes, I'm indoctrinated to believe it. Yes.
You personally, you believe in the Bible, right? God, the Most High, the story of Joseph, and he went in.
I believe it's a creation. I believe it is a creation of man, just to represent God.
Let me say this. Once you have an ethnogenesis, you have an ethnogenesis. That's just what it is. Nobody's crying and traumatized because of what happened, 400
No. You got me wrong. What I'm saying, I said the history and the story. I'm just trying to liken it. You see, if you took your child.
Let me fully help you out. Let me just fully help you out, sir. This is the disconnect between us and Africa. Okay. If Africa comes in and thinks they can teach us how to somehow be African.
No.
Like we lost our way.
No.
We are not African.
No.
We haven't been over there. Some of us 400 years.
Let me correct you. Do you know your ancestors of the third generation? No, you don't.
I do.
Okay, if you do, that's good. But you see, what is the 1% rule in America? The 1% rule, what is it?
The 1% rule in America. What are you talking about?
Like if a Caucasian and a black person have a child, is he a black person by the definition, or he's a white person?
If a black person or a white person have a child,
if the sexes intermingle, what is the child considered?
Brother, the child. First of all, the child's going to need a strong father and a strong mother, and he's going to have. Hopefully, he takes on the identity that his parents have given him, and he's not confused.
I understand that. But what is that?
That child is going to have to pick. That's a dichotomy. That child is going to have to decide if he's going to be YT or if he's going to be black.
I get that.
But I'm saying
whatever that word black means.
And when you bring up like
that child is going to have to face society and realize that, hey, based on the color of his skin, many people are going to say, unless he's white passing,
you see, that's a black child. You cannot give that definition now. It has already been set and agreed upon. What is that child in America called? A black child or a white child?
You're talking about the one drop rule, not the 1% rule. The one
drop
I'm
sorry.
The
so one drop
rule says that's a black baby.
Good. So what I'm trying to tell you is that by that definition, if people have lived in America for 400 years and more, chances are that a lot of people have gone through different races, and today you might not get somebody to be exactly black. He might be mixed with Indian, he might be mixed with white, he might be mixed with Arab, a lot. But the question still remains, what do you look like? If you look at us, so what do you look like? Do you look like an Arab? Do you look like a Chinese? Do you look like a black? What do you look like? That alone will tell you who you are. Because the greater part of you is what you are. So, I understand that there are a lot of people who probably, because of all these years, have gone through a lot of cycles and have become what you say you are. Because if I met you on the street and you didn't tell me who you are, I would just see a black man. That's what I would see. You understand? So I believe that people like you who are like you are elite,
Here it is. Asians, when they walk down the street, they don't be like, that's just another Asian. They know the difference between a Japanese, they know the difference between a Chinese, they know the difference between a Korean, and they know the difference between an Indonesian. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, but what do you call them? You call them Asians. Is that not what you call them?
Whether you know or believe.
You just call them Asians.
Yes, we call them Asians because of the continents that they're on.
Right. What I'm saying is, whether you know or believe, we have an ethnic group that's distinct. and we claim it and we take pride in it. We know the difference between an African. We know the difference between a Caribbean. We know the difference between a foundational Black American. We know the difference. And we're asking kindly not to be lumped in. We don't want nothing to do with the African Union,
we are not. We are not.
the diaspora, the sixth region. We are ethnically who we are.
The
We are
sixth region.
foundational Black American, and we are American.
You see,
We are not
bro,
African. We
the
come
term
from a
deceive, the
different
term deceive
continent.
region. Let me
We come from a
let me help
different
out.
continent.
Let me
We're
help out.
older. Hold on, sir. We're older than your countries, unless you're Ethiopia, unless you're Egypt. We're older than your country that you have currently established today, and we're asking for you to respectfully understand the unique difference
Okay,
that we
so
have
if
over
you
you.
say that, if you make this statement that you are older than those countries, how old is America? America was a colony of of Britain. Are you therefore saying because
We're at
Britain
We're
was
least
older,
older than America,
220
sir.
years old,
We're older
Okay,
than
so
America, sir.
which would be older than most of the African countries over there now. Not
let me
all,
say that.
most.
So let me jump in here and say this. So when we talking about older, so I'm gonna tell you that we
no,
have
I just want to
the
land. He
oldest.
didn't let
We
me
have the
land.
oldest. We have the oldest. Hold on for a second. We have the oldest river system in the world. Okay,
River?
besides Virginia. Okay, and you can look it up. It's
You
about
say river?
350. It's about 350 million years old. It's ancient. Okay, the whole North America is more ancient than Africa is, and you can look it up.
Listen.
And you can
You are
look it
mixed.
up.
Look, you are mixing up the argument. That's not what I'm saying. This what I'm
Okay, but
saying
you
is
asked
that
a question, so I was just
okay. No, I
answering
didn't
that
ask a
question.
question. This is what
But
I'm
what are
trying to
you?
say.
But
Go
what are you
ahead, brother.
getting
Go
at? Because
ahead,
I'm trying to
Lord.
understand what
Hold
you're
up, King.
getting at.
Let him
Okay.
get it, King. Let him get
Okay.
it. Let it
So
out. Come on, Lord.
he talked about the Chinese and all of those, and I said that he called them Asians. So which means they are coming from a section of an area called Asia. When you talk about
Okay.
Africa being young, of course, the countries you are talking about the independence of those countries. Those countries, though that place had existed even before the colonials arrived. Africa had been existing, not as a country, but as a continent together. The Berlin Conference in 1837 is what divided Africa, what they call the African Balkanization, divided Africa into countries, French, English, Portuguese, and all of that. That is what you are talking about. But if you look at Africa, we cannot all tell when this world started, even though radiocarbon dating and all of that are telling us when the world started. But that is just a myth. But what I'm trying to say, I don't disagree with you if you say you're an Indian. Who am I to disagree with you? But what I'm saying is that if I look at you, just by looking at you, I can tell what kind of, ethnicity you are more likely to be. Not without science. So, Americans, blacks in America are Americans. They are not Africans. They are Americans because they belong to a country called America.
Correct.
And we also come from Africa. We comes from a continent called Africa. But in Africa, we still belong to different countries. So if you go to Africa, they are Arabs. They are not black. So it doesn't mean that every black person is an African. Elon Musk is white, but he's an African because he was born in Africa. He lived in Africa until he left. He is an African, but he's white. So if you say you're an American, that is 110% right. You're an American. But if you want to trace your ancestral root, you cannot trace it to China. No. You cannot trace it to India. No. You probably likely more to trace it to Africa, which will be correct. You see?
No. And I'll try and briefly explain this.
Okay.
During the transatlantic action,
Yeah.
most of those from the continent ended up in the Caribbean. Most of them, like 95% of them, ended up in the Caribbeans, Barbados, yada, 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 over there.
Possibly, yes.
No, not possibly. According to the records that we've been able to uncover, there have been less. or there were less than 200.
90,000 maybe.
Oh, 90,000. There were
90.
less than 90,000 actual Africans from the continent who made it to America. Not the Caribbean, not Brazil, America. That means that the other black people who were already on this land were already here
Yes, I agree also.
before any integration or intermingling with the continent.
Lord Ken, let me ask you this question. You know about the equator, right?
Yeah, of course I do. I agree. Look, I don't
Do you
disagree
think
with
the
you.
equator is just? Do you think the equator is just in Africa?
No. It passes through not only Africa. The reason why I agree with his argument is that if you look at the
No.
continents, the continents probably were more closer before the continental drift.
They were.
I don't know.
As the-
I don't.
Well, we know about
They
Pangea.
were.
Yes.
You used to be
Yes,
able to
as
walk
This
the-
is
from
what
as
I don't understand,
Africa
guys.
to Africa.
I don't know if it's just me or is it Africans is delusional. They think we're 100% Africans and they can attach themselves to our African
You see,
bloodline
you just jump
every
into the
other blood.
conclusion.
We just don't come from Africa.
You
and
just
people-
jump into the
Hold
conclusion
on,
and you
sir.
start to attack.
Hold on,
This-
sir.
No, but
We
you just
don't.
jump in and you are just attacking
Yes, I
me.
can. I'm a mod. I actually can. This is too
Give
much.
her a
for me.
little grace, brother, and you will get your chance. We're going to give you a chance to speak back.
I am a mod, so I actually can just cut in. So this is what I was saying. Africans are delusional to
That is
constantly say that we can only trace our blood back to
I think
Africa.
it will be civil to use
Sir,
words without
again,
just.
I'm asking you for respect.
No, you are not being respectful. Telling Africa
Okay,
is
sir.
delusional. How about you don't say
Cousin,
that?
could you mute him, please?
Brother, give us some time to let her finish what she's saying. Have a
The
little
word
grace and
delusional-
understanding, brother. We are going to give you a chance to respond. We want you to respond, but we want to give the sister a chance to say what she needs to say. And we only ask you to have
Thank
an
you.
understanding ear.
Thank
Have a
you.
listening ear, not an ear just to refute.
Thank
Hear
you.
what she's saying, and we will hear what you are saying.
It is a 100% erasure for people from the continent to constantly try to make it seem like our bloodline is just 100% African. We're not you. You're not us. In 1619, only 30 African immigrants or African slaves came to the United States. It was already people working the plantation. Our bloodline was already mixed. So when you say we can only trace our blood back to Africa, you have to know that is the most stupidest statement that you could ever make in your whole life.
You
The
have to be
most
respectful. Telling people
uneducated
stupid. How do you know I'm
statement you can
stupid?
make in your whole life. Not only can we trace our bloodline, only some, and that's a small percent, only some can trace their bloodline back to Africa. They can trace their bloodline back to the French, the Welsh, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the Caribbean. It's so many Black Americans can trace our bloodline back to. You can only trace your bloodline back to Africa. Because that's who you are. Stop trying to tell us who we are because you don't understand who we are. Because you can't read to comprehend or understand how to act. What is you mixed with or what's going on or what is the history over here in this land? Because you have similar, your skin tone and your undertone is not like mine. Your hair structure is not like mine. It's been science proving that if I pass away and you pass away, that they can tell that I'm from this land and they can tell that you're from that land. So stop with this falseness and this lies that we all look alike and we all come from Africa. Because Black Americans, Afro-Indigenous, these people over here in this land didn't come from Africa. It came from the United States. This bloodline only exists here. It don't exist in Africa. No Africans walking around with our bloodline. And no Africans is coming over here with our bloodline. This bloodline don't exist nowhere else. Use your common sense because everything else is offensive.
I think that you are very rude by beginning to use words and say that. I mean, when we
Sir,
started
don't
this debate
attack
here,
me again because you're
you
insecure.
know,
Because I didn't come up here and attacking
no,
you.
you use very abusive words. When I came
I
in
don't
here,
know you. I
nobody
don't
used
have
such a
to.
word.
You better start
Nobody,
talking to these men. You better talk to me like you
nobody
talk
on
to
this
these men with
platform
humble and
used
respect.
words that you just used. We were
Sir,
having a
I
very
didn't come up
civil
here to argue
debate.
with a broke.
Can you be quiet
Excuse
for
me,
once
sir.
and
I didn't
listen?
come up here to argue
Can
with a
you be
broke
quiet for
African.
once?
I didn't come
Can
up
you
here
be
to
quiet for
argue with a
once?
broke man. I'm
Can you
sorry.
be quiet for
I'm
once?
sorry, sir.
You
I
have
did
had
not
your
wake
time.
up to argue with a
Let,
broke
let me
man.
let me let me interject this, Wolfie, because I see where he's going, and I do hear, and maybe one or two words might have been a little rough for him. I understand.
That's
You know, I
exactly
know
what I
you
said.
speak with passion, bro. I know you speak with passion, sister, and I
You see,
know it's from a passionate and a loving place that you are
It's not a
delivering this
time to
message.
specify and try to pamper. They're sensitive.
I'm
I don't want
no,
no grown man
I'm
acting like a
trying to
Karen
assuage
behind me.
you more than him.
Look, cousin, I don't want no grown man acting like a Karen behind me
How
over
do you
words.
know a grown
They
man?
need
I
to
am a
grow
grown man.
up. They
but
need to grow up. They need to
listen. You
grow
have to
up.
just show respect to other
I
people
don't
on a
have to show
platform
you
like
no
that.
respect. Who
When
are
I joined
you?
here,
Who
when I joined
for
here,
me
we were
for
having
fucking
a
for
civil.
real?
But
You do
please,
not have enough
can you
money in
allow
your
me
bank
to make a
account to the
statement?
thing to make me shut
Can you
up.
allow me
You do
make a
not have
statement?
enough money in your bank account to make
If
me
you
shut
feel I
up.
don't
You
belong
cannot
here, I
afford
can
none of
exit.
my bills. You cannot afford none of my fund leisuries. You
Too
cannot
much
afford
here. I would like
anything
to
that
say,
I do in
I
my
would like to
personal
say
life
something here. I
each
would
day.
like to
You
advocate
cannot. So
something
before
you're
you
gonna
tell me to
do.
stay in my lane, bitch, I'm telling you to
Just
make
give me
money,
time
ho.
to
Too
speak
much.
here.
Do you think what she is doing is the right thing to be on this platform having a discourse, a civil discourse? What she's doing? Have I said any?
Hey, Gak, come on. You got something to say, brother?
I
We
would
gotta
like
move
to
on,
say
man. We gotta
something.
move on
Man, I mean, this is just mind blowing to me. It's
because
people
we can
fighting
argue
for
all
something
day
that
with an African all
you
day.
feel like you're not from Africa, and then you don't believe that your bloodline coming from that part of the region. What is it? Something that people are trying to prove so much to? It's okay for you not to belong somewhere, and then the African people need to understand if you don't want to feel, you don't want to 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 translate yourself. I mean, I'm trying to find the best way to even describe this. If you
Let
don't
me
want
let
to
me
identify yourself as an African descendant, that's just
let me
something like people have a
let me
right to
say it
become
like this.
whoever they want to be. If you
Let me
want to
say it
be
like
an
this,
American,
and
no
I'm gonna
need
let
to.
you finish. I'm the host. Let me say it
Right.
like this. Let me say it like this. Listen, I've done my DNA.
Yeah.
Okay. According to my living relatives today,
Yeah.
I haven't found one African in that tree. Living, unalive. All my relatives from that are unalive and that are alive today, down to my eighth cousin. Think about it, that's 8 generations. You wouldn't think I'm gonna find one person that comes from Africa, West Africa, wherever they say that I'm from. I've done my DNA. Matter of fact, Dig was on here when I did my DNA. We laughed about the whole thing. But what I found is that those markers, listen, those markers, DNA can tell you who DNA can tell you who your parents are, can tell you who you're related to, but it cannot displace me from America and put me over there in Africa like they try to do. When common sense just kicked in and says, listen, if I'm really from Africa, I gotta have some living relatives still there. If I don't, and the only ones that keep popping up are from America and have American last names, what does that tell me?
So this
That
is
tells me
this.
I'm from here, sir.
Okay.
And,
So
and it's not to disrespect anybody. Listen,
no.
if you
Again,
do listen, if an African does his DNA, right?
yes.
You know what he's gonna find? You know who his relatives are gonna be? Africans.
Yeah, I'm 100%,
If an
1000%
American
African.
does their DNA, you know what his relatives are gonna be? American. That right there should be enough to just use common sense and say, hey man, I can't keep Africanizing these people. I gotta respect them and their culture and how they want to be classified. And I
No,
got to get out of that. I can't
okay.
come into your country. I can't come into any country that you're from and tell you you are not these people.
No,
You
no, no.
are.
But this, listen. My only concern here is, I think people are just like we are here busy fighting for something that we cannot change. I can't change the history. The history is already happened. Whatever happened before us is something that we cannot fix. What we need to do as people, as long as we're still living. I have kids. My kids are mixed. My kid's mother, she's an African American. So my legacy is mixed up here. Yeah, even though I'm 100% African, I believe my kids are Africans. I hope they'll grow up to 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 translate themselves as an African descendants. But that's not a place for me to judge for someone else. My question is, why are we fighting? What is the problem here? Because the misunderstanding of AOU, the African Organization Union, was beyond something that people translated to be. Nobody wanted reparation. Nobody wanted to take anything from anyone. It was
Brother,
just the people was trying to
that's
keep.
exactly what they're trying to do. The AU, the sixth region, they're trying to siphon Black American resources and put it over there. We
No,
don't.
but
I don't care what the AU is stopping for. Matter of fact, their mantra is reparations right now. Did you know that the AU's mantra, the AU slogan is reparations now? They took that from us. That's their slogan right now.
come on.
Reparations now. And they're running with it. And they're trying to say we're going to get reparations for all the diaspora. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Do I really want an African controlling my reparations?
I think
Comes from
again.
my
I am sorry to interrupt you a little bit.
hold on. Knowing how they treat y'all back home, they send billions of dollars over there. It's called USA. And the people's like, well, we never got any of it. So why would I want somebody from the African Union, which is nothing but puppets, according to one of your own African Union presidents? What's that woman's name that was an African Union president? She said she wasn't allowed to make changes. She said she wasn't allowed to do for her people. She said the moment she tried to stand up and do for her people, they got her up out of there. She said other AU presidents was unalive. She said other presidents from different countries were unalive. Why? When they tried to get off code with what the colonial powers wanted them to do, that's what happened. So why would I want anybody from any puppet from the African Union controlling anything to do a reparation that belonged to foundational Black Americans? That's not it.
Now, I understand where you're coming from. The frustration is something that I mean, it's okay to have a dialogue. This is more civil dialogue.
Asked to be claimed. There was nobody from the African Union that stepped to us and said, "Hey, man, we want to take over. We want to got y'all." There was none of that. It was an appointment that was made. Obama appointed a Nigerian woman who called herself Nigerian African American, which is crazy to me. But he appointed that woman. She's getting paid $200,000 a year, all these benefits, and she's supposed to be over us? No. If somebody stepped to us, we would tell you we want one of ours up there, not one of yours.
Listen, my other thing is like this. If somebody keep welcoming you, opening the door, trying to bring you to the table to have the open invitation, like come to the union. This is what we do. This is what we're doing. This is the future. Listen, the future, based on these underdeveloping countries right now. The future, this country are growing super fast, and then people from all over the world right now, they pour so much money for, the infrastructure, all this, the minerals, blah blah blah. Because
y'all better talk to him because he don't know.
I am. I'm trying to let him land because this is another thing. United States of America we give more aid to African countries than what we purchase in minerals and resources to African countries. Y'all need to understand, the Americas has the same resources that Africa have. The difference, Africa has the resources in the ground. majority of the resources in the ground has not been touched or refined.
Right.
Y'all don't even have the infrastructure or the tools to get the resources out the ground. Y'all literally bragging on things that y'all don't even have in your hand. The difference, the United States has the same resources, and they've been getting the resources out the ground for much longer time than Africa. They also invented the tools, the Black Americans also of that land invented the tools, the infrastructure to get the resources out the ground. That's why the United States produces majority of the some or number one in like gold reserve, fifth in mining. No African countries on that list, but Africans constantly say that Africa got more gold in Africa, but it's not even on the list of having it in their hands. That's what y'all have to realize. The resources literally have to be obtainable. You have to be able to get it, to claim it. But y'all haven't got it to claim anything because the resources in the ground. Y'all haven't even invented tools because majority of the people that y'all claim to be educated has immigrated to other countries and earned their education there instead of staying home and educating
So what's the
themselves and
problem?
inventing
If you
and
guys have
creating
all
stuff
these
to build
resources,
infrastructure to get your money out the ground. So the ground is rich. The people is walking on top of the ground is not.
so I'm asking you a question. If America has all these things, what's the fight? You have all these resources here. These
Oh Lord
minerals,
Jesus, you can absolutely look this
Did
up.
you actually ask what is the fight between FBA and the United States government?
No, no. I'm talking about this connection between African and African.
The difference, brother, I'm gonna tell you the honest. In my opinion, the difference is too many brothers and sisters on the continent are sensitive and they got their feelings hurt, and they think that their hurt feelings actually equate to some real value, and it doesn't. We're trying to financially get back what is owed to us, and they're throwing their feelings out as if we should validate them over our financial desires and needs and
We can't
demands.
get nothing back if we over here acting like that we
They
deserve
want us to give. They want us to care about what they care about. And the truth is, as foundational Black Americans, we have a different agenda than what Africa has. What you guys think about and what you guys want is totally different than what foundational Black Americans are want and are fighting for. And you guys think our fight is y'all fight, and y'all fight is not our fight, because y'all don't fight for us, y'all don't fight with us, but y'all want us to fight for y'all and with y'all. And we're saying, no, man, you got a battle over there. Y'all talking about unity and unity and unity. The first unity you got to do is become unified. You got to unify all those 5,000 tribes.
True that.
You got a tougher job than foundational Black Americans. We already put in the work. We unified our people over here already. We know we know Black American culture is ours, and it belongs to every foundational Black American in the United States. And we don't have a beef amongst tribes with each other. We're not beefing with the South. We're not beefing with the West. We're not beefing with the East. We know we're the same people.
That's the whole thing. We're all
on one accord. Who are beefing? Y'all beefing with the Tutsis, with the
Fulani,
Fulanis, whatever tribe y'all got tribal wars going on with 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀 right now.
Do that.
And we're saying, hey man, don't come over to America talking about unity. Unify Africa first. Fix your homeland first. Get you some tools to get them minerals about the ground yourself. Build up this rich nation. It's rich, but it's in the ground.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that you all are on the same level when it comes to fighting white supremacy as FBA?
You know what?
You think we're at the same? You think we're at the same space and place?
You know what? Y'all keep coming with this stuff that's confusing. It's very simple. We need to take care of ourselves. What's so hard about understanding or overstanding what's being said?
I actually want them to answer that question that cousin
Come on,
asked.
bro. Like, y'all running all around the board with these
This is the conversation. I kind of want them to answer Cuz the question too.
I want to answer
we need to like stand 10 toes, ground ourselves as men for one. The men.
I do hear what you're saying, Jay. I do hear what you're saying.
There's no question.
But I'm asking specifically because
No. We're not unified in Africa to fight white supremacy because there are two types of Africans on the continent.
When you fight, you gotta realize this though.
While I understand that you all are fighting white supremacy, what I'm asking.
Hold on, cousin. Hold on, J-Knox. I think Dig was saying something. Go ahead, Dig.
No, we don't. We're not unified in Africa to fight white supremacy. There's two types of Africans in Africa right now. There's the colonized Africans and there's the ones who are not colonized. Okay? So if you look, there's some Africans who think white people are very superior to them. They look up to them. And there's other Africans who don't agree with it at all. So in terms of that, in terms of fighting white supremacy as a unity, as a whole on the continent, it's not there. But we are trying to get there. But there's some African people who still believe in that devilish religion that they brought to the continent. And that's what's keeping us back.
What do akata mean?
What?
I hear, but it's not that conversation right now. He's not saying that. I think he just said a lot. I want Agak to respond to what his brother Dig just said. Confirm or deny.
My point
hold on, J-Knox, hold on, brother. We're gonna come back to you. Agak, go ahead.
Yes. Again,
brother just said something.
I think that's. I mean, I can put 1 or 2 cents in the mix of whatever brother the gentleman from Nigeria said. Personally, I'm from Tanzania. You know, Tanzania, we never had a civil war.
Go ahead.
Okay, we never had a civil war. We never had all this. After the colonization, after the independence, we've been one of the peaceful place, if you can name it, in Africa, if you're not in the world. But the question is not about unity. I think the African unity is something that the white man has been fighting for generations, because they know once the black people unite together, that is something that.
Are you united in Tanzania, sir? Do you not have tribes in Tanzania?
We have 25 tribes. We have 25 tribes, 25 regions in Tanzania, and all countries united in Tanzania. I mean, you can ask any African person.
Tanzania has the most beautiful women on the planet.
Yeah, that's the most peaceful place.
American has the most beautiful women on the planet. But the thing about it is, y'all had slavery in Tanzania. Right.
Yeah, we did. After the independence, we kicked the.
So y'all did have slavery in Tanzania. That's correct.
Not slaves. We was colonized, not slave, but we was a part of.
Y'all had slavery.
Yes.
In Tanzania.
Yes.
No. Y'all was colonized also, but y'all had slavery. You know what's mighty interesting? I'm a beautiful Black American woman who used to date in Tanzania, who used to hang around people from Tanzania, because in the United States, in Houston, Texas, the people from Tanzania hangs with Kenyans because they speak Swahili. You know, so I have been in the environment for many, many years. So if you and it's way more than I know Tanzanians that don't even have citizenship but been over here for 30 years. Right. So we can talk this talk because these are very
but listen. To become a citizen or to have a green card.
I'm talking about in the United States.
No, just listen to it. For you to become an American, you can be an American. You can be born here, and then.
I don't need to tell me about policy. I'm just letting you know that I know Tanzanians right now. They're trying to prove to you that I know Tanzanians in the United States that's not even citizens. Matter of fact, let me go deeper.
Wolfie, I want to hear.
The man that wanted to marry me was Tanzania.
FBA Sweet Wolfie, I want to hear what he got to say.
Tanzania is beautiful. You're beautiful.
No. I'm not. Please, sir. I don't need you if you don't know me. Don't talk to me.
So the sister said the gentleman wanted to marry.
I'm just telling you that you said that there was no slavery in Tanzania. So I want to correct you. It was slavery in Tanzania. So let's not try to paint this picture.
We had a colonization, yes, just like
you also had slavery.
But there was no slavery. We was a part of the trade, the triangular slave trade.
You was a part of the Arab slave trade, East African slave trade.
Guess what? The question was in response to Dig. He said there's two types of Africa. Confirm or deny?
No. That's everywhere. That's even here. I mean, I think that's.
No, it's not here.
Come on, brother. I've lived here more than 25 years. There's a
I've lived here 60 years.
Yeah, no.
Aga John. We're talking about the continent of Africa. Don't switch the context.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Whenever I talk to my in-laws, now I have to be a little bit polite because
just don't get off subject, bro. Like, for real.
No. But this is serious conversation.
You know what I'm saying is true.
We can't hear you, brother. You have to speak.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
Okay, that's all you have to say. That's all you have to say.
No. Yeah, that's very true. Even it took time for mind of a colonized mindset of a black people to even graduate to the point that they believe trusting their own.
So do you understand when you come here and you talk about what's the problem between African and Black American and why can't we unify? Do you understand that's the problem right there? Is that you're talking about something you haven't even done in your homeland.
Right.
That's the reason why you're over here. Because if the economy was popping in Tanzania,
again, listen, this story, this again, as a Tanzanian, we speak the different language when it comes to unity.
We understand that.
Yeah, Tanzania unity, we don't have a problem. But even you guys, whenever you went to Swahili, umoja, ujima, ujamaa, blah blah blah.
Okay,
that's came from Tanzania.
Look at you, bro. You say you guys.
Huh?
You say you guys.
Come on, I'm not. I am not a Caucasian person. I am a black man.
No, when he's saying you guys, he actually means in this case he means foundational Black Americans versus
I'm not
African
talking about
Americans.
the racism situation. Come on. We have to take this nonsense out of the way.
But what spectrum are you coming from?
Huh?
I said, what spectrum are you coming from?
I'm coming from like you guys went to school here, Americans. Foundation Black Americans. Let me phrase that. Since nobody wants to be addressed as a Black American, Black African American. Foundation Black America. Like
it
that's
never was. If y'all can just concept and understand that is a new identity that us adults never was identified as.
Yeah,
we
but
never grew up calling ourselves that. Just like your independence is new to you, just like freedom and walking around Tanzania is new to you.
It's not. But this is something that I was born. My great grandfather.
African American is a new idea. Meaning, as I was a kid, no one called themselves African American. No one in America was saying African American.
Okay,
it wasn't put in books.
It
wasn't put on buildings.
I'm gonna have to drop somebody real quick because I got to bring this guy up real quick.
Who you bringing up?
I got to bring up this dude, 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀. I just want to. This is the guy that sent me this notice, y'all. I want y'all to.
What happened with the notice? You can drop me. Oh, you want to keep me up here? Oh, what happened with the notice?
I want to keep you up here. Hold on, Knox. I'm gonna drop you down real quick, and I'm gonna bring up 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 real quick. Come on up here. Come on up here, 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Come on up here, 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Come on up here, brother.
They are the new Europeans. They are the Karens. And that's why on August 1st, we're reporting all their businesses.
Who's the new Karens? The Africans?
Yes, y'all are the new white Karens.
Oh, hell no.
No, the way y'all cry, the way y'all lie.
Hold on, 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Hold on, y'all.
The crying and the lying on Black Americans.
Hold up, Wolfie. We want to hear what this cease and desist sender had to say.
And desist letter without a signature on it, bro. You didn't even sign this thing. Full of pseudo conspiracy, sovereign, and you CC'd Roland Martin. What's going on, brother? Are you okay? 𝗏, are you okay, brother? You can come off the mute. Are you okay? I need to know if your mental state is okay.
Do you think the American Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act of 1975
Hold on, he blocked me.
I
think I feel who the hell he is. He blocked me.
Do we think that the 18 what census did what? Or 18 what act?
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it again.
Desist order.
Wait a minute. You just asked me a question. Next, please. You think the American Indian determinate
Are you in the United States, sir? Because your connection is bad.
if you think, excuse me, it may be bad,
Your
but I
connection
know
is bad.
all over. It may be, sir.
Okay, now which act and which act of Congress were you attempting to bring up?
The act is entitled the American Indian Self-Determination and Education
I really want to
Act
understand
of
what you're saying, brother.
1975.
Can he drop and come back up?
Can you hear me?
Coke, you don't have to drop down, and you're gonna need to come back up because there's.
I mean, you can drop me.
Your background and static is real bad, bro. We can barely
I'm
hear
gonna
you.
drop you and just request back up. Just request back up. This is the guy that sent me a cease and desist letter in all caps.
Well, listen, since he seems to be trying to repeat, or he want to repeat what he's saying, get to this 18 census thing or letter part that he's talking about. Read that part.
Jesus Christ! This is what this brother sent me. Let me bring it back up and read it for y'all. Hold on. Jesus Christ!
Run it.
I didn't even know this thing was real. If I'm gonna be honest with you, hold on. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up.
And how you doing today, Petunia? Thank you very much for stopping by and spending a little time with us.
Hold on. Let me bring them back up. Let me read this thing. Hold on. Bring them back up. Hold on. I'm gonna have to drop somebody again. You can request back up, but I gotta bring up Wolfie up here. Hold on. You can request back up. Hold on. Let me bring Wolfie back up. Hold on.
I went to go see his page too much. I think he a 5150.
I want to make sure this brother's
Thank you
okay.
for blocking me, Coke. I don't never want you can block all my pages, Coke. And let me say this on this live while we have it recorded. If you post any of my images on your page, I won't play with you with this fake cease and desist, whatever you're doing. You didn't hit the real games here. We got resources. Read it.
The United States is a private corporation that provides governmental services to people groups that contract with the United States. That private corporation is not the same as Americans, America, nor our confederation of the several states. The style of our confederacy is the United States. It's long, y'all. Let me try to get to the meat, man. I'm gonna just try to get to the meat. The honorable court and defendant. This document serves as a formal legal notice demanding immediate compliance, or plaintiffs will seek the full weight of civil and criminal legal recourse. The plaintiffs demand that the defendant cease these unlawful activities, take corrective measures to remedy the irreversible damage caused by their conduct. The scale and implication of these actions demand that this matter be adjudicated with the highest level of judicial scrutiny and urgency. The plaintiffs represent individuals, organizations, and entities of American Indian and colonial European descent who have been directly harmed by fraudulent misidentification, defamation, and systematic misrepresentation by the defendants. These violations have damaged the cultural identity, historical standing, and fundamental rights of the plaintiffs who seek justice under the Constitution and law. The defendants include, but are not limited to, the following individuals, organizations, and governmental entities that have systematically perpetuated false racial categories and misidentified Americans of American Indian and colonial European descent as Black or African American. Every race-based 501c and 527 tax-exempt person under the jurisdiction of the United States. Fraudulent misrepresentation, defamation, the misidentification of Americans of American Indian and colonial European descent as Black or African American constitutes fraudulent Man, this thing is long, man. You good.
It's like we good.
This
Like,
thing
Yeah,
is
no,
hard.
I want to hear his proposed Indian Act. That's where I want you to read his Indian Act.
Let me read. Let me find the meat again. Critical examination of the erasure of cultural identity and heritage. The misidentification of these groups as Black or African American is not merely a matter of terminology. It is deliberate and systematic effort to erase the distinct cultural and historical identity of American Indian and colonial European descent. He keeps adding colonial European descent individuals, resulting in cultural genocide and historical distortion, violations of constitutional and treaty protections. This practice perpetuates the enforcement of racial integrity laws, which were intended to racially categorize Americans and erase the cultural significance of American Indian and colonial European descent communities. This is a direct violation of constitutional protection and treaty obligations. The United States. Hold on, I must have missed. Hold on. Here we go. The defendants conduct infringements of the Commerce Clause, as these actions directly affect interstate commerce by promoting and discriminating narrative that harm the economic interests of plaintiffs. Civil Rights Act of 1964. The defendants' actions contravene the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in all aspects of public life based on race, color, or national origin. The Indian Civil Rights Act, 25 USC 1301 through 1304. The defendant actions violate the Indian Civil Rights Act, which guarantees the right of American Indian and colonial European descent individuals to preserve their unique cultural heritage and identity. Hold on, there's some more stuff up here. The 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. The misidentification practice perpetuated by the defendants violate the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause by systematically erasing the cultural identity of American Indian and colonial European descent communities. The resulting systematic racism fundamentally undermines the principle equality before the law. Hold on. Fraudulent misrepresentation, the defamation of American Indian and colonial European descent as Black or African American constitution. The defendant action violate constitutional right treaty. Okay, hold on. That's not it. Hold on. It's so much stuff in here, y'all. It's so much stuff.
Brother Coke, I gotta tell you, it sounds like a tremendous word salad.
The treaty of rabbits. Oh man, where is this thing at? Jesus Christ.
I would have blocked him and moved on. He is not intelligent.
So, brother,
his name says
are
it.
You okay? That's what I need to know this, brother, because we need to find this thing. This is insane. Everybody has the right to classify themselves. We have classified ourselves as foundational Black American. You are still free to classify yourself as an American Indian of colonial European descent, if that's what you want to go by. What's the problem?
And how does commerce fall into this category?
What's the Commerce Clause? What's the Indian Creek, whatever, Rabbit Treaty? Jesus Christ.
If you just wanted that man attention, all you had to do was DM him. Coke.
He just gave him a whole.
Oh, he's done that. He's done that. Then he sent me this in my email. So what makes you think that sending me a cease?
Stop harassing him.
A fake, which is harassment because it was in all caps. What makes you think by emailing me a fake cease and desist letter was supposed to do, brother? And then in my comment saying you have been served and you know there's no racial integrity laws. What do you hope to accomplish by this, brother? And are you okay? Have you taken your medicine? Is your family looking out for your best interest? Should you even be on TikTok? Go ahead, Coach.
You ain't gonna get nothing out of that, Coach.
Coach, you gotta unmute yourself, brother.
May I speak?
Go ahead.
May I speak now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Since we're all over at the age of 25, we're all over the age of maturity. We're all able to read and write at least a 6th grade level. So, since you took the time to read that, even with the snide remarks and the snarky comments, you all have been provided a proper public notice. Whether you accept it or not, that is up to you. Okay? Now, it's American Indian
Why did you
of 1975.
Why did you CC me with Roland Martin, brother?
Do better than
Listen,
that, brother.
listen,
Do better
listen,
than that.
listen. The American
Do better than
Indian
that, brother.
Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 1975, is the law that cousin was asking about. I'll repeat it again. The American Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act of 1975.
You can do
Now,
better than that.
everybody,
And we've
I
broken
understand that
that.
everybody
How?
Bro, you can do better than that, King. Like, watch that.
I understand.
Do better than that, man.
J Knox, I just sit here and listen to y'all just roast me, bro. And I haven't cussed, I haven't lost my temper or nothing. I've been called crazy.
No, you haven't, brother. I commend
I've
you
been
for that.
called crazy.
This is the thing with
I've been
y'all
called
people.
I've been called unintelligent. I've been called unintelligent. I've been called a lot of things.
Don't
I've been
nobody
called a
owe
lot
you
of things.
nothing.
But one
Don't
thing I
nobody owe
haven't
you nothing.
done, but one thing
Y'all
you're
men like to
absolutely
play
right. The
victim
world
on this
doesn't owe
app.
me anything.
And this is an
The
app.
world doesn't
This
owe
is for
me
entertainment
anything.
purposes.
The
Y'all
world
men
doesn't
like
the
to play
world doesn't
victim.
owe me
Grow
the
up.
world does not owe me
Let him
anything.
finish.
The world does not
Coach,
owe me
What does the
anything.
treaty
The world
of
does not
dancing
owe me
rabbit
anything.
creek?
I
What does
have
the
provided
treaty
you.
of dancing?
I have
Hold on,
done my
brother.
part.
I'm asking you a
I have
question,
done my
brother.
part. You
I'm asking you a
after
question, brother.
tonight, after tonight,
I'm asking you a question, brother.
you cannot say that nobody in your age
I'm
group
not
and nobody who went
disrespecting
through
you,
some of the
brother.
same things you went through
I'm not
told you.
disrespecting.
After
What
tonight, you
does
cannot
the
say you
treaty
did not know.
of
After
dancing
tonight, you
creek
cannot say
rabbit
you were
creek?
not provided a
No,
proper
no, no, no.
notice.
Tonight you need to go turn
Okay?
yourself in.
What are we
5150.
supposed to be learning from this, brother?
Call it.
What does
You
the
say we're
what does
supposed to know
dancing
this.
Listen,
What
rabbit
are we
creek?
supposed to be
I'm
knowing?
not
I didn't
responsible.
disrespect
I'm
you.
not responsible for
No,
what you
fuck
don't
that.
know.
No, I didn't disrespect
You
you.
You
know
are
what you don't
responsible
know.
because you have
I didn't
harassed
disrespect
him
You
you,
know
over
what
brother.
you
and
don't
over
know.
through the site. Hold on, Jay Knox. You have harassed
You
too much
know
over
what
and over. It
you
only
know
take
what
one time and it
you
becomes
don't.
federal
You
once you
know what
start being on this
you
internet.
know what you don't.
Then you come in and
That's
baby, you
fine.
come in
That's
on
fine.
in
Then
his
take that
this is
document
in his
then
space,
take that document
harassing
that
him
he printed
again.
out and
You
read.
are
Then
continuing to harass him.
take that document. Then
You
take
take your
that
document and
document
go do
and this
something with it.
recording.
Your document ain't worth
Then
shit
take that
like brick.
document. If it's
Why did you
harassment,
say
if it's
Your
harassment,
document ain't
then
worth shit
if
like
it's
brick.
harassment,
Your
then
document
file
is
the
worth is
case.
like toilet paper.
Hey,
Then
please
file
count
the
It
that.
can
case.
wipe
If
our
it's
ass and
harassment,
throw it
then
in the
file the
toilet. It
case.
ain't worth shit.
Please count say
I
something.
know. I
Your
get it. I
document
get
ain't
it. And that's
your
Brother,
fine.
document
That's
I
fine.
still want you,
not
It
worth
don't
brother,
have
I
to. You
still
anything.
can
want you to
continue.
answer.
Bro,
I would
please
still
just
like to
respect me,
answer
Yes,
man.
sir.
how has
Can we just
FBA or
start
how
doing
have
that? Like,
we
can we talk like grown men?
violated these acts
Can we
and
talk
or
like grown
treaties
men
to
for a
which
minute?
you speak?
Can we talk like grown men for a
I'll
minute?
tell you what. I'll
I
tell you
think
what.
disrespectful, brother.
Okay.
Like, hold on,
Since
man.
you
Hold up.
hold on, Jay Knox. Hold on, Jay Knox. Slow down, dog. Because all you've done is insult me so far, and now you want to talk
Wow,
like a grown
man. You
man. Let
so
me
kind of
talk to
like,
cousins.
I'm sorry.
Let
I
me talk to
apologize.
cousins real
I
quick.
apologize.
Just let me talk to cousins real
Hold
quick.
on, Jay Knox. Let him talk
Just
to
hold up,
cousin.
Knox.
Go on, Coach. Go on,
Now,
Coach.
cuz,
Come on, bro.
That's kind of
you're a
different.
grown man. You're a grown man, bro. You know what you don't know. Read the stuff for
No, I
yourself and
do.
then ask yourself after you read it, how have you stepped outside the law?
What you talking about, man? You being
Come on,
disrespectful,
man.
bro. I'm blood.
You'll figure I'm not, bro.
No, you're
I'm
being
just out,
disrespectful.
bro. I'm required. Listen. I'm
Colt,
account not being disrespectful. You know what you don't know, and all I'm saying is, when I knew that I didn't know certain things, I went and found out. And now, that's all I'm saying to you. You don't know. You know you don't know. So instead of picking on me, just go find out. And then after you find out, see how your behavior has have you stepping outside the law over this past 18 months. That's all I'm saying to you, bro. Now, if you have a
This
problem with that,
man,
that's not on me. That's not on me,
What
cuz.
does the
That's not
treaty
on me. I'm
of
not
dancing?
responsible
cousin,
for how your mind works,
cuz he
cuz.
care about you,
Cuz I'm not
cuz,
responsible for how
cuz,
your mind works. Neither am
cuz he
I
not
yours,
responsible
sweet.
for how your
Y'all
mind
are.
works,
Y'all
cuz.
can't
Coach,
call me
answer this
crazy. Y'all
question,
can't call
Coach.
me
Y'all can't
crazy
call me
just
Coach,
crazy,
because
cuz.
answer
I'm
this
citing the
question,
treaty to
Coach.
y'all.
He citing
Coach,
the treaty
Y'all
to
can't call
us,
me crazy
cuz.
just because I'm citing the treaty, y'all.
Coach,
You crazy.
So keep it up.
Coach,
I
Keep
am.
it up.
You're on the panel.
Answer this
I know
question,
because you know
brother.
I'm right, and all you got,
No,
all
you're
you got
not.
is
No,
insults,
you're not.
sweets.
You're
That's all you
fine.
got. All you got is
You're a joke.
insults.
Hold on,
All right, now y'all
Coach.
I'll
stop
be that.
talking
I'll
over
be
each other.
that.
Coach,
I'll be all
answer
that.
this question.
I'll be all
Answer
that,
this
Queen.
question. Coach,
Yes, sir.
answer this.
What's up,
Coach,
sir?
answer this question, Coach.
Yes, sir.
What does the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek have to do with this?
You'll find that in Article 14. But you got to read the treaty. That's what I'm saying. If you read these documents,
It's
you wouldn't be out here
about
moving like this,
Choctaw.
bro.
It's a treaty about Choctaw.
You wouldn't be moving like this, bro. Where do we live
It's
at,
about
bro?
a treaty
Where do
about
the
Choctaw
non-remove?
Nation.
Where do the
Why are
non?
you
Too much.
going
Too much.
with that?
Too much. Too much. Where do the non-removed people of Dancer Rabbit Creek live today? Where does the vast majority of us live today?
I'll tell you.
Oklahoma?
You don't know, right? You don't know, right? So you out here, this is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Y'all out here doing shit and y'all don't know what y'all
Cuz
doing.
you out here doing shit
And then
and
y'all
you don't
calling
even
me
know you're doing
crazy.
this shit, cuz.
You don't know what you're doing. And
You
you
don't know what
calling me
you're doing,
crazy. Where are
cuz.
we at, Too Much?
What
Where
I'm
we
trying
at,
to
Too
get
Much?
you at, brother, and
Where
I
we
mean,
at? The non-removed
I'm trying to speak to
cousin.
you
Tell
in
me where
terms
we at,
that you
cousins. Cousin.
listen,
Cousin.
brother. I want
Tell
to
me where
ask you.
we at.
I'm trying to find out
I'm not
because
going
You
to
what I'm
should
lie.
trying
be.
to do is
You
get you
should.
to wrap this
You should
up
call
in a
911 and say
concise
50.
manner and tell me what we're
So,
supposed to be
so
learning from these
I want to.
treaties
I'm
and or
just
acts.
asking y'all. I'm just
Sir,
asking
shut
y'all.
up. I'm the one
Y'all,
that.
where
I
there
am
was
the one that's
a group
muting
of
you. I'm the one that's muting you, right? Because again, you make absolutely no sense. You're still not saying the
that's
reason
fine.
why you. Can you wait,
Just read
sir?
the
Can you wait until
documents.
I'm? Can you wait until
Read
I'm
the
done?
documents.
Can you
Read
wait until
the
I'm done?
documents.
Can you wait until I'm done?
Until you read
Please and
documents, you
thank
can't
you.
tell me
You want to
nothing.
say
Have
you
you
want
read
to
them?
no, sweet.
Have you
No,
read them?
sweetie.
Have you
Sir,
read them?
have some
Vicky, I
decorum
got
at your.
you.
Hold on,
Have
I'm gonna
hold
you
try
on,
to
read
do
sweet.
that.
them?
Hold on,
Have a
sweet
little
Wolfie.
patience, brother.
Let
I
me
understand.
finish.
Have a little
Hold on,
patience.
cousin.
Have
Let
you
me
read
finish.
them? I got
Sir,
9 sisters, bro.
can you
Have
have
you?
some decorum and can you wait until I
I
answer
have
my
9 sisters.
until I ask my question?
Nah,
You are
cause you
not
cut me.
you are not letting me
You
ask my
cut me off. I
question.
wasn't talking
Can
to
you
you.
wait until I am and I'm a mod and
I
I'm
was
going to
talking to.
continue to cut you off,
Well, then,
right?
if that's the case, then
Can we
that's
just
the
Sir,
let
case,
can you,
then.
can we
can
just
you,
let him
sir, shut
listen. Can we
up.
just
Like,
let him
I'm
speak?
literally trying to talk to this man, and I don't want nobody to fucking
No,
interrupt me.
no. You're not trying to talk. You're trying to yell
Yes,
an
I
insult.
am, sir.
You're trying to
Like,
correct
you're
an insult.
grown. I'm
I can hear
only
this.
25. I'm only 25 years
Exactly.
old. I am not trying to insult you. I am
I
trying
mean,
to ask a question and get an
you should
understanding.
know better.
So can you shut up and can you wait until I'm done?
Just wait.
No, I
Just
This
can't.
is
wait
my. I
until
can't
she's
listen.
done.
So you're going to wait until I'm done. First of all, to the Diamond Princess, nobody has a fucking control power. This man in his mid-30s, right? He can't even articulate himself. Not only that, when Too Much is asking him a direct question, he cannot. Again, it seems like he can't even comprehend what the fuck is going on. Again, what was the reason
PK,
why?
Diamond Princess just wants some attention. Do
Hold on,
not
sweet.
address her. She's
Hold
been
on,
trying to
sweet.
get attention. You can come up to the
Hold on,
panel.
sweet Wolfie. Hold on. Again, what I'm overly confused. What is the reason why you sent him a cease and desist letter? It's because, quote unquote, he's saying black people are not indigenous to America? Because Too Much has never said that. Is that why you're telling him that?
Or are you on some
And I
bullshit?
find it overly weird. Like I said, if you're going to come up here and reference documents, how about you explain yourself thoroughly and articulate yourself? Because everybody is confused on the panel. You keep on referencing, you keep on saying, read these documents. But again, to the 87 people on this panel, we don't even know what fucking documents you're referring to. You're not even citing the documents that you're talking about. So I do want to understand what you're talking about. And if you're actually up here teaching something that is worth my time, I would do the due diligence to actually research it. But I don't even fucking know what the fuck is going on.
Ooh-wee.
So again, if you want to come up here and actually tell us what the fuck you're talking about and the article that you're talking about, you have the free will of doing that. Like I find like it's crazy that grown people in their 30s, in their mid-30s, don't even know how to have a fucking conversation. So come back up here since you have the capability of sending a cease and desist letter. You didn't even fucking sign it, right? That means that you can come up here and articulate yourself. So please come back up because I actually want to understand what you're talking about.
Where you at, brother? Did you leave the live, brother?
Kiki,
Come on,
it's
request
my off day. We want to have fun. I think the brother is. I went
I
to his
know.
page.
Yeah, he's
He
not
go
on
to his
there, y'all.
page.
He's
I
not
don't
on
think.
there,
I
y'all.
don't
He's
think
really
y'all
not
there.
on there. I just want y'all to know that
He's
This
not there.
this is an intervention, if anything. We're trying to get through to this brother. I hope his people are taking care of him and looking after him. Because some people are just not mentally able to understand. Because when the dancing creek, the rabbit, whatever, the treaty of 1830,
He making a whole lot of leaps that we could not see.
and that's supposed to let us know what?
He's stupid.
The 14th
That's what I'm
Amendment,
saying. All he had to
he
do was
called
break
us
it down. in layman's
501c3.
terms.
He called us 501c person and 527. He's quoting tax law. So I'm like, what does taxes got to do with this cease and desist? I'm trying to figure it out.
Motherfucking thing.
I'm trying to figure
All
it
right,
out.
we got 85 people up in this room. Let's kick this live up to 20,000 likes, y'all.
This is insane.
Let's do it.
Cole,
To the
come back up
diamond, do
here.
you know what he was talking about?
I know what she's talking about, and I appreciate that.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
hi, hello. I
Do you
am
know what he
the.
was talking about?
Okay, calm down because I
Ma'am,
have
will.
no
nobody,
clue.
first of all, ma'am,
No.
nobody is getting rowdy with you. That's how I talk, and I'm not finna appease you and tone my voice down. So, do you know what he's talking about? Because I really want to understand.
Okay, am I allowed to respond?
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Diamond.
if I ask you a question,
Go ahead, sister.
All right. So, respectfully, I just came into the live probably maybe 5 to 10 minutes ago. I seen a couple of my mutuals, Coke and Pistol, happened to be two of them. And I asked Pistol what were they talking about so that I could effectively give my opinion. I
Now,
noticed,
now you was
wait,
tagging
hold
me in
on,
those
wait a minute,
comments.
wait a
Hold
minute,
up,
wait a
Whoopi. Let her
minute, because
finish.
I
Let her finish,
respectfully
Whoopi.
allowed you to speak.
Let her
Let me
speak.
finish.
Pistol, you better come get your girl.
Let her finish.
Pistol
Hold
don't have to
on.
do anything
Oh, then, bitch, I'll
because
come get
I
you,
can
hoe.
get myself.
Stop
Then
it.
I'll come
Stop
get
I
it.
can
you.
Come
get
on. Come
myself.
Then
on,
I'll
Whoopi.
come
Let
get
her
you.
finish.
Then
We
I'll come
want
get
to
you.
hear what
Because
she
you
has
You're
to
totally
just
say.
tagged me.
mad.
I
You're
told
just
you stop
mad.
seeking
You're just
attention.
Hold
mad
on.
I ain't mad
Let
at
her.
you.
because
I ain't
you are a
mad at you. I already
foundational Black
sized you up. You ain't
American and
nothing to
not
be mad
indigenous,
at.
and that's not
I
my
already sized
problem.
you up. You ain't nothing to be mad at.
FBA
You
Whoopi,
ain't
calm
nothing to
All
get
down.
right,
mad at. I sized you up
ladies.
before you
We
sized
sweet,
want
me.
a
sweet
positive,
Whoopi,
constructive
the
conversation.
the host is trying to talk.
Messy, bro.
Let Diamond speak. I want to hear what she has to say. Go ahead,
All
Diamond.
right. Now, all I was saying was as I was continuously watching, I noticed that the panel was asking for Cope to explain what he was talking about. And all I was doing was saying, hey, Cope, just explain it to him so that we can correctly understand what is going on. Apparently, FBA felt like I was being an attention seeker, which that's her prerogative.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we're off that. Just explain. Just help us understand. Let's
No, no,
get
no,
this.
no,
If
no, no.
you know
Don't
what he
hold
was
on. Wait a
speaking
minute.
to, sister.
Respectfully, I still have something that I want to say. You don't have to cut
Okay,
me
we'll finish
off.
it, sister.
All right. I didn't say at no point in time that I knew what he was talking about. Maybe what it was I wanted to know what he was talking about so that I could help him explain. I don't know, but I
Do
don't
you know about the
appreciate.
Indian Act of 1965 or whatever, the Indian Civil Rights
Okay,
Act?
so I don't understand what the
So
animosity is.
basically, with my girl Pistol Packing Pen, because that is my home girl, right? She said in the comments that has everything to do with the 6th region, and for some odd reason, he's sending that to you and not to the AU. You're not supposed to be sending that to the FBAs. You're supposed to be
Let me
sending
tell you
that to
who he
the
sent it to.
African Union.
Let me tell you who he sent it to. Let me give y'all the rundown. Roland Martin, R. Smith, Indiana Attorney General, ACLU, Georgia Info, contact antisemitism.org, governance at Milwaukee, membership hrc.org, media relations adr.org, and to yours truly, Too Much Moxie.
So
Why am I on this list?
He's harassing you. That is pure harassment.
That's
And
what it is.
nobody need to accept that
The
from
reason
anyone.
why is because again, when you're talking about the sixth region, when it comes to the African Union, how the 6th region is trying to claim Black Americans reparations for some odd reason. Some of these American Indians, and I'm not talking about all of them, some of them have issues with FBAs because we acknowledge. hold on, that we acknowledge that, quote unquote, some of us, that we acknowledge that we're of African descent. So I guess he's mad that we use the term black and it's like not a classification. And it seems like that is exactly why. And that's why he's referencing, I guess, that Integrity Act, because I know what it is. I'm just trying to understand the correlation. Like, what does it have to do with
Look,
you getting a cease and
this is my
desist
point. I'm
letter?
gonna ask you again. What does that mean?
Which
Run
one? Which part?
everything that you said.
Roland Martin, the Haitian tether. Yes, he
Break
got
down
me on
everything
the
that you
same
said.
list
How's that
as
beneficial to us?
The Integrity
So,
Act aspect of it, sister.
Okay, let me so try you to break said it down. so you said a Haitian person, Roland Martin, gave you a cease and desist letter.
Cease
I would
and
like to say
desist
something.
letter.
Why was that?
Without a signature on it.
Why
and
is that?
ceasing all these other people into it. All
Why
these
is
other
that?
people into it.
If
This
y'all
is
don't
crazy.
mind, I would love to say
Okay,
something.
the guy that was dropped that was in the box above.
May I say something?
Sent too much. I'm trying to tell Black what happened. Sent too much a deceased and letter. And the letter was, according to Kiki, the type of letter he sent was not supposed to go to people like Too Much, a everyday TikToker, or a person who raps, make music. It's supposed to go to the AU. Is this pistol letter?
Can I say something?
No, it's not Pistol's
Look,
letter
can I
because
say
she.
something, please?
I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask
I'm
y'all a
just
question.
talking to
So
I would say this is the
Wait,
attempt to
wait,
basically.
wait, Black
Hold up,
Vanguard,
man.
let Jay
Come on, let's
Knox
stop the
talk because I'm
ranting,
not gonna
man.
lie, he's
Hey,
been
You gotta
waiting.
speak
I'm
up on
sorry,
the mic,
Jay.
brother.
Look, all
You
we
are
do is
real
run
low.
our
That's
mouths
why
all
it's so
the
easy for people to
time. We
overtalk
run our
you.
mouths all the time. So I want to know, what does that mean? Everything that you're saying, what does it mean? How could it be beneficial to us as a people?
Again, so the
We was
African
trying to tell
Union,
you, and you cut us out to ask us that again.
African Union, the sixth region, right? They're trying to claim and trying to take. Oh my Lord Jesus. They're trying to take, I'm going to break it down. They're trying to take the Europeans to court to claim our reparations, right? Just look up AU6 region. That is exactly what he was talking about. Not only that, he was in referencing the Racial Integrity Act, right? How some American Indians on TikTok say they were reclassified into being called Negro and Black, and they were indigenous to the Americas. So for some odd reason, based off what he was saying, right, he was trying to send a cease and desist letter to the host based off him being called FBA, or, being called Black. These are groups of people that think Black is a misnomer. And, they want, I really don't like, I really get confused with these groups
Well
of
said,
people.
Queen. Well said, Queen.
So
Thank you.
basically, it's kind of weird. They're trying to take the international court to quote unquote uh to court so they can get their classification back and their land back. But it still does. Oh, there he is. I want to ask some questions. I'm trying to get an understanding. I think I'm learning something today. So
Thank
hey,
you.
sir,
Look, I
do
appreciate
you
you so
have
much.
the
Can I finish
compassion?
talking? Like, stop cutting me off. Thank you, sister.
I did, because I wasn't talking to you, because you don't even understand what's going on. Hey, Mr. Cole, you have the capacity, and the intellectual skills to answer some questions so we can all understand what you're talking about. Like, is this something that is harmful to our community? Should I be worried about it? You can come off mute and answer, sir.
I was telling you, thank you, sister. And so
Oh, you're
don't
welcome.
test my intelligence. I'm like, don't do that. It's not necessary to test my intelligence as a man.
What are you talking about?
In the low
Talking to
vibration
you,
of
Jay
our-
Knox.
I wasn't even
You
talking
got
to
to speak
you.
into the mic, brother. You sound like you're far, far
He's
away.
talking to
I was
Cole.
not even talking to you. I was talking to
Now,
Coke.
again, that wasn't to you, Knox. And Mr. Coke, please elucidate us with the information for which we are requiring.
So what was your question, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Can you thoroughly explain what is going on? Because, I'm young, but I want to learn.
Why'd you CC me with Roland Martin,
Okay.
brother, and the ACLU and anti-Semitic? Why did you do that, brother? Go ahead.
Okay, who would like their question first?
Answer the mod first
Just
and
got
then answer proud.
Go ahead, brother.
okay. Um, So the way it affects you, young lady, is that because you are a woman and because of who your grandmothers are, you have the highest legal standing on this land, even higher than mine. But as long as you call yourself a black woman, you remove yourself from that legal standing.
See, I
Now,
thought
to
so.
you, to too much,
Go ahead, keep on talking. I thought so.
Come on,
and
brother.
to you too much, the reason why I provided you and everyone else with the same information is so that you all can get the same information on the same day at the same time. Now, I'm I'm not
So this one
responsible
of
on
the
how you
QB or
emotionally
it was
feel.
QB.
Sir, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not responsible for how you emotionally feel when you receive that type of email and you see those names and those emails CC'd on it. However, you are involved in a political conversation. Rather you want to say you're not, you are involved in a political conversation. You are a political activist. Henceforth, the actions that you are trying to take directly affect treaty obligations that I am a part of, whether you know it or not.
I'm black and I'm proud.
So
Now,
that's exactly
I'm
that's
trying to
ex-
be respectful.
no. We're gonna
Yeah,
wrap.
because
Hold on, FBA. We're gonna
I,
wrap
No, no,
this up,
y'all,
right?
I'm
let that
trying to be
man finish.
respectful.
Let him
I'm
finish his
really
Hold
am.
point,
on. Let
people.
him finish.
Let him
I'm
finish his
serious.
point,
He
ladies.
even got this far. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Wow. So basically, right, due to the like I said before, due to the Racial Integrity Act, right, how they were reclassified, they are trying to target FBAs during a political quote unquote conversation because we call ourselves black. Like I said earlier, because they think that black means dead and it has no status. For some odd reason, he's sending you a cease and desist letter because he thinks that you're misappropriating and putting people into the wrong direction because you call yourself a fellow black American and or an FBA. So again, like I said, that's exactly what he was talking about. And I knew what I was talking about all along. Y'all say the same thing.
You're a little bit off. You're kind of right and you're kind of wrong.
No. That's exactly what you're saying.
Let,
Even
let
one of
him
your
let him
fellow
No, I
let
got to
him
give you
thread
credit.
that
I got to
needle.
give you credit where you're right,
Let him
but where
speak for
I mean,
himself.
like
I'm
some of
listening.
that you're right
I'm
about.
listening to Kiki.
So
Some of
what is
that
she
you're right
wrong about?
about, right?
What is she
But
wrong
it
about?
has nothing to do with you being dead or anything like that. It has nothing to do with you being. It has nothing to do with you being dead or anything like that. It's just that you are claiming a person, which is a legal status, that has origins inside of a racial group from Africa. Like there's no getting around that. Africans, when they come here, are not even classified as black. They are classified as white. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
no,
And
no,
as
no,
you,
no, no,
I got
no.
9 sisters.
I
Listen.
know
I
that.
have 9 sisters.
My
I have
God.
9 sisters and over
Uh-huh.
20 nieces. I have nine
So,
sisters and over 20 nieces,
and I
and they
have two
know their
uncles.
genealogy. And
And I know
if they
mine.
come across a woman like you
And so since you're targeting me, let me tell you something,
is
fuck
not willing
ass.
to respect their if who
Let me tell you something, fuck ass. And this is exactly why I get irritated in these conversations. And now I'm going to fucking insult you because I know exactly what the fuck you talking about. You cannot send somebody a fucking cease and desist letter because they call themselves FBA and they resonate with being of African descent. Do you know how foolish you sound, you fucking idiot? You are sending this man a cease and desist letter and trying to tell this man, due to his First Amendment right, he needs to silence his fucking self based off your fucking feelings. Let me tell you some
Go
old
ahead,
man.
baby.
Let me
Go
tell
ahead.
you some. Let me tell you some fucking old man. I'm of
Go ahead, baby.
African descent. You talking about genealogy, bitch? I got the manuscripts to show you that some of my people come directly from Africa, and then some of my people are also indigenous to America. And that's what the fuck I'm in. And excuse my vernacular, right? But if you're going to send somebody a
No
cease and
excuses,
fucking
just go.
yeah, if you're going to send somebody a cease and desist letter, you idiot, you grown man. Since you're
Dummy.
talking about a political conversation, at least sign it. I'm 25 years old. In order for you to legalize a fucking document, you have to
Mm-hmm.
sign it. And you didn't even
Mm-hmm.
do that. But listen here, American Indian, nobody is finna appease your opinion. or your
Mm-hmm.
feelings. I'm blackity black and I'm
Mm-hmm.
SBA, and I'm not going to call
Mm-hmm.
myself otherwise just because you want to call yourself American Indian. Like, you sound so fucking
Say it
foolish.
loud.
Hey, baby.
Low.
I'm black and I'm
That's right.
proud. You don't
Go
even
ahead,
have to
get him.
cuss them out.
Get
Say
him.
it loud.
Get him.
I'm black and
Go
I'm
ahead
proud.
in.
They get mad at the word
Go
black.
ahead in.
Say it
Get him.
loud.
Get him. Get
You
him.
know, they get mad at the word black.
It
You
seemed
can't get
like
mad at us that we're black and we're proud. Go be who you want to be.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna drop this. It seems like that's some 𝗂𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁 type stuff, basically trying to silence our voices though, because they know we gained a lot of traction though, because a lot of people self-identify. I think that's nothing but
Mm-hmm.
some fake
Mm-hmm.
𝗂𝗏𝗵𝘁𝗀𝗵𝘁 type stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's right, Queen.
I would
Y'all just,
add
and
this.
can I say something, gentlemen?
As
Can I say
someone,
something, gentlemen? I'm not finna explain why I'm cussing somebody out. Kiki will, but if you don't listen to us, y'all gonna be left behind.
That's right, sis. Go ahead. Handle your business, though.
I would just say to there's when we classify ourselves as FBA, in the simplest of terms, what we are saying is that we are not immigrants. We are not to be treated as immigrants. We are to be treated as our own individual group, do our own personal owed debts from the United States of America.
So this is another tactic that they might be doing from the DNC and all that other stuff. What they're trying to do is that they're gonna try to do these cease and desist letters, especially to silence our voices though, because the have you heard about what Roland Martin did?
I think it's just a him thing. I didn't say.
Or it's
I mean,
him?
why would he CC me with Roland Martin? That's as Democratic shield as you can get.
But yeah, but you got to think about it is that Roland Martin, because you got to think about it, the DNC got dark money.
He's saying we're doing the same thing. You get it?
The DNC got dark money. Last year during this election cycle, they spent over $700 million in dark money campaigns. So that's part of the dark money strategy. See, Roland Martin, and when he had a show, he named all the voices of new black media. So they go out through all TikTok, YouTube, and attacking new voices of black media.
Well, of course they are.
So that's part of their plan to do these cease and desist letters, trying to stop the new voice of black media, because we want to make.
But it's not legal. It's a harassment. It's in all caps. The brother's in his feelings. He just wrote some stuff up. He didn't even chat GPT this thing. He just wrote some stuff up, sent it to me, and didn't even sign it or nothing like that. It's not even legal.
Yeah, it's not legal unless you sign it.
And then he's sitting around watching too much. And
Yeah, and he's man, this brother been on my page, been on my panel. You need to
It's
stop.
weird.
This is illegal. SEC and just throwing out terms, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking? Then the brother mentioned tax code. The brother start mentioning 501c and 527. I'm like, why are you mentioning tax code, brother?
All that word
Because
what
they
the hell?
think that black. So when it comes to the term African American and or black, they say that it's trademarked, right? And like I said again, they say that it has no legal status. I still find it overly weird why, I'm cool with some American Indians. Like I rock with them the long way.
Native Americans. Native Americans.
No. Them. They're called American Indians, not Native Americans, due to respect them, because I'm not gonna, call them call them something that they don't want to be called, right? But because he tried to do that to Too Much, but I'm not going to do that to him. I'm not going to misclassify him. I'm not going to do that. But again, why are you mad because we call ourselves black and we calling ourselves FBA?
Why we call ourselves
if
black?
that's the case, you need to. If that's the case,
the
people. One second. Not after tomorrow. You're not. Shut up, G Active, you stupid hoe. Like, this is what I be talking about. Some of you motherfucking American Indians, like y'all are really fucking emotional. If you're trying to attack a political movement, you need to fucking attack ADOS.
They don't know their identity. That's why they're doing it.
You need to African descendants of slaves.
Right.
Y'all mad at Africans.
Right.
ADOS has African in it. They're literally telling you that they're descendants of African slaves. You need to send ADOS a cease and desist letter.
Right.
But y'all want to send FBA's letter. We're literally on the same alignment as y'all. We literally believe in the same shit y'all believe in. Like, do y'all American Indians know that? We
That's
literally
a
believe in
that's
everything
what's
that you
crazy.
believe in. Not only that,
That's a
as
fact.
FBAs, we consider the American Indians our people. But just for y'all to try to, get on our bad side because we identify with being black.
See, look, this is the thing, Queen. Like, they don't know who they are.
And I've been hearing what y'all
They
been
don't know
saying.
listen. They don't know their
I've been
identity.
trying.
We know who we are. We know who we are
Mm-hmm.
as a people. It's like that, and they don't
They
know
not.
who they
Hold on,
are.
give us 1 second, because you don't
And
even
people
know
too
what's going
indulgent.
on. You
And
don't even know
people
what's been going on.
and
I've been
people.
trying, and as I have a whole lot of American Afro-Indigenous friends, I like to call them Afro-Indigenous,
Yeah.
and
Right.
they say ignore y'all stupidity, and I
Well,
ignore it for the lineage. I do it, but
we know
y'all
who
is
we
getting
are.
overboard with
I
this.
have a question.
You hate. I mean, you hate the word
Listen,
black.
Queen.
If you don't like hearing the word black, close your eyes and put your ears away.
Can I have a question?
It don't got to be the word black though, but we know who we are as a people. We know who we are as a people, and it's like the people are being afraid of the fact that we know who we are now, and we're
A
in
few more
line up
seconds,
with
Miss
who we
Bly.
are as beings. It's frightening to those other beings on this planet that we know who we are as a people. And it's scaring them.
It's
Okay,
All
not
right,
well,
go ahead,
scaring
Miss
them.
Bly.
It's just showing they hosting lines as from the lineage about other groups or other lineage, and it's wrong. And now they sending these message. You can't get mad at me because I'm black and I'm proud. Just like an African can't get mad at me because I'm a descendant from American slave. I don't care if you want to change the word slave to prisoner of war. It means the same thing.
correct. Now let me say this. Listen, you know, I don't think that brother's all the way there. So I'm not taking anything he's saying seriously. I'm not even going to call harassment on the brother. I hope the brother gets the help that he needs. But
We talking
to
about
try
that.
to engage me in a political conversation, you know, that's disrespectful, brother. That's crazy. That's asinine. That's insane. I bet all these people are wondering. Everybody who got this letter is like, what? What is this? What's going on? And they're probably
Right.
wondering, who is Too Much Moxie? What the hell does this brother got to do with anything? It's just but it's the insanity level of some of these people. He speaks more like a sovereign than one of those guys who believe in I'm a
Sovereignty.
traveler.
Sovereign citizens.
I don't have a what do you call it a license. I'm traveling. He speaks more like a sovereign, and he's mixing some theories, and he's calling
A national,
the
like wonderful
government a
national.
corporation, and he's going down that road. So I just hope the brother gets the help he needs. But this whole thing of coming on my live, harassing me, it's gonna. I'm a nice dude. I give everybody a chance to speak, but it's gonna come to a point, brother. I'm just gonna have to block you and say, God bless you. God bless you, because I don't disagree with American Indians. I rock with the American Indians. They know that. I rock with
Right.
my copper colored people. I rock with them. I understand that some of us have African ancestry, not all of us. I understand
Mhm.
that we are the same people. The ones that
Right.
didn't get whisked away to the reservation, we all mixed in and created this Black American culture
Right.
Mhm.
that's
Right.
worldwide and that's global. Our indigenous Black Americans, our foundational Black Americans, we're of the same lineage. Cherokee and Blackfoot. That's what my grandmother told me. That's what my mother told me. That's what my father told me. I know who I am. I know what happened when I went to school and they told me I was African American, and I came back and laughed at my dad and said, "Man, I'm African." That's why I keep telling y'all about sending y'all kids to school and not debriefing your children. I was fortunate that my dad debriefed me. I don't even know if he knew what he was doing, but he had sense enough to know, hey man, what are they teaching you up there? And I
Right.
would come back and tell him. And he was like, no, that's not you. You are what I tell you are. That's what my dad would tell me. You are what I tell you are, not what they tell you are. And I had to grow up understanding and knowing that. And I had to stand on business for that. I remember doing book reports and saying, well, my dad said, and the teacher like, well, that you're not gonna get a good grade. And then I'd have to fight just so she can turn that F into an A because I did the book report. I just didn't agree with what she said I was.
Right.
That's it. So, I don't know what this dude is talking about. I just wanted to bring this to the family, mostly to educate you guys, because this could happen to y'all. Y'all could be doing a live one day and some crazy jump online and start telling you you're this, you're that, cease and desist, start trying to spout out legal jargon and treaties and things that don't even add up or go 2 and 2, mentioning 14th Amendment. So y'all know how to handle this. Me, I don't take any of this seriously. The only issue I have is this brother got my government name floating around in these political circles that shouldn't even be there. Now it's okay, I'm gonna handle it. I'm a 10 toes down. It is what it is, But I'm disrespected that he mentioned me and Roland Martin in the same email. I'm really disrespected by that part. I can care less about anybody else, but put me and Roland Martin on the same. No. I do not rock with Roland Martin. We don't have the same ideology. I don't have to take a deep breath every time I speak. And I don't do none of that. I don't do none of that. And I don't. And I am 100% for the grassroots media. I'm never going to speak against the new black media. I'm never going to do that. I'm always going to be on code with my people. So I'm just disrespected by that. But everything else, it's funny, it's facetious, but it's also sad and it's also disheartening. And it's also like, wow, man, this brother is really going through it.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro.
G Active, I need you to sit up here and stand up and explain how FBA has been compromised. In what way where's this proof of FBA being compromised?
I can tell y'all.
Because the reason why, like I said, FBA, they don't like that we resonate with being of African. Well, some of us, because first of all, there are some FBA members that say that they're indigenous to America, but they have a disdain with people like me that resonate of being of African descent. Because every single time I make it clear that I'm FBA, especially G Active, and that I'm African descent, they want to say that I'm a cosplayer. And I'm
baby.
Foundational Black American. My people have been here since 1619. I'm the foundational to the Americas. Just like when it comes to the American Indians, and this is exactly what I be talking about. Like it's this control narrative. It's like it's just very controlling. You are not going to speak for me. Your grandmammy and your granddaddy told you was American Indian. My grandma. Hey, Kiki, shut the fuck up.
Oh, you shut up, you sassy bitch.
Little stupid ass bitch. You ain't both. And
this
is
exactly
Hey, man, watch yourself. Don't come up in here speaking like that.
It's okay, cousin, because that's one of the main. Hold on, Jay Knox, because that's one of the main individuals. But like the fuck I said, it be these sassy niggas, right? Very overly sassy. Ain't no damn sense that you mad at me because I resonate with being of African descent. Your mama, your grandmama, like I said, your grandmama and your granddaddy told you we are American Indian. What the fuck they got to do with me? I'm not finna tell you that your grandmama and your granddaddy was an American Indian, and what the fuck you not gonna do, random stranger on fucking TikTok, sassy bitch. Nigga, bitch, you are definitely not finna tell.
Pull it back, baby. Pull it back. Pull it back, sister.
I'm finna tone it down. You are not finna try to tell me about my own family. What is wrong with you Negroes? And G Active, you don't got it. You don't got a fuck thing. What the fuck you do need to get is a douchebag for that asshole, nigga. The fuck.
Just so y'all know, I put this on YouTube. Let's tone it down.
It's just like look, one thing you gotta do. Like, I was just trying to defend you. You telling me don't do that.
To the YouTubers, I lost my voice.
Yeah. It's like
This
it's all
is
good.
not
Let that man
all right, Coke, you got something you want to say?
That man want to operate famous on YouTube. That man want to be. Put all this stuff goes on YouTube, and I get hundreds of comments about everything I put on here, brother. So y'all know. Some of y'all are famous on YouTube.
Oh damn, coach.
So listen,
come on, Coke. You got something you want to say?
Come on, coach.
Tone it down a little bit. Let's try to keep it respectful as much as we can. I allow y'all to stand on business.
Get some of this out now.
But again, I just brought this to the family because I want y'all to be aware this is what's going on, and I want y'all to know how to handle stuff like this. If they want to force me in a political conversation, you know, without my permission, fine. I'll be that. I'll be that example of what to do and what not to do. I don't care.
So,
You know,
so
I
Kurt,
don't take it seriously. You know, Coke, I hope you get some help, brother. I don't know what to tell you, brother, because I don't disagree with our American Indians, our copper colored people. I don't disagree with them. I'm not African. I never claimed to be African. I'm a foundational Black American. I know some of us have African ancestry. I know some of us have roots that go actually back there. They can find living. If you can find a living relative in Africa, you're African. You got true African descent.
right.
Me, I haven't found a single living person that says they're from Africa in my DNA or my family tree.
So that's right, Coach, man. Appreciate you, brother.
They tried to say FBA is a degenerate
Man,
Trump
don't nobody care.
supporters.
Look, don't nobody care what nobody say. Well, y'all
Yeah, I
think we
feel
care,
you.
but look, that's
But
all
when
crazy.
we claim it, they
I
try
don't
to
like that.
automatically.
What I don't like, I'm gonna say something real quick. Let me speak,
Yes, sir.
bro. Like all that stuff that y'all talking about, and y'all trying to generate about what y'all don't like. This is a zone for people that's very positive. I enjoy myself here. Like, don't bring that here, bro.
Yes, sir. sir. We can bring anything, and you another. We will say anything we want. If a man is up
I'm not
here
gonna argue with
antagonizing
you.
us,
I'm not gonna argue with you, baby.
yeah, my name is Kiki, by the way, not baby.
Okay, well, Kiki.
I don't think he
I'm
was
not
trying
gonna
to be
argue with you,
disrespectful,
Kiki.
dear.
No,
I think it was
I
really from a
understand.
So
term of
Kiki,
endearment.
no,
No,
hold
I
up, Kiki.
understand,
Hold
but
up, hold up, Kiki. No, hold up, hold up.
no, I
No,
understand,
one
but
sec.
my name is Kiki. I'm not finna address you as daddy, so address me by my name. My name is Kiki. Thank you.
Cousin, when you do that, it comes out kind of disingenuous. We understand what y'all mean. We don't have to accept what you mean, except that Kiki is a grown woman. She understood where he was coming from. And we catches this. But do we have to accept it, especially on the app? Why do I have no? When we're on this app, we can express it however we want to. We're protected by technology. They do. So if we're expressing it, stop trying to be the man whisperer. They don't need to be whispered. We understand what they saying.
No, it's basically not cousin, but so what he tried to do was little girl me, because literally in conversations when they call me baby, because it happens all the time, he trying to little girl me. But obviously this little girl knew more than you, and you didn't even know what the conversation had to do with at hand, and you had to ask this little girl what was going on. Oh man. But anyways, I'm done with the conversation now.
I just want to say that I I hear you, and if you're really worried about my mental stability, then I appreciate that concern. At the end of the day, like I just heard you say that you can't trace yourself to any racial group in Africa, but yet you identify as a person having origins in any racial group in Africa. And I don't know how that kind of cognitive dissonance makes me insane, but it just doesn't sound logical to me. If you can
Because you're
sit here
not
and say
plugged
that my
into the
grandparents,
grassroots, sir. You're not plugged into the
listen,
grassroots.
listen,
That's why.
listen,
It's a
if you
codified
you can say
language.
black is a
You
code
don't
word, if you
understand.
can say it's
It's
a
a
code word
codified
all you
language.
want, you
If
can
you
say
was
it's a
on
code
code,
word,
you would
you
understand.
can say it's a
And that
code word all you want, but as soon as you put it on a legal document, you're going to be
who
committing
put it on a
fraud.
legal
That's all I'm
document?
telling you.
We're not. First of all,
As soon as you put
when
it
we
on a,
step to the
as soon
government,
as,
when we
haven't you
step to the
noticed that
government, sir,
DEI,
we're not
haven't you
going to step
noticed
to the
that anything
government.
that has been race
Foundational Black
based,
American is
haven't you
for
noticed
us.
that anything, haven't you noticed that anything that is race based has been losing money? It's not getting ad dollars. It's not getting any type
Sir,
of
do you have a
funding from
problem with the term
anybody at any
frequent?
time.
Do you have a
I'm
problem with
just,
the term
no, sir, I
frequent?
don't. No, sir, I
Okay,
don't,
guess
because
what?
that does
Because you're
not
not
tie
plugged
anybody
into
to
the
any racial.
grassroots. Hold on, because you're not plugged
You
into the
don't.
grassroots,
Oh,
and you
listen.
don't
You can say
understand
I'm
what
not.
we're doing.
You can say I'm
We
not
keep
plugged in all you want, but I
escalating
listen
and
to y'all.
feeding
I listen to y'all.
interchangeably.
I've been listening to y'all. I haven't commented in a long time. This is my first time actually really interacting. I've been listening to y'all for years. I've
What's
watched
wrong with
y'all
FB?
change from the time when y'all did the jump out, and beat up the dude in LA. Like I've watched this movement, and I seen y'all go from not doing genealogy to actually doing genealogy. So the last vestiges of racism is identity. And you are holding on to the very identity that stripped your grandparents from being able to say, hey, I'm this, I'm that. My granny was born in 1924, just like yours, right? So by the time she was 3 years old, she couldn't even say, hey, I'm a Choctaw woman. Her mama couldn't even tell her she was a Choctaw woman without breaking the law. So a lot of grandparents just stopped talking about it to protect the children. And now we doing our genealogy, we seeing all this stuff, and yet we know that we under a spell of racism, and we hate it, but yet we can't let it go. Come on, man.
Sir, I need you to
They
apologize.
fought tooth and nail, gave up all that money, got that bill passed in 1970. Nobody heard of it until I said something tonight. Come on, y'all.
Sir,
And
No,
I'm
no,
the
no.
crazy one.
No. We did
All
hear
because,
about
wait a
it.
minute,
We just don't
I've listened
understand
to
the
a lot of
correlation.
insults. Right,
sir, I
and
need you to
I get that
apologize
part
for
of it
putting me
too.
on the same list as Roland freaking Martin, brother.
I
That's
will
disrespectful.
not apologize for doing that. I will not,
I am
because y'all
not.
both
I
calling
should
people
not be in
black.
any letter,
Y'all
any
both
way,
calling
any
y'all
shape, or
both
way or
calling
form
Americans black.
attached to Roland Martin, sir.
Because we are black.
Well,
So
apologies
this is,
really
but so
here.
can I,
No,
so
we're not.
what is, so what,
This is what I'm saying. This is what.
no, no, no,
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
no, no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no,
I'll
no,
listen.
no, no, no.
I'll
See,
listen.
this is, no, sir. So this is what we're not going to do here, right? It's all about respect. My grandmother, she called herself black. The reason why I don't call myself African American, because the elder in my family, she went by Negro and or black. You are not going to tell me what my grandma thought. You are not my granny or my big mama. Again, my big mama,
She was
born
born
and
during a
raised in
period of time.
Louisiana, she called herself
She
black
was born
and
during a
or
period of
see, this is like
legal for her to.
this is the issue, right? The disrespect. And I have a short temper, and I'm actually trying to be nice, right? I'm not gonna call you a pretendian. That is not gonna come out my mouth. But what you are not gonna do is try to tell me that my grandmother was indoctrinated. My
Right.
grandmother called herself black. So therefore, the elders that raised me and my grandfather that is sleeping peacefully in his grave, if he referred to himself as black, then I am so therefore black. You cannot tell me otherwise. You cannot make everybody American Indian just based off your feelings. Exactly. Well, I don't understand this. Why do people feel that they entitled to dictate how somebody else think or feel? Like we feel how we feel, we think what we think. If you're not actually contributing to my life, you can't tell me how to think. You can't tell me how to feel. You can't tell me my political views, and you damn sure ain't got no command over my life. I don't know you. You don't know me. This was people. We all internet strangers, right? So if you whatever you like, you said whatever your granddaddy or your grandma told you, that's what it is. I would never debate nobody about their thought process. I mean, if they wrong and I know they a fool, I'm gonna let them be a fool by themselves, because at the end of the day, I ain't going in that grave with you. I don't pay your bills. I don't pay your taxes. So I really don't care how you feel, as long as we ain't hurting each other and nobody's being harmed. You can think how you want to, you can feel how you want to, and that's all our human rights. On this app, off this app.
This is what I want to know. How on code is our American Indian brothers?
Now, I don't know no American
Who
Indian.
are
With
do
whom?
they
Who
do
are
they
they
have?
on code with?
Yeah, and who are they on
Not
code
all
with?
of them like that. That's why
And yeah, I know
you
that,
got to
and
just get to know
that's
them
what I'm saying.
individually.
Not all of them are like him. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
You'll go into one live, and they'll see. I was going to ask him before he dropped if is he checking the Native American and Indigenous box? What box is he checking other than other? Because even FBAs, we're waking up and we're understanding we're not checking the Black and African American box anymore. If we're filling out anything, any paperwork, any document, we're checking that other, and we're writing in foundational Black American or Freedman. So I'm just like, what the heck is, this is what happens when you're not plugged in. This is what happens when you're not on code. You're a rogue. Like I said, I've been to this brother's Facebook page. I had to figure out who this dude was, So I just looked him up on Facebook. He had like 5 different accounts, and one of the accounts had like all the followers on it. So I knew that one was his. And I go through his pictures, and the brother got the same cease and desist letters on Congress people's pictures of Congress people, and then he had the cease and desist letter right there on top of it. I'm like, Jesus Christ! And I'm not the first person he done this to. He's been doing this. And I believe him when he says he's been watching. I believe him when he says he's been watching from the beginning. Watching something.
They all been watching. And then they go research. And then when they can't find nothing, that's when they block me. You understand, Dr. No Drug?
So
if I had my camera on, they can see that I'm pointing both of the middle fingers up to them.
So I believe him when he said he's been watching this thing.
Yeah. But that's creepy.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very kind of agency and oppish. Like who is this guy working for?
Right. That's what I was going to ask.
It does kind of have a stalker feel to it.
Yeah, man, he's been stalking my page. Y'all, if y'all been on my page, y'all seen this dude come up. Y'all seen him at least in the comments. I just ignore him when he's in the comments, but then all of a sudden he'll come up and he'll say some crazy stuff. You need to cease and desist and blah. I'm like, man, if you don't calm down, we have nothing.
He got a coat.
With
you ain't see his little cheerleaders in the chat?
Yeah, we ain't got nothing to do with the 6th region of AIDS. We are combating that. We are fighting against that. Kiki was right. You should have sent this letter to them. Tell them to cease and desist.
Well,
what are you talking about for me?
That's too much friend.
Who's too much friend?
The dude that was in the corner. We'll say who is he? I'm saying I don't know the man. That's too much friend.
Who? Jay Knox? Who you talking about?
Jay Knox. Not Jay Knox. Who?
He was asking about Jay Knox, right?
He was asking. No, he was asking about who sent the cease and desist. What's the?
Yeah,
that dude's name is Coke something. I don't
know.
His,
yeah, not Jay Knox. My bad, Jay.
His name Coke.
Listen, he follows me. I don't follow him. I don't know.
I don't know that man.
I don't know who this guy is. I'm just like this dude.
We don't know the brother.
Family, so y'all can see because y'all might get one tomorrow. Who knows? This dude, and if you get one tomorrow, you got 2 choices. You can ignore it or you can file a harassment lawsuit. That's it. That's the only 2 things. I'm just gonna ignore it.
I've been having to block people. They are weird.
Yeah, ignore and I'll probably end up blocking the brother because I don't want him stalking my page. But I know what they do because I done block man. The block game been strong over here. Y'all don't understand. This is not the first time I got crazy people in my inbox. My inbox is full, of threats. People threatening me. I'm like, these niggas is crazy. These internet Negroes is crazy.
Wow.
These internet Negroes is crazy, man. Listen. If y'all don't know, the 3-letter government is watching me. I know that. They're watching me. This is insane. Listen,
this is the type of information you tell people before they draw your panel. I have never
worried about none of this.
Whoopi, I'm gonna tell you, you being watched too, baby.
I'm not losing no sleep. If y'all been on my platform, they know who y'all are. But I'm not losing no sleep at all. I'm sleeping good. The ancestors is watching over me. The Most High got me. I got friends. I got family. I'm good in every hood that I go to in any part of this country. I'm straight. But I'm not backing off the truth. I'm not going to stop speaking the way I'm speaking. I'm not going to stop educating my people because we're past the time. We should have been on this 2 years ago. We should have been on. Imagine if we were this strong during the pandemic, what we could have accomplished when the pandemic was over.
Right.
Imagine if we were really Imagine when all of us didn't have to go outside and we could jump on this TikTok and we were able to speak the way we're speaking right now and give out the game and mobilize and start doing some things and start solving some of these problems. Listen, we got to get the FBA coin up and running, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that, family. I've already assembled a little team, and we are on code, and we're ready to go, and it's about to pop off real soon. We're gonna build this treasury fund. We're gonna get out of this system that is unaliving so much of us in this system. We're gonna get out of it. We're gonna have an alternative system to go to trust in, and to believe in, and to prosper in. You know, I'm getting ready to put together a nonprofit and then a for-profit. We're gonna get our FBA Constitution cracked, and we're gonna get our Unity Circle cracked, and we're gonna reestablish and restore the things of old that has always been there for us. We're gonna restore the matriarchy. We're gonna restore the patriarchy, because I don't know if you guys noticed, we are the only lineage that had both established. Everybody else, it was either patriarchal or matriarchal. But our lineage is the only lineage that have both. And they both operate at the same time. And I can prove it. We had the house of mothers, we had the house of builders, we had the house of elders, we had the house of youth, and all of them worked together in accordance. Made laws, established doctrines, creeds, all that. We're the only ones that had and we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring back the rites of passage for men, rites and passage for women. We're going to write a brand new school curriculum that includes our heritage and our lineage and our cultural pride. And we're going to re-educate, re-indoctrinate our children and get them up out of this system that is harming them, which is giving them the pathway, what they call the pipeline to jail. We're not going to have our kids in that system where they determine which ones go to jail and which ones don't. We're not going to do that. We're going to educate our own kids, and we're going to fill them up with our spirit and our identity, not their identity. And we're not going to create a bunch of people that just want jobs. We're going to create a bunch of people that want to build businesses and build lifestyles. That's how we're going to do it. And we're going to bring it all back. And again, what I'm telling you, listen to what I'm telling you. When we pass this baton to Kiki, to all the millennials and all the Gen Zs, when y'all get this baton, when y'all get this mic, it's going to be hot. All y'all got to do is be ready. You're not going to have to go back. You're not going to have to pick it up. You're not going to have to dust the baton off. We're going to pass this baton, and all y'all got to do is keep running. And whatever y'all build with it from that point, my hands is off of it. Gen X hands is off of it. All we got to do is make sure we pass y'all a hot mic, a hot baton that's ready, that's a smooth transition. And that's all I'm trying to do. That's all I know I'm going to be around for. Because after I'm gone, it's up to y'all. Whatever demons we don't unalive, y'all gotta finish the job. And my thing is, I'm trying to kill as many demons as I can, get them all out the way, so y'all don't have to go through the same things that we went through growing up. Y'all, the young generation, y'all are ready, man. Y'all are ready. Y'all are fighters. Y'all got that spirit, and I love y'all for that. I really do. I appreciate that. And I know when the real enemy shows up, y'all gonna stomp a mud hole in that fool. So our job, we're gonna get these tethers up out the way from y'all. We're gonna establish a prosperous constitution and system that y'all can thrive in on the blockchain. We're gonna show y'all how the blockchain is our future, and y'all are gonna take it to the next level. Be careful of AI. Be careful of robots. We need to get in tech. We need to understand that this army thing is real. They're not trying to use human armies anymore. They're going to be using technical. They're going to be using technical warfare against us. You understand what I'm saying? They're no longer going to be using pew. So understand the game is going to be different, and y'all need to be ready. And that's all. All I can do is what the answer is telling me to do is prepare my people for what's coming, because a rumble in the jungle is coming. I can't say it. I can't say when and how and what time. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I know the main thing we got to do is get on code. Whoever got the motion, we back the person with the motion. Make sure they complete their mission. Make sure they cross the goal line, and then boom, the ball's going to get kicked again. Whoever catches it, whoever got the motion again, that's a new mission, new strategy. We got to be ready for it. We're gonna establish a full think tank. And once that think tank is established, it's going to have economic power behind it. That's the difference with their think tank and our think tank. We've had think tanks before. We can go back to the civil rights where we had think tanks. The problem with the think tanks, they've had unlimited resources. We have to get those same unlimited resources. Where are those resources and economic power going to come from? It's going to come from the blockchain. It's going to come from the FBA coin, and whatever y'all invent after that's going to be needed. I've created the FBA coin in a way that it upgrades and it grows with the people. I've created the FBA coin to where I don't even own it. Once I pass the baton to the DAO governance, it's y'all problem. Whoever's on the DAO, whoever's on the board, y'all make sure that it doesn't get infiltrated. Y'all make sure no tethers get in. Y'all make sure it's 100% FBA, and you take care of our indigenous American Indian people too, because they're part of our lineage. We're not disincluding them. You take care of the American Indians too. You know, you don't gotta like them, but you give them. You say, hey man, we got this system over here is thriving, and it's for you because you're of the lineage. But if you don't want to use it, if you want to stay in this system, go right ahead. But the FBA and American Indians, we're not separating. We're saying, listen, y'all don't have to be called FBA if y'all don't want to, but we got this system over here that's working and that's prosperous, and you better come over here and use it. You better come over and get some loans. You better come over here and build some businesses. You better come over here and use it. You better be a part of this foundational Black American party that we're going to start. You better be a part of the lobbying effort that we're going to start, because we're going with lineage-based policies, and you better get some of this reparation money. That's another thing. You better get some of this reparation money that's coming. So all we can do is build this system that we can thrive in, and that's all I'm trying to do for the family is build a system that we can thrive in. One of my next goals after the FBA coin is to get us on the blockchain with a social media platform. Take the social media platform, put it on the blockchain, so nobody can cancel us. I want our young people being able to speak their mind and not being canceled for standing on business. I don't care what the world thinks of us. They can call us whatever name they want to call us, but as long as they don't shut off our money. We got to keep our money, we got to keep our wealth, and that's how we're going to survive. And that's it, family. That's it. That's it. That's all I can do. I don't know what others are doing, but that's all I can do to help the cause and to help us as a lineage get to the next level. So we got many people with greater ideas than me. But I know what I'm called to do. I know what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an economic pathway so we can survive the long haul, and I'm going to create a system where we can have a voice, where we can have a media. Our media is going to be on the blockchain. Our economics is going to be on the blockchain, and nobody can take it from me. That's my job. Now you got to figure out what your job is. Some of y'all are going to help me reach that goal, and that's cool. We're going to do it together. Let's kick down doors. Let's take names. Let's do all of that. And some of y'all got a different purpose. Y'all got a different job, but it's all for the family. Remember, lineage first. Lineage first, build before you buy, and accountability always. That's the code, family. Those three things, if you do those three things, you are on code with everything else. I promise you. And that's all I got to say, family. Anybody want to say anything before? Because I got to shut this thing down. I got to get some sleep. It's 12:24 over here. I don't know. It's probably like 3 in the morning where y'all at. So.
Yeah. I think I just want to tell you, I think millennials, they got the opportunity that we didn't have. They got all the technology. They got all the knowledge. And they just got to realize that, guess what? They're more powerful than our generation, because now that we got this social media popping off, they can shut it down, but you can build your own platform. Like you were saying, you can build your own communication.
We're going to build it on the blockchain, and we're going to own everything. We're going to cut the middleman out. No more are we going to have these go-betweens. Any small hats got to get paid. Any record companies, any entertainment. No, we're going to own it all. We're going to own our culture, and that's what I want to do for us. I want us to own our culture again, not let them co-opt our culture. Not let them misuse and abuse our culture and put their voice on it. Because see, a lot of the hip hop y'all listen today, those are tethered. Those aren't us.
Right. I agree.
You know,
they're starting to post them now.
They done Milli Vanilli'd us. They done Milli. they'll give you FBA content, but they'll put a tether up there saying the words and trying to get and giving off the wrong energy.
Well, it's starting to go 360 now. It's starting to go back. So a lot of our veterans have albums now. So it's going back to 360 because that frequency, you can't keep up with that same frequency.
Yeah.
It's starting to die. It's starting to die out now, and then the old frequency is coming back. And the millennials actually like the frequency of that school. So you'd be surprised that they're starting to listen to it, and because, like I said, that frequency can't keep up. It's dying off. They did their job with that.
They changed our music, but we're taking back country. We're taking back everything that they taken from us. And again, once we understand the blockchain, once we start really getting that information and knowing the power of the blockchain, once we put it on their family, nobody can take it from us.
Yes. That's what people got to start learning. They got to start learning that. They got to start learning that Web3.
Yes.
We need to learn the Web3, and they need to get some silver. They need to get some silver. Okay, so when they start building the infrastructure, that's going to be the thing. So even though if you grab some crypto and they decide that they're going to do something or whatever, make sure you have some gold, but they're not gold, but silver and actually copper, because that's when they start building the infrastructure. But the thing is, they just put some law in place where they don't want people stacking and hoarding silver, because all of a sudden there's everybody's buying it up. So when you see that happening, you know something's getting ready to happen as far as the dollar. So
the dollar's about to go away, man.
Try to get it.
Stablecoin is gonna look in September. Stablecoin is gonna be here. Just so y'all know, in September, stablecoin is gonna be here. They're gonna do away with. Listen, they're not gonna tell you they're doing away with the dollar. They're just gonna gradually phase it out on you.
Yeah.
But in September, you will have a stablecoin, and all of a sudden, just like remember when they made it taboo for if you didn't use your credit card and you just use cash.
Yeah.
Pretty soon it's going to be, if you're not using stablecoin, you're not in.
Right.
Wow.
You gotta watch the trends. Like before they did that, when they had the gold, when they were transitioning out of the gold, they started the fiat money, and the fiat money was gold. And then after a while, they took another fiat money, a $10 bill. One was gold, and then they just phased the gold one out, and then you were getting the one that you have today. That's pretty much what they're going to do now. And also with the crypto, when they finally flip the script, what people got to understand is remember in 2000 and 1999 when I guess it was supposed to be a 2K crash and the end of the world. The same way they brought computers in back then from Web 1 then to Web 2, now we in Web 3. You got to watch the pattern and see what they're doing, and they're getting ready to do it now. Everybody's not going to be prepared, but they are going to slowly push you into it. You know what I mean? There's no doubt it's coming because he signed the bills. When I was just trying to tell people about this, he signed it. I said, all the stuff that you're seeing on TV is propaganda. Okay, because I just told people for the longest, everybody is signed on the Ripple across the world, but they're all fighting each other, right? They're all in so-called WAR, but Russia signed on to it. India signed on to it. Africa signed on to it. He just met with Africans. A week ago, he just met with somebody from India. Then he met with somebody from the Philippines. So if you thought that America is going to be a third world country, it's not, because all of them signing on Ripple just solidified that America is going to be still the richest country. I don't care what kind of what is it? China built a road that's underground and it has the ocean over it and all of that. All of our technology here that they have that came from here, and they're suppressing ours for whatever reason. They're suppressing it, but they're also building on every road across America. So and it's the first time I've seen this in, I mean, many years. Everywhere they're building on the roads because they're getting ready to make all the roads digital, and they're getting ready to put up a lot of tolls and stuff like that. So when you're riding through certain sections, you're gonna be they're gonna make their payment through these systems because they're already building them out here. They're building them.
I got
The government in New
question
York
about
too.
FBAs.
Well, okay, where are you from first, sir? Where's your family from?
My family is from Georgia, Edenton, Georgia, to be more specific. From what I read on the FBA website, I am a foundationally Black American. My question is just, what do I say? Because for some reason, there's people going around saying, like, there's one live with this African guy claiming that FBA say they're African on their website. Then I went to the website, I didn't see African anywhere. So
We're not African.
what's getting me is what do I say to these people who start saying, "Oh, y'all don't know, y'all indigenous, but don't know what tribe you're from," or you?
Okay, you just got to do your genealogy. That's the quickest answer and the best answer. You got to do your genealogy. You know, if you want to do your DNA, do your DNA. Your DNA can't tell. Don't listen to it when they say they place you in this region. Look at who your living relatives and ancestors. Look at who your ancestors are and who your living relatives are, and that's going to tell you where you belong. Okay.
What would be a safe platform to use for that? Because I don't know. I'm worried about.
Ancestry.com is okay. I mean, everybody got their own choice. I use Ancestry.com. Ancestry.com works for me. I'm able to trace my lineage back with documentation all the way back to 1833.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't have I mean, everybody can choose their own where they go, but I use Ancestry.com.
That's probably what I'll use next. I know my family, like I've seen my great grandfather's birth certificate and information on there. I think it says Negro on there or whatnot. So I know that I have documentation or whatnot connected to it. I just don't have like the lineage name or whatnot off the top of my head. And a lot of people it's infuriating to me that we the only people whose lineage has been like reclassified and messed up and all of these things, and then everyone around the planet Earth knows
paper trail is. But here's the beautiful thing about that: the documentation
is
and
there.
the paper trail is still there. They didn't get rid of that. Now there might come a time where they will. So you got to get on it now. And here's another thing we're doing, okay? Did you know you can put your ancestry and your genealogy on the blockchain?
I didn't know. You said the blockchain?
You can put it. The blockchain is nothing more than a digital ledger. Okay. So you need to understand. Y'all need to do your due diligence. Matter of fact, if there's a guy named Crypto Stock Markets, Crypto Markets. Y'all go follow that brother. That brother's gonna start pumping out a lot of information about not just cryptocurrency, but he's going to start talking about the blockchain in specific and start educating our people on the blockchain. He's a foundational Black American. The brother is phenomenal. His brother educated me on a bunch of things. See, I don't know about the trading of the crypto like that. I understand the blockchain technology behind it.
Is he on TikTok?
He's on TikTok.
Okay. Crypto Market. I think I
he was up here for a little while. Crypto Markets was up here for a little while. Follow that brother, Crypto Market. He has energy and he understands the crypto and the blockchain very, very well. Matter of fact, me and him are going to start collabing a lot, and we're going to start teaching the family of what the blockchain is. Take you from a beginner phase and get you all the way into the advanced phase. Now, in the beginning, it's going to be free. In the beginning, you guys are going to benefit the most if y'all get on it now because it's going to be free. It's not always going to be free, family. It's not always going to be free. This information is for our family, for our people. You know, I understand psychology. I understand the mindset. Anything we give for free, y'all trample on it. So the moment y'all got to pay for it, like it's a course, y'all going to take it seriously because you're putting your time and your money into it. I want you guys to take this seriously. I don't want you to take it lightly. I don't want you to think people are trying to make money off of you or anything like that. I want you to understand that anything you believe in, you're going to put your money behind it and you're going to put your time behind it. and I want
Do
you to
y'all
take
got a
these things seriously
So I
for your benefit.
do y'all got a date or like when y'all gonna collab? Because
We're gonna
I really want to learn it.
I got you. We're talking about it right now. I'm gonna revamp the website and update it, make it better. I'm gonna put some of his videos on my website. So we're in the process of doing that now, and I'll let you guys know. Just keep coming in, but it's gonna be quickly. Probably within the next 1 to 2 weeks, we're gonna have a lot of this stuff up and ready to go.
all right.
Let me add this in right quick, family. One more time, do not forget the New Black Media. This is where we get our code and our instructions. Professor Black Truth, the Black Authority, 𝗔𝗯𝘁 his𝘁𝗍𝗔, Vicky Dillard, 𝗤𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, Afro Elite, Phil Scott, and a host of other brothers and sisters are out here making sure that we all stay on code and get on code.
All right.
Maintain your B1 Brigade membership throughout all the trials and tribulations that are going to come. Too much. It's almost 4 o'clock my time, so I'm getting ready to go on and get this checkout button.
Yeah, I'm about to check out too. So anybody got some last words, man? We're gonna get the blockchain thing cracking for the family. It's gonna be 100% free. I can't tell you how long it's gonna be. It could be free for the rest of this year. I don't know. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna try to get people up to par on what the blockchain is, so y'all can be ready for the new system that we're about to transition into.
How much did the ancestry.com charge you? Like,
I think it's not a lot. I think it's like $100 for the DNA and everything else. I mean, what I like about ancestry.com, most of it you don't need to pay anything. It's free. Your genealogy is free. Your genealogy on there is free. You'll start putting in your ancestors, but what I do like is this. In my family, right? I don't even. This is my like third, fourth cousin. I never even met this woman before in my life, but she does she contacted me and she says I do the genealogy for all the family, and I let her I let her take over. I said, okay, she's family. Go ahead. If you want to help me fill out my family tree and my genealogy. And this lady got me all the way back to 1833. Man, me and my grandmother are conversating all the time because she's surprised at some of the pictures and the documentation. My grandmother didn't even know about everybody in her family like that. Wow. When I showed her my family tree, she's like, oh my God. She is amazed. Listen, brother, I found out that I'm related to freaking Abraham Lincoln. My family's from West Virginia and Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, Alabama.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of us is related. A lot of us is in Virginia.
I'm from,
it's
going
crazy.
My family's from Jenkins, Jones, Virginia.
I never heard of that. Jenkins, Jones, Virginia. You know that's out somewhere.
Jenkins, Jones, freaking Virginia. Small town. It's a small town. But yeah, man, my family's from Virginia, man. And just by going in the family tree, my grandmother told me about one of her uncles who was full-blooded Indian. I'm like, well, if your uncle's full-blooded,
thank you.
What is his brother? What is it? I mean, what is your father?
Like, thank you. All right, this is good information for me to get.
I mean, our family's always known. Now, some of that stuff. Listen. I don't take Coke seriously, but some of that stuff he's saying is true. It was outlawed for our family to tell you that you were Indian. They weren't allowed to say that.
I heard that it was illegal at one point where they made it illegal
It was illegal at one point where you weren't allowed to tell your family who you really from. But of course, our family's gonna talk.
Yep.
And they're gonna tell you, hey man, listen, you're not really black. You're really this tribe. You're really that tribe. And those who know, they act like, listen, even speaking in our language was outlawed.
Yep.
So we had to invent a new language to teach the family how to read and write in English. It's called Tutnese. During slavery time, we invented a language called Tut and taught and gathered around in secret and taught the family how to read and write. So we've always been doing stuff. We've always been protecting our history and protecting our culture. Some of us know, y'all better talk to your oracles. They know a lot. Don't let them take this stuff to the grave. You get as much as you can of information. So do your genealogy. Do your genealogy. Figure out, get the paperwork, get the documents. Talk to your grandparents if they're still alive. Talk to your parents if they're still alive. Talk to your great aunt, talk to everybody. Talk to people in your family. Get back connected. Go back to the next family reunion and get everybody's phone number.
Yeah. What is, or this may be, I haven't Googled it myself yet, but what is the difference between DNA and genealogy? Is there a difference?
DNA, again, there's a lot of misconceptions about DNA. DNA cannot tell you what region of the earth you come from. They can guesstimate,
but they're not gonna know. I assume that's why Africans keep saying.
But they can tell you who is your direct lineage in your family. They can tell you who your mother and your father are, your second, third. It can do that. But as far as dictate what region you're in, you got to understand the cursors for America, they don't have the cursors for America. Or if they do have the cursors from America, they don't want us to know the cursors from America.
Yeah.
If you ever do a red natives DNA, you know where it's going to place them? Somewhere in Central America, somewhere in Siberia, because a lot of them, man, listen, I'm telling you, man, a lot of those red natives, they're really Hispanic.
Right.
They're really Hispanic. They're not. They're $5 Indians. That's what they are.
I heard of that. The $5, pay $5.
If an Italian or a YT person or a Hispanic person can play you in a movie, you're $5. Because if you're not this color right here, if you're not copper color, think about it. Every indigenous person in the world is of melanated. It comes from the melanated.
Yes. Yeah.
That equator goes all around the globe. It just doesn't stop in Africa.
True.
We all came from the equator and spread out. There was many, 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 many different paradises. It just wasn't one in Africa. There just wasn't one in America. It was many different paradises. And at different times, they fell. God, the Most High kept you in a paradise in its bubble until you made a mistake, and He kicked you out. Same thing happened over here in the Americas. There was a paradise over here, and then guess what? You made a mistake, kicked out. It's the same story told, but in different time zones, at different times.
Like, why is it with us, everyone all of a sudden forgets that indigenous people are dark skinned all over the planet?
Because that's the lie, man. That's how they keep power. That's called a spell. You have to break
keeping it separated.
Yeah, it's propaganda and witchcraft. They listen. Don't.
So all of us are fighting the same fight.
Say again.
All of us are fighting the same fight.
Oh, of course, it's the same fight, but all of us don't have the same tools to fight the same fight. Some of us have different tools. Some of us have better tools. Some of us been doing it a lot longer. Some of us need to fix what we got going on here so you can fight. We have done that work. We have done in our lineage. We've done that work.
Right line tonight, that motherfucker fucked up. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Hey, good ass trying to get that motherfucker. That's
Hold on, bro. I got you. My mic is hot. But we got to do what we got to do to stand on business. One day, listen. We're not against Africans. We're not against Caribbeans. Caribbeans are really more of our brothers and sisters than anything. But we're not against them. We're just saying, listen. Until y'all get yourselves right
that I need
and step to us correctly.
This is my volume 2. So
until y'all step to us correctly, we can't do nothing without a treaty. Nothing without a treaty. Hold on, fam. I gotta do this thing. If it ain't in a treaty format that says this is how I'm gonna treat you, this is how you're going to treat me.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to do. This is how we're going to share knowledge. This is how we're going to do trade.
Yeah.
We can't do nothing. There's no reason for us to work together because the culture and the consciousness is different. We have a black culture. We have a black consciousness that we know is designed and geared to liberate us all. But we cannot join it with a colonized mindset. We can't. If you got a colonized mindset, you got a lot of work to do. You got to walk through the wilderness another 40 years or something until those colonial people all get unalive. Because if you don't get the colonial mindsets off of your continent, they're always gonna be there to backstab you. Just like
Yeah.
just like Haiti had to get all the boule class up out of Haiti, all the sellouts, they had to unalive them first, and then they had to step to the French and get them off the plantation to get liberated. Same thing. Even us, we got a boule class, we got a sambo class, we got people that are hindering us, and we got to deal with tethers. We got to get them all
Tethers,
about the
man.
same, so we can do what we're supposed to do.
Explain what tether
Until
is too
we
much.
can step. A tether is anybody who can cosplay as us and undermine us, and not from our lineage. It doesn't mean all Africans are tethered. It doesn't mean all Caribbeans are tethered. But tether is a action. Tether is a verb. It's an action oriented. You do something that makes us. You do something that lets us know you are a tether. If you're in politics and you're undermining Black American movement and achievement and progress, you're a tether.
Oh,
If
that's
you're
the worst.
somebody that tries to
That is the
Africanize
worst.
us all the time and don't respect boundaries, you're a tether. If you know, and this is what it stems from, especially when we're talking about Africans. This is the problem on the continent of Africa. The older generation has locked out the younger generation, causing them to flee because there's no opportunity. Because the old people they have all the jobs, they have all the highest positions of the land. They're not trying to pass the baton to the younger generation. They're trying to hold on. They're trying to take the younger women. They're trying to take everything. They're trying to covet all the resources and not pass it to the young generation. And the young generation, they're angry. And
They
when
doing that
come
here
over-
too.
Reason why we have Traore, Mali, and Niger.
Yeah, and as soon as those youngsters get over here, they're jealous of foundational Black Americans. They're competitive with foundational Black Americans, and they want to compete with us, and they want to become. They can't talk like that on their continent, so they got to come over here and talk that stuff like they're big now. And we're like, where's this energy coming from, brother? We thought we were all the same, and they're the ones separating themselves. They're the one building African enclaves and not building bridges. They've always been welcome in our neighborhood. And then the moment they get a little bit of money and resources, they start their own little enclave and let us know that, hey, they don't want to be included or seen as one of us. They want to enjoy our culture. They want to enjoy our country and enjoy our resources, but they do not want to be called Black.
Yeah.
Another true thing that Coke said, as crazy as the brother may seem, another thing they said, a lot of Africans classify themselves as white.
What?
Yeah, that's a
Like
real
you go to
thing.
Morocco, a Moroccan come to America and he will call himself white.
Well, you know, hold on. You know, Moroccans are Arabs.
Yeah, but we're not. But Arabs
They
classify
invaded
themselves
though.
right.
They
But
invaded
we're
just like the
talking
white tea
about
people.
dark. Listen, your boule class over there in Africa, the dark ones, the rich ones, the wealthy ones, the ones that know. When they come over here, check their classification. I'm talking about the rich ones. The poor ones, they probably not telling y'all how to classify yourselves. But you can come over, you right now can classify yourself as white. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yes, you can, and there's benefits, or they wouldn't do it. But your wealthy class, when they come over here, that's exactly what they do. I've had them on my platform before, and they were arrogant enough to and boisterous enough to just tell it here. And I've seen it. There was a picture of one of these young brothers in prison, and he was like Senegalese, I think. He was sub-Saharan African. He was dark, but his classification was white.
Wow.
I was in college when they told me that I don't know who my people are and we all slaves and I'm colonized apparently to my face. So when I was in college, Caribbean African people had taken over, like they take over the student government cosplaying as Black Americans. The black student.
We are the only ones that can't classify ourselves as Black. We were born Black. They put that classification on us. And all we're doing is we're taking the sting out of that word. The same way we did with the N-word. We're taking the power out of that word that they meant to harm us. And we put a different energy on it and a different consciousness on it. And now we have power when we say black. When we say black and I'm proud. When we say black is excellent, black is beautiful. We made it fashionable. We made it phenomenal to be black. And that's why you see in 2025, they went from saying they don't want to be black to now that there's benefits that we created from being black to now they want to be black again.
Or swear we African.
They're still going to be prideful about that word African, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with you being proud and prideful of being African, but I do have a problem with you disrespecting Black Americans and trying to make us youth. It's time that all Africans wake up and understand that equator does not stop in Africa. Africa does not have the franchise on the black race. Everybody who was black did not necessarily come out of Africa. I know that's what the white people taught everybody. Everybody came. No. There was a continent over here that wasn't touched for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And we had more advanced tools, and we can prove that.
Thank you for putting that out there.
Archaeological sites prove that we got stuff that predates the 1600s, and our like one. We got ancient tribes here, and they found their tool that they were using. We got mounds. We got more pyramids than Africa. More pyramids in the America than there is in Africa. Not in the United States, but in the Americas as a whole. There's more pyramids over here.
Did you hear about
mounds predate pyramids? We got mounds all over the United States and Central America and South America.
Did you see the statues that they found in Mexico alone? Those black people?
Yeah, I mean the original.
Wow.
Yes.
Too much.
First of all, Mexico was a slave colony. Mexico was a slave colony. Go ahead.
Too much.
Go ahead, Dick.
You said something here when you were going to school, and they were telling you who you are, and your.
I said that. That was me.
No, hold on.
No,
This
I
is
said
before you came up on the panel. You said they were teaching you something different in school about your identity or who you are, or then your father told you something different, right? This is the same setup that goes on the continent of Africa, okay? I went back there when I was 7. I went to school elementary school, secondary school before I came back to the U.S. While I was going to school over there, they never really taught us what happened during those times when the white people came to invade, colonize, and do all that crap. They never taught us any of that in school. Okay? So I have reason to believe there's a reason why some Africans probably are still some of them still believe what they were taught in school, which makes them feel like, which we could say that they're colonized, correct? Correct? Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised what these people did. It seems they did this all across the globe, okay? Rewriting history of where melanated people are from, okay? And it took me to come to the U.S. to find some information, research on the internet, and I found out a lot of things. And that really kind of just pissed me off, what they did. This is why I say there's 2 types of Africans. Even our parents back there, I think some of our parents failed us. They didn't even tell us what these people did in the 1800s. Some of our parents did, but I think some folks' parents did, because I now know that there's 2 types of Africans. So of course somebody did pass the message down.
This is what your older generation has done.
Yeah. Correct.
Whether unbeknownst or known, they sold the youth out. And that's the saddest thing.
They was in on it. They was in on it.
The youth. They said, we want to prosper now, and we don't care if our youth suffer later. The kings, the high society, 𝗣𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁 class got together and got on code with the colonizers and became colonizers themselves. And
exactly.
They said, we want the wealth and the riches now, and we don't care what happens in the next generations to come. That is the sin of Africa.
Which is why we call them puppets.
Yes. And here's what's really gonna trip you out. Some of our people are over there in Africa. They just had an ethnogenesis and they become y'all now. Liberia, a lot of those blacks that went over to Nigeria that were outside of the Jamaicans were indigenous black Americans. They just didn't know no better.
Okay.
They were confused thinking they were Africans too. But they were indigenous black Americans and they went over there and mixed over there with y'all population. So a lot of those Liberians, they kind of have a claim, but they don't because they've been over there too long. They've been indoctrinated. They've been in that culture. But a lot of them have indigenous ancestry here.
Okay. So now the Africans that do come here, such like my parents who came here in the 70s or whatever, and other Africans who came here, how come BLK, America, Black Americans, how come some of us who went to school out here, how come it was never mandatory for us to learn what happened to you guys over here?
Why would they want y'all to know? You gotta understand. Listen, they don't want you to identify with us.
Okay.
They don't want y'all to be empathetic or sympathetic towards our plight. They didn't even teach us. A lot of us, we learn Black history not in school.
Okay.
We learned it outside of school. We learned it by doing our own research. We learned it from our parents, our grandparents. Right. And whether y'all like him or not, you gotta thank 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝗁 for his movies. Yes. Because a lot of y'all was raised on Hidden Colors.
Right.
Had we not had that, I don't think we would even be here. Listen, we wouldn't even have the word FBA. Now, we got it from our brother Claude Anderson. He called us Native Black Americans, but the codified word, a foundational Black American, that makes it so no one else can claim us but us.
Okay.
You know what they taught us?
We got to give 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗂𝘁 for at least that. Whether you like him or not, the brother is who he is in our community. He's a staple now.
Right.
And a lot of people got a lot of game. Even the manosphere. We can go back to the manosphere where they're talking about men and women relationships, matriarch, patriarchy. The whole manosphere, that was 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁. Everybody stole the game from that brother. His Mac lessons, man, them YT people just took that, repackaged it, and sold it like they got the game. They didn't have, them brothers did not have no game like that. They was not talking about nothing until 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁 start talking about that. They started ear hustling on him. And then come the Kevin Samuels and everybody else that came out of that. Okay. That started with 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁.
Okay. So I think the problem I see here between FBA and Africans is just the identity thing. Look, like you said that no one could trace their relatives back in Africa, right? You said something like that. And I remember there was a video I sent you, a long time ago. Rabbi, don't you think Africans have migrated to this part of the world before the Atlantic slave trade?
We're not saying that didn't happen.
Okay.
FBAs have never said that. We know maybe during the time of Mansa Musa, they brought some ships. But when he came over here with some ships, there was already Black people here. And all they did was mix in. You got to understand, in the United States, especially on the East Coast, those American Indians had afros.
Okay.
This the thing too much. Even if people from Africa, we wasn't born on the continent of Africa. We was born in America.
Yeah. And we were here. Listen,
and most of our people was born in America.
Right. If Nigeria became a country in 1960, America became a country in 1775 or 1776. Think about that.
I think
America. If we have any claim, if nobody believes nothing else, you got to at least believe us when we're saying we are indigenous to the United States. Forget about we're indigenous Black Americans and we've always been here. We're at least indigenous to the United States because before there was the United States, we were here and we were building it.
Right.
Okay, so
Just like you're indigenous to Nigeria.
okay,
Before there was a Nigeria, you were there, and then it got called Nigeria, and now you're called Nigerians.
yeah,
So
because
that land was called Ivy land.
my
That
tribe
was,
was out there since 11,000 BC.
I got you. You say that, but you were told that by your parents, right?
No, because I know the history. I go to the Benin
I'm
Empire. We
saying
have all the history there.
it's an oral history, is what I'm saying. You were told that by your parents, right?
No, I wasn't told that by my parents.
So who told you that you were from this tribe and that tribe? Who laid down the ancestral bloodline for you? Who did that?
Okay, when you say
griot?
if I was told by my parents, say that question one more time.
You were told by your parents what lineage you come from, right? Where your people come from, right? Somebody had to tell you.
Yeah, Benin Empire, correct.
Right. So that's orally, but here's the tricky part.
Okay.
I told y'all somewhere down the line, y'all got sold out. So again, some of that information is like, can you really trust what they're saying? Because Africans are a nomadic people. Y'all moved up, y'all moved down, y'all moved east, y'all moved west, y'all mixed in with different tribes. Y'all got married off here, y'all got married off there. Y'all may have built empires, but that came much later. Y'all were a nomadic people first.
We only got sold out. We only got sold out after in the decade of between the decade of 1880 and 1890. That's when they took over the continent. Because prior to that, hold on.
When did Africans start enslaving each other?
Prior to that, prior to Nigeria being formed, that area in Nigeria had the Sokoto Caliphate, had the Yoruba Empire, which is the Oyo Empire, and the Benin Empire, which is the tribe I'm from, and the Igbo Empire as well. So
what happened to those tribes? Like what happened to them? Were they warring against each other? What was going on in those tribes before y'all was Nigeria? What was going on with those tribes? And you said something happened in the 1800s when the YT people came down. Now understand that they've been taking slaves from Africa since the 1600s.
That's correct.
So y'all, somebody sold somebody out.
Right, somebody sold somebody out,
Somebody
or they captured
some type of The slave trade has been going on for a long. Even when slavery was outlawed, y'all was still practicing it over here too, sir. Slavery was outlawed in like 1800 something, before 1865. It was outlawed in Britain.
Did Black Americans buy slaves from Africa?
As far as I know, Black Americans did. I know people say that they own slaves. The only time I can say that we owned slaves was when we were buying our own family members. And the Black people that were buying slaves, those were like more. Those weren't even. They weren't from this continent. They were from y'all continent. They were just over here. They were known as Moors. That's why we don't trust Moors. Moors had slaves. Moroccans and Berbers, and they had slaves. But foundational Black Americans, the one that were here, if we had any slaves, it was because we were trying to buy freedom of our family members, and that's it.
Okay.
But all that other propaganda where they say we had slaves, those weren't us. Those were people that were our skin complexion, but they were Moors from like Spain.
So is it safe to say that when the white people came to this continent that you live on right now and colonized, that took it over, they wiped out a lot of your history before 1500s?
Yes and no. They did wipe out a lot of our history, but they also preserved a lot of it too. For what reason? Only thing I can tell you is we had some heavy game that they didn't want to lose. I keep telling y'all, there's hidden knowledge and then there's forbidden knowledge. The forbidden knowledge is hidden right in front of your face. The hidden knowledge is locked away in the Vatican that they don't want anybody to see or understand.
Because I find it
information gets funneled over to the Vatican from here and put away safe and sound. Like I said, they know exactly who we are. They know. I don't believe. Listen, the elites know exactly who foundational Black Americans are. They know exactly who we are. They probably know every tribe we came from. They renamed our tribe. They saw us hanging by the creek, and they said, "Oh, those are Creek Indians." They renamed our tribe. So even Cherokee and all these other names that we have, those aren't the original names that we have for ourselves. That these so-called American Indians are trying to fight for and say, "Oh, I'm Choctaw." There was no such thing as a Choctaw until the white T-man gave you that name. There was no such thing. Seminole just means runaway slave. So it was a bunch. So Seminole Indians, that's a made-up name. That's something that the white people, again, they weren't really, they were of a tribe, but they were called runaways, and the word Cimarron or Seminole, that's what they became, Seminole Indians. Same thing with Navajo. Navajo Indian, that's a made up name. They were called something else before they were Navajo.
Okay. And you see, I always kept wondering about the language because everybody speaks English right now in Black America and not in the native language if they were already here before.
Let
me land. So, because one way to really identify a culture, identify a tribe is the name and the language, right? We know this. And when I see y'all today, I don't see anybody speaking any native language today. And I kept, hold on. I kept asking, what happened? I need to know what happened. How did that happen? And now you said something on this live today that some people were banned from speaking their language. They had a law like that. Can you tell me the name of that law so I could go research?
So let me. I don't know it right offhand, to be honest.
Okay.
With you. But let me. But it's easily Googleable, and you can find it.
I'll Google it.
But this is what I'm saying. Let me tell you. The same way y'all have you guys speak Swahili or former Swahili in Nigeria, right?
No, we don't.
You guys
Swahili,
don't.
Swahili is East African.
East Africa. Okay. So what is the common language that you guys speak to communicate with other tribes of different tongues?
Pidgin English.
Huh?
Pidgin English.
Pidgin English. Okay. So there was a language over here that allowed the Moors to speak and talk to the natives here. Do you want to know what that language was?
Sure, please.
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Hebrew.
Hebrew?
Hebrew was a language like Swahili that all the indigenous people knew a little bit of, enough to where they can communicate with each other. Because even over here, Choctaw got their own language, Cherokee, Yamasee, everybody had their own language. They had a tribal language, and then they had that common language. And over here in South America, in North America, all around the Americas was the common language of Hebrew.
So that means from the Middle East migration, Egypt and all that, that's where all that Hebrew stuff started from, isn't it?
See, so if you go back to the word Hebrew, you know what Hebrew means? Crossing over.
Okay.
From one body of water to another body of water.
Okay.
That's what Hebrew means. Crossover. So this is just me.
Because in West Africa, they have people who migrated from out of Egypt through Sudan, especially like my tribe, Benin and the Igbos.
Remember I was telling you that there's some of our people over there in Africa, they just don't know, and they mixed in and
yeah, but that's the Liberian thing. But that's way
even before that. Listen to what I'm telling you. The Moors knew how to get to the Americas. They could not get to the Americas without a Moor. The Moors were black. They were just a European black. See, the original Europeans were melanated people, not YT people. YT people is a new creation that came about. They're only 7,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
There was no such thing as a YT person until 7,000 years ago.
Okay.
These were melanated Europeans that traveled back and forth from Europe to Africa, and they were able to somehow get to the Americas. They knew how to get there. And they always had a little bit of higher knowledge than everybody else. And the language that they used to speak to the people there was Hebrew. Hebrew was like East African Swahili and your pidgin language, your pidgin English.
Which is kind of Jewish, right?
You know, we had a different type of culture out here.
Okay.
It's not Jewish. You know, that's again, that's a new term.
I mean, Jews.
Yeah, but that's a new term. That was actually a slang word that was given to Judeans, and then they just made it for all of the people. But that word it could be similar to the N word.
Okay,
it's a slang. It's like you're you know, I don't like to use it on this platform because I don't want to get
yeah. That's the JEW.
You're a small hat. You know, it was like a derogatory term that they've embraced and put it on all the people. Okay? But Israelite is the real word, not Israeli, but Israelite. Now, Israelite, this is, I can't prove this is just what I believe. Okay? I'm just going to tell you straight, this is what I believe. But we spoke Hebrew over here. Why? Because to me, the original place where Hebrews came from, where Israelites came from, was the Americas. Melchizedek, the king and priest of the Most High God. He wasn't from that region.
Okay.
Go back in the Bible and read it. He was the first person to receive a tithe, and they said he had no origin. They had no clue where this guy came from. I believe he came from the Americas because and he spoke Hebrew. If you look at the language that are written on the walls, even in America, they're pictographish. How could we have a pictograph language over here and then there's a pictograph language over there in Africa?
And there are plenty of artifacts over here that are all in Hebrew. And there are plenty of books, that the people who wrote the books, they found it and then they suppress it because a lot of the archaeologists here, this is where the big problem is at. The archaeologists here, in order for them to still have a living and keep working, they suppress it because if they bring it out and tell the truth, nobody's going to ever mess with them again. So they'll be blackballed. And this is the reason why you don't hear it and people don't understand why we're saying like there's only history over here
that you have to be a part of. That's the trick bag. That's the game.
We got new people out here like the Billy Carsons.
Yeah, the moment you have to be part of these associations, that's the trick bag. You have
it's
to
a clique. It's a whole clique.
And the guidelines of this. So if I do some work, I gotta have somebody higher than me check that work. I can't just say this is what it is. I have to go through the line, and once they get to it and they read your writing and you say what it is, it comes back a different writing and said, no, we made some updates and changes, and this is what it is now. That's how they do it.
So just almost the same way. I think King Hawk wanted to say something. Could he also speak what he wanted to say?
Go ahead, King.
No, I was just saying that there's a lot of misunderstanding because, like I said, the archaeologists, they are a part of a clique. And so the ones that we know, some of their work is online, but a lot of it gets banned. So a lot of the archaeology work that they found, and especially in the northern part of America, and I keep saying this on here, that the northern part of America is very old, very ancient. Okay, but a lot of people don't know that. So I keep on mentioning, this is why one of the reasons why the Grand Canyon is covered, because there's more going on down there than what you think. So it's very heavily covered by the military.
They want you to believe it's aliens. But I'm telling you, there's no such thing as aliens.
No.
I mean, I can go deeper for y'all, but I don't want to go too deep. I'm just going to say this.
No,
The
I'm with
world
you.
is not this. If the world is not this globe that you think it is.
Right.
Okay,
And the
So
other
it's
just
thing,
a
like
dome. There's water. What you want to know what's up there in the sky? And why it's blue?
water.
It's water.
right,
You know why?
right.
You know why? You know why it's black at nighttime? Because it's water.
Got
Even the scriptures told us that. Separate the waters from above from the waters below. It's water, and water contains memory.
got you. Because see,
I don't want to go too deep with y'all,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. Because what all the suppressing of history is just like what they tried to do in Egypt. They suppressed the Egyptian culture, trying to make it look like it wasn't blacks who were living there. You know, and when I traced my Benin Empire tribe from 11,000 BC and traced it a lot further, a lot of them migrated out of Egypt through the
do y'all
Sudan.
remember that Saturday Night Live with Eddie Murphy and what's the other guy? What's the white dude's name? Eddie Murphy and Woody.
Joe Piscopo.
Is it
Joe Piscopo.
Was it Joe Piscopo? Where they go into the African tomb of Egypt, and all of a sudden, man, I see all these black people up in here. Man, I told you. And they start backing away slowly out of the tomb, and then they close the tomb because they didn't want him to tell everybody that there was black people in Egypt. Y'all remember that skit?
Yeah, I remember that skit.
Man, listen, that's the same thing we had here. They found King Tut. Did you know Kentucky?
In Kentucky, yep.
is named after King Tut. They found what you might call an Egyptian tomb with a mummified version in Kentucky.
And they've been traveling around with his body from museum to museum. Because they had him here at the museum.
So
they travel around with him.
So Atlantis, that was real. Thoth the Atlantean, he was real. Sumerians, they were real. We have, I call them realms. So within this globe, this dome that we live in, there's another realm outside of the ice realm, and the ice wall goes all the way up into the sky, family. That's why nobody come over. If you ever see any unidentified flying object, it came from the ocean, not from above.
Right.
Because
that's the other thing people need to understand. Everything comes from under the water. They haven't even been all the way to the bottom of the water.
The Bermuda Triangle, all that. There's something under the water that can get you to the other side. Across. That's why they won't let you go to Antarctica.
And there's different layers too.
Yeah.
It's why they say dimensions. When you go down into the water, when you get to certain sections, all the fish are lit up. Their whole bodies, their eyes.
Yeah.
But after they get to that section, they can't go that much further because they haven't invented anything.
The water pressure.
The water pressure will bust the windows out.
Yeah, the water pressure too much. But there's three realms within this one globe or dome that we live in. We're in the center, and that's why planes, they go at a curvature. They don't really go straight. They go at a curvature like this to fly to different destinations. They don't go like this. They fly at a curvature. And that's how they get around, because there's this ice wall that prevents them from going any further. Okay? So it's three realms, and then even outside of this realm, like they say Mars, right? Mars, because we live in a dome and then there's water outside. Mars is another realm. It's just another dome, but it's surrounded by water. And everything, the sun and the moon, that's inside the dome, family. That's not outside in the water.
And they got all kinds of TV shows. They even got a TV show called The Dome, and show you how it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, remember that TV? What was that TV show with the Truman Show?
Yep. Truman Show is a good one to watch.
Yeah, the Truman Show. I mean, when they say all the world's a stage and all the men and women are merely players, man,
Exactly.
this is the matrix. Water is a portal. Some people believe the sun is a portal.
Right.
We have many different portals that you can go through to get. That's why, listen, family. That's why I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to be unalive because I know the truth. I'm not afraid because I know I'm just going to go to another realm.
Just be a good person.
I won't need. This is just my body to survive here, but my spirit, it's going to go to another realm.
Right.
Yeah,
I
it
believe
doesn't
that.
end. Yeah, it don't end. It don't end. You continue
It don't
on.
end. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. This is a testing ground. That's all it is. A big testing ground, a big theatrical play, a matrix that I'm in. And when I'm done with this, I'll go on to the next. And then I'll go on to the next. And then I'll go on to the next.
And come back.
I'll just go through these portals. Just keep going through these portals, these many different portals. And whatever's on the other side. And listen, I don't believe in like that. Listen, I believe I'll be another form of me.
Okay.
Not a creature. Not I might be taller, I might be shorter, but I'm gonna have 5 fingers. I'm gonna have eyes. Maybe one eye. I don't know, but it's gonna be a human-like form.
Right. Right.
Because that's the highest of the food chain.
Gotcha. Well, Too Much. I think it's already getting late in your end. I need to let you go to sleep, man.
It's late, man. I need to get to sleep. This was a good conversation. I love chopping it up with y'all, man. Listen, man, I always got love for you, Dig. I don't care if you're African or not, brother. I love you, brother. You're a good dude. You're not a tether in my eyes. You ask questions. You're always respectful. You've been hella patient watching us go through go back and forth with what we were going back with, brother.
Right.
I'll never disrespect you and call you that. You know what I'm saying? If anybody tries to call you a tether, just let me know.
I'm okay. I'm okay being called a tether. It doesn't bother me.
I know you're married to a Black American woman over there, so I know. I know what's going on, brother. I know what's going on.
Actually, my wife just came in Tuesday from Nigeria, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so she finally, after a 2-year wait for the visa approval, she's
your
here.
Your wife is Nigerian.
Yeah, she's Nigerian. Yeah.
Why did I think she was Black American? Why was I thinking that?
I don't know. I don't know why you were thinking that. I don't think I really talked about my wife to you at any point in time because you left OD's life a lot earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to your wife, man. You brought your wife down from Nigeria. Just teach her the ropes, man. Don't have her coming over here thinking that we some lost tribe or we generic African. Let her know, man, what it really is over here.
No problem. And I see your African wife is taking care of you too, man. You look you eat healthy, man.
I'm on a diet, man. I'm on a diet right now, brother. I'm on a diet right now, man, because I got this is the biggest I've ever been in my life.
Right. Okay.
Man, you comfortable and nice.
Man, hey, man, I gotta stop. I'm eating cream of wheat and oatmeal. Okay?
Yeah, you know what? She feeds me that stuff too. I told her don't make it. Cut it in half. I don't want to get overweight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I'm eating this cream of wheat and oatmeal trying to lose weight, man. But I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I love the food that my wife makes. I love to eat, and I need to cut back, man. I got people up here clowning me. Oh, you fat nigga, you fat, and I'm like, yeah, and I clown them back, but then I realize you're fat.
That's that American diet, man. Hey,
man, I gotta tighten it up. I know I gotta tighten it up. But listen, y'all go ahead and get some sleep, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep, man. Enjoy chopping up with you guys, man. Y'all probably won't see me tomorrow because I've been up all night, so I'll probably be back Sunday or Monday. But
I can't go to sleep right now too much. I gotta finish my 12-hour shift.
Oh man, yeah, get that work in. But listen, man, I love and respect everybody. I'm always gonna keep it real with you guys, man. And King, if you man, we gonna run into each other, man. Whenever we run
definitely
into
am. I'm working on some stuff. That's why I haven't been able to really get on here like that. But I'm working on, the things what I was telling you about with the etiquette and all that. I got some stuff coming.
Love it.
So once I actually get over the 1,000, I open up. I got a couple things that I'm working on. So,
okay, man. Share that with the family, man. Share that with the family,
absolutely,
brother.
absolutely.
All right, y'all. Peace.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, now take it easy.
All right, y'all.
Take care.
Right now.